Okay, this is my motherland, Lady Ghana tiny. Anything I go talk, we make a tiny. Boy, what put one near hey, Bonnie done a fay. Many my friend he can tea and many won't pay. Male Bahi can you find the Bajamin Cabo? What you know, Ninja Lawa, where me capable. I promise on my own, I'm both tired near Shona. Ling off a Mina Sana, Libukuna no Shona.
Yamwaena, Zumanchi Afiko May, Koan Kabila Capito, Zaida Kai, Banda Bumbanchi, Mudena Zwalumchi, Ubangiji Allah Wayma, Zumanchi Afiko May, Anna Muhammad Wayma, Zumanchi Afiko May, I am. Someone fico bem. Someone fico bem.
This is not a peace song, it's a love song. Peace and Ghana getting married, keep the love strong. See, a peace we cannot risk. War at home is like cardiac arrest, cause home is where the heart is. Let the trumpets sound victory. The battle that we won is a battle for a peace. We promise on the honor that we'll never fight again, cause Ghana is a happy place, a joy we should defend.
Get up, what's up, motherland? I don't feel like Obidi and Afia. I'm in love with you now. Tamajiba Majihada Mabiata was a young will a dodgy love from Chale how. From the big six, you still to fix things. Mawa Hamakafu was she can't reach this.
If you don't make it be, somebody for fight, we don't need one of peace. And come boom. Is it with you? If we don't protect the nation, what the God and anyone I save it.
About the peace, hey, about our summer day, Kurjan, about the PP, hey, I want to know now summer day, walk, hey, bar. Mafuma Wabo Susa, walk as some chon once, say, many bay you some Kenya, if you are, will she as if you won't pay for a month who are when you did your cocoto, a lady be okay, palace, a lady more care, ballet, a lepus you call care, ballet. I'm out with you all. It's all about a peace. Hey, Baloba.
In a doom, stores out to doom, police say you fum, and we say sum, to pay papa, depending in a high, Mwashakuma Muma, Memina Danima, Wafa, would don't know what it is, room, what's the Mudania to send photo gem, or BBC.
Ghana, it's no more.
Pizza free me, Dayum Namitium, no war.
So that the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons and daughters of God. Hey, we pray for love, we pray for peace, we pray for unity always. To make our nation better.
From the big six, we're still to fix things, yes, for our dear nation, Ghana. And that is why we are here on Tuesday, the 18th of June, 2024, with another edition of Bamaso. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come around just to continue what the big six also did years and years ago, trying to fix things. We are here to deliberate on all possibilities with which we will be able to become catalysts that bring forth the Ghana we so much want to live in into expression. Around here, to make it very simple for us, we use Ghana as our reference point. And when we are using Ghana as our reference point, what it simply means is we look at ourselves only on the grounds that we are Ghanaians. Any other ground is just to identify us as part of the whole. So if you are having any other identity apart from you being a Ghanaian, it is only identifying you as part of a whole. That is all that matters. But the most important thing is you are a Ghanaian. And that is how we address ourselves around here to make the very best come out of ourselves. If you are here for the first time, I will entreat you. This is more of personal development, in that we have also come to understand we are the very Ghana that we talk about every now and then. And if we are the very Ghana that we talk about every now and then it is up to us to be able to provide what we need for that Ghana. As simple as that. It is not any other unit of life elsewhere going to fix Ghana for us. It is down to we the very ones talking about Ghana. No matter how small, how huge, the size of our actions, we have to fix Ghana. Wherever that you find yourself, you have to do your bit. You see, it's quite interesting how so many things around us teach us how we should do things or the best ways to do things, and yet we refuse to act upon it. We've always been talking about building Ghana as a team. That's how we should look at it. Building Ghana as a team. Everyone in the team has a role to play. No one in the team should think of sabotaging the team. So yes, in the team Ghana, we will have the incumbent, we will have the opposition, among other things. Everyone in the team should make sure their actions or their inactions are geared towards making the team successful. As simple as that. So if you take a football team, just like they're playing the Euros now, I can think of some of the teams that have lost today in their first game. I know Serbia lost to England, yes. And I think yesterday was it Austria? I think the Austria, they lost to France as well. Now, sometimes when they are going for such tournaments, they take some of their their doctors, their medical team. Sometimes they take their cooks, among other things, their chefs to the tournament. Now, under what circumstance would the chef or they are all part of the team, the medical team who went with them to the tournament, under what circumstance would they decide they are not going to do their job, even when the team that took them there is losing? It's quite impossible. It's not called for. Whatever they can, even if the team is losing, they have to do their job. They have to do their bit. Imagine a team losing on the field and one of the players of that team gets injured, and the doctors decide they are not going to attend to that team member or the player because the team is losing. It's quite interesting, isn't it? So yes, we are here just to work as a team wherever we find ourselves, whatever side of the coin that we may be, in order to fix our dear nation Ghana. That is what brings us here. So to this effect, you are humbly welcome to the Free Flow Tuesday edition of Bamaso FFT. And cheers from Cassiane Mudo and Koma Baby. I will be our video at A24 Radio. Abramapa Radio na A24 Radio GH. Say Facebook A24 Radio stroke TV, YouTube A24 Radio, and X at A24 Radio. Ningina say Yaba yeah beto akwantu no so ne ahwede ye osi etumi yo na oman Ghana etumi fa ne ntoma pa efra so oman Ghana fa ne ntoma pa efra de chi nyina ne se yen timemfo no ye ba na ya be ye de osi yo na ye hu ye yende na dan de nyina ye discover a better and a beautiful version of ourselves. That better and beautiful version of ourselves are a bit to me ama yet to me enyane Ghana na ada ewo yenhu emu. That better and beautiful version of ourselves are a bit to me ama yedi nyansa anane condensed wisdom right till the nyansa nyane condensed wisdom nti nyansa no I tell you say epono asochi no efiri pono mu banko ade a ene de atie bia ode epono enchine ne nsuo ya ne beba nti se wo hwe abodie mu na ye nyina ye gitum se efiri abodie mu na ba ye de a ene de atie bia ye de abodie nyansa abodie edo abodie hunumu ni nyina ye de beba. You see, look at it this way. You see, yenam wiase no mpanyufo kan asem bi se obi nkyere akwala nyame de wo mo pese o mo kyere nyina ne se obi a o free source no mu aba no or you already one with the source, right? Or you already one with the source. Nti upo the source is already within onipa na o kwa akokyere ne nyankopon no, right? However, the best of all ways, and they say you guide the person to identify the God by him or herself. That is the best way to do, because nipa na o kwa akokyere ne nyankopon no ono nyankopon no mu no free by. You may have whatever new doctrines, new whatever teaching, what have you. Nature is the Bible. If nature is the Bible, now I will say yina if the nature more about. And just said the nature eti no money free by. There is no other material beyond nature that we were created with. It is all him wa nam huino. Ye embodiment of the truth and ye name we say. Right? And it will be can be actually will be only chrono. What the person is simply doing is or try to awaken the truth that you are into expression. No kwasem ni nyina no. Enti say unu obi kasa toda ultimi unu obi kasa na when the person is trying to awaken the truth within you now, so obitimi kan sem mi kireo na awose egu ntimi say awose bi egu say asma o kan dem say akenya bi sa eno sa no kore no eno na ukofia timi dwene ho sa say akama sempa sa pepepe enetie enti onam ho no oye the embodiment of the truth. The aka and I said you be ye ewo nchenchen ya ne say obeboa wo ama wa hende be wotimi enyane no kore na ewo mu no enti ye ba ha si a edwuma ye die enyina ne say ye bomodea ne ye nyane on say there is a bigger picture beyond Ghana. Nemum ye de Ghana ye puma sivre de ye ba ne ye nyane Ghana na ewo mu no enti say you discover a better version of ourselves yetimi di adwen kese enyane Ghana ewo afufuro emu. Say you ba na you discover a better version of ourselves eboayen ama yen hu kita hudie mu no enyanti ase deeply ewom yetimi ebomodin ase yehunu say even in the midst of our differences it doesn't make us enemies. Even in the midst of our differences it doesn't mean we should be holding each other by the truth. Na ya me nyina ye programming ni bia esan say at what point ana ebeba say a part of the body is very upset as to a part of the body also getting very well, right? At what point and beba say say the heart will be upset as to the kidney getting strong? I mean, at what point? At what point would the heart wish that the kidney does not function very well? At what point would the lungs wish say the veins would not function very well? Sometimes questions where then it brings your mind back to reality. Say this is how things should be. Na ninyina be kwa kuwie say edikan e o si nyanti ase say wherever that we belong to, whatever that we are a part of, ninyina be kwa kuwie say ye nyina ye Ghana for nti wo say nyina ye ti ase with the principle of oneness. Sinyati saade na sia ene efiri ho kono na afei no ya be ni so ni sa ene tie dia da bi de tie bia no o ma Ghana no ye nyina ye dia na me duty as a part of Ghana say na no ye kan ye say ye momodin say de ye nyina ye wo de ye hwehwe ama o ma Ghana no ye momodin say de o ma Ghana e hwehwe ama o ma Ghana no ye ma anumum afa ye mu enye de ye hwehwe ama o ma Ghana teniye enye de yen ye hwehwe ama o my Ghana ana mfa ye mu ye ma de o my Ghana na hwehwe ama o my Ghana no ana mfa ne mu enti for my Ghana say obatan say the debate bia no wodo no o my Ghana no oye obatan enti obatan Ghana say de ne ba ne tie bia wodo no say wo so oye arm robber wodo no say wo so oye kidnapper wodo no say wo ye prodigal son wodo no na said ye oba the self for papa kan abofra no ba fie no o say the minimum say you were lost but now you are found. Chere say oba tan bia hwe say ne ba no will be found. Enti de wo say oba tan ebeye ama oba abofra no will be found no eno no oba tan no eye. Enti say oba tan watch him awo ana obema time tanu yesi di Father's Day wato ne pa so na ni gi product no ho no wo bomodin ye de obeye bia ama abofra no sa abofra no go wayward na na badaye sorry na de wo hwe nyina ne say sa abofra na wa go wayward no obeba fie na watumi aye enema edimu enema ayesronko obatan bia akoma swade eno no enti sa abofra no eye disabled mpo abofra no with disability mpo obatan no se wo de bia wo gina nchen awe so akura na ya ngwo no pa ne umra wo sa no mu amfiri mu wo bekasa ne mo obatan no owo dosronko enti obatan Ghana se de ne bati bia odo no na de obatan Ghana ehwehwe ewo ne ba bia ho ene se Ghana ni bia no betimi anyane Ghana na ewo ne mu no e kasi ye nyane Ghana na ewo emu na de tie nyina ne se ye Ghana na ye free mu bae no ye de achede sronko so many wonderful things so back I am rebi etwam na ye busa some of the wonderful virtues of the various tribes that we have in our country. In fact, we can go further on and talk about some of the wonderful things we can bring to mind about the various regions also that we have. We can talk about all these things, and all these things are enema woma Ghana edi edua yimu emu ne efiri baaye na emomu no sade no kwasem ne sitie no enye nyina ana yenim sa niema we say ewuyemu. Just like we were talking about we being units of life na life edi sa niema we nyina edua yimu into oba tangana ehwehwe say sa ne pa niema akese ewuyemu we say no ye betimi ayiye pie enti se wo ye oba unsu fi oba tangana mu na apia na wa wonim sɛ ɔbaatan no sɛ de ne batie bi a wɔdɔ no a na wo hu nua sɛ wo nua no no bia ɔ challenges here and there among other things wo deɛ a wobɛyɛ if you want to do anything to support ɔbaatan Ghana ɛne sɛ wobɛboa ɔbaatan Ghana na watimi anyane Ghana na ɛwɔ ne banim no wobɛboa ɔbaatan Ghana na watimi ama ne bana wayera no ɛbɛbɛ fie onyɛ wo hu sɛ the prodigal son ne nua no onyɛ saa suban no dɛ onyɛ saa wobɔmmɔden asɛ wo nua no a wayera no wobɛma no bɛ fie after all what enti yɛba ha yɛbɔ tae kɛseɛ nyinaa ɛne sɛ yɛbɛnyane Ghana na adeda wɔ yɛ mu no baako irrespective of the party, irrespective of the tribe, irrespective of the any secondary identity the person may belong to. Yɛbɛnyane saa Ghana na ɛwɔ yɛho. Na the very more who open up say Ghana na obama modern say Ghana emfa omu na onyane ne ho ɛwɔ all of itself mu no obohu ne say dane den nyina na wo develop greater wisdom greater love, greater understanding na ensem a wo kan utimi say eye ensem a obatan eka nyensem a prodigal son nua eka there be so you work with the wisdom of Ghana. I mean, it would have been great we talk with the wholeness of life itself. But hey, jumadi epumasibre no yemfa Ghana enye yempumasibre. That is why we are here. And on Free Flow Tuesday no, yeba na yabe flow freely. Yes. Say if you no bombardie can say bia obaba but when to me ama me so mentimi anyamre to just step in. But hey, going forward no, there's a greater possibility say some of the Fridays you know e be why e be to me aba na yabe bonkomo enema akoso enema akoso papa na yaba na de yan restrict here so much. Nemom. We still operate within the simple ground rules. Ewo kasafidie eso. And they say, means ma me kan be nyina the ground rules so. Ana na me kan ho asem no. Say bahasi one fundamental ground rule. And they say e binyane Ghana na ewo yemu no. And then the fundamental ground rule no. Asem nyina no. Aye. A free flow there, we still operate within the fundamental ground rule. There are so many other fundamental ground rules. There, nemum ya boni na atofa eho enekuwi say yeba na yabi nyane the sleeping Ghana within all of us. Assembly na no. Enti edrum pempenswa you realize say what you wish for Ghana is not in alignment with what Ghana wishes for itself in all of itself. Now apostle, now reconsider your actions, and then you ask Ghana to reveal her own wisdom in and through you, so that you'll be able to awaken the Ghana that is settled, concentrated in other fellow Ghanaians. Hey, said the oba the self for Ninuano. A cow no kwa nka ninuano baye no ye ntwene no so ye mu bi wo ho no mo a ye hwese ne niam bi kɔ here and there ye nke be report ama Madagana ne se sankrofo no nya kra nko ntwa wo muti ai onya nka nku wo nyina nyinku wo nyina mfiri ho no ai if Madagana decides to do that whatever way that it deems fitter it will happen but nya na akọ instigate. You see, when you look at life itself, our life has its own way of sustaining itself. And see, sometimes, we say, hey, sir, see, these natural disasters here and then. I don't know all those things ever. I mean, hey, and then the about undimi kan ho hwe no wa yedi no wa hwe but hey said ye oba the cell phone nua na ye no obu oho no ma wono anu akota ba bia ade yinim free ho ai many of us behave that way and he said ye tie bia no ye nwene se oba tan no na ye hwe kwan e betimi awaken the Ghana within us into expression asem ne tenten ni tietie nyina eno no tisotie ani said ye doctors are going to Roham I know mu man can ye bio you nana ni Roehampton bio right e be kone akọ hwe na ba akọ said be ya e be kaya no na afie no ye be sesa Roehampton no ye de ba bi e kọ ye no emum atoya no nana asare be de akọ on the other ho America Worcester hona no wo Dr. Ebenezer Amufa Boateng Dr. Ebenezer Amufa Boateng also made in Chakese enema na wana na egusutie ye dwumadie yi radio yi anase kasa fidie about almost about 4 hours ago even just a while ago before we came live no say na ye bo some of the playbacks ewo kasa fidie no so na we hear sa playback na ye boy na way back 11 about 11 months ago 11 months ago when we heard of the passing of Nana Nketia that was some of the series that we did in remembrance of Nana Nketia. Hey, Nana Nketia baby will be me so the OT new you trying say you be fine tuning your very well na yet to me at one so hey o papa yenti udin empa yenum de biara isa additional ma nyina say yemodin say we establish our immortality by sacrifice, we establish our immortality through service. Say that ya yeni ha hey o ye dey obeko right o ye dey a wonchirebo obeko nemum o chirebo wa nchirebo na akwa the uja wa ha no and the establishment of what your immortality. Na menchi America for menchi United Kingdom for nyina Ghana for Spain Holland Germany in fact Uruguay Colombia Burkina Faso. I tried just looking at the list of countries it's A24 radio in fact just amazing. It tells you say Okasa Okanwa Hasi, it goes very far, it reaches a lot of people. And he Oba Omodia said Okasa and said the medical actual ground rules it is geared towards awakening the Ghana within other fellow Ghanaians. You see said the apro biano so about an opo ope na empire ni say the tie bia no abofra baba fie abofra no benya hoɔden wo de hu obatan de bayare pa kire say hey wow aka wo nko a wo de bia nka gina ba bia nka be ka say oh watan wonya ma abofra kura ngu krai hey but obatan de ne ko hospital we no de ne ko hospital we wo de ne ko we no de ne ko we ni nyina ne say ope ayaresa e de amane ba no ai ope ayaresa e de amane ba no abofra yi timu say oku school a ye kire na de a emfa kura obata no nse bia woni bi kura o obehu no wa sana na boso mu no akohwehwe sika o de ape extra teacher extra tuition e de ama ne ba no so ohu ebi wo ho no mu a ono ahwe a o se ada bia school ya me de me bai bai kura ne bia enkoyi otimi sese school no no de ko ai e mata na ebi wo ho no mu a omo ye kwa religious kakra no so religion no wuro mu no omo timi kwa kire sofo kra se sofo mompa e ma ne ba no so na e mechiro no ade oba tan be ye pa ama ne ba edi yi no enya de kuma ai edoso pa well see ye nipa nkuma you see we being part of a year the wholeness of life. And yes, yeah, my time. Oh, yeah, field. Na and you may be on my answer. You my ma. Oh, it's me go extreme. Oh, who on more. We had the man about the bar. Never be obey and one here. But you say, hey, and yes, I need on the bottom line. And they say the love of the mother. No, oh, yeah, you're so huge. And you're so huge. Intimacy. Yeah, baha the simple grand rule. Kasi pa fundamental there. And they say Ghana or Batan Ghana, the old man the bag Ghana no. And no, and you see or see as you hear a ma or you near Ghana Nino, sir, in Canada, treat and never say hopa. The Obatan Ghana a ma Ghana Nino, Sana also Ghana Nino, ma, sa unia Ghana Nina, that's all. See we can get and Nemum and near maybe and any DSC and T and to mean Munisa. And to mean Munisa. We find it very difficult to reason on the ground to say, Minyana will go wayward. No, I am one with that person. We find it never been in Namquanum until we can't think that way. A programming, right? A programming. Bombardier wa hedi na Abi nso wa hei na Samsafo wa hei na Wofabu edi nso wa hei na Bibi nso wa hei de ye bebo modern na ya reprogram ye ho so na yetimi I wish what Obatan Ghana is wishing for its or her own children no ya wish ya ma ye ho enye no ana no say simple me boa ye nkwa ahoma no so e na mamuso Wofabu edi wabantem pa wabantem pa na minim so of body I ready so near be kasa kakra you know of body kasa before we shift to Abbey and Bombardier as well as Sam and the of body say otemen kan bamaso
papa mobi
right of body nanse the yate say now I don't know munim time womu be no attention that is what I've realized about them. They know when to strike. They know when to strike. Anyway, we will come back to you today. Give them some attention and then later on we can carry on. Now I call Sam Safo so Sam I ready yeah woman is also Sam Bamaso na boko de minia nyam ya do mesme hoye pa mesme hoye na
finally stop raining so
anen so to
all last week see a railway from beginning of June to November no hurricane season what I say so we get a lot of rain during that time period so all last week it was raining non-stop like every single day but at least for this week that stopped.
I see
so everybody say according to say Ghana weather I always tell people because we need winter so anyway it gets a little cold but you need winter, so it's mostly like Ghana, like I said, dry and wet season. Because we can sure say by now Ghana and so to talk, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same here. The only difference, and I always tell people, this is how blessed we are in Ghana. The only difference is that in Ghana we don't experience the hurricanes.
Yeah.
Like here in Florida we do get. I mean, since I've been here 5 years now, I haven't experienced one myself, but I have experienced like the tropical storms and whatnot. So that's the only difference. But yeah, you're hurricane season. So
so now measures be na mo they two in place say mo face those challenges you are able to cope.
Oh, I mean, I forgot what year. I can't remember the year, I think it was Hurricane Andrew. That was the hurricane that hit Florida the hardest. At the time, I think it's more than 2 decades ago. At those time, not building coasts in Florida, they were not to standard. So it basically shredded the whole state, most part of the state, I would say Miami area. After that, they put in place like certain building codes that now if you build your house, you have to build a certain way. Like I know my windows are like hurricane impact windows. But besides that, in the beginning of June, we got like a 2 weeks of tax-free shopping for like hurricane items. So like batteries, I don't know, flashlights, first aid kits, whatever you need, whatever hurricane supplies that you might need, you can buy them tax-free. And they bring it back again sometime in August. But me personally, I already had everything. We have like a little safe that we keep all our important documents in it. And then I have another kit that I have like first aid kit, batteries, flashlights, power banks. So in case of anything, I know I can just pick up those things. And, luckily I have a truck that I always make sure there's gas in it. So if anything, because my wife uses an electric car, obviously that cannot travel as far. But we have like a truck that it's always filled. I'm always checking the tire, making sure it's in good condition. So in case of an emergency, we just grab the safe and then just grab whatever first aid kit and off we go. So that is just a small measures that we have in place personally. But the state itself, they go ahead and, they send out notifications. They're constantly notifying you. You have a website you can visit. So we are very prepared. Like last week when it rained a week constantly, the whole of Florida, downtown Miami, which is the Brickell area, it floods. It floods every time there's a lot of rain. But they have like trenches, gutters, whatever you want to call it. They have all those in place, and they have like pumps on standby, and they have like, first responders always on standby. So whenever anything happens within the next day or two, they get it back in order. So we know this time of the year it's going to happen. So they're always learning.
Interesting. 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 I love the narrative, and especially what you are it's like a collective thing. Oh, everyone is playing their part. So they will be able to cope with the conditions that you people go through, right? There comes a time some of the things that you may need in the event of these extreme weather conditions, we're tax free. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Batteries here and there, I will be here. No, dear, ja, so. No, wato na de odi egu hono. Na say I find say my way na say bia ade no ba na affect a lot of people. Yeah, na de na mo ye mo mo scheme bia. Meaning say yeah na I don't know, insurance hurricane and these weather conditions never. Yeah, insurance to yakakra more mana.
Oh yeah, more insurance. Like that's why obviously when you buy a house you have to get homeowners insurance. But the crazy thing is, in Florida they know is hurricane prone. So a lot of the
insurance companies
like Geico. I remember when we bought our house, I was trying to, at the time I was with I think we were with Progressive. They wouldn't insure that. I tried to get USAA, which they always have great deals. They wouldn't insure us just because of where we were living. So a lot of these insurance companies that are known through the country, they will not help. They won't insure you if you are in the state of Florida, especially down south like Miami area and the Key West. But what the government has done is they've created an insurance company which is called Citizen, specifically designed for the state of Florida. So because in the event that there's a hurricane and people's house gets messed up, the insurance is not going to be able to cover everybody, even regardless of how much you paid and everything. So what the government does is the government provides supplement for them. So this is the government funded insurance company, and they insured, I want to say at least like 3 or 4 out of every 5 household. is insured by Citizen Insurance. Basically, they get assistance from the government to make sure that if something was to go south, that they will not go bankrupt, or in other words, you can put it, they're too big to fail, and the government, the state of Florida, make sure they're not gonna fail. And if it's too big for the government of Florida, you have FEMA and the federal government, they will step in as well, and also help out. So
that's beautiful. That
it gives you a peace of mind knowing that the government is looking out for you, because no matter, and insurance is expensive, but
of course,
if it really gets crumbled to the ground, no matter how much they've collected in the past, it's not going to be enough to get everybody back to where they were.
Yeah.
That's why the government have that supplement funds in place to help them. They need to put themselves back up. Yeah.
You see, said Nancy, I think I said it a while ago, but when we begin to look at life as a process and not an inventor, wherever that we find or we've reached, we seek to work more and get into a greater excellence. Said say there was a time.
Like me didn't can back 2 decades, I think it's more than 3 decades, but I know for sure 2 decades ago when Hurricane Andrew hit, they were not prepared for it.
That's right.
And the whole, especially South Florida, Miami, because my wife was born and raised here. So she was telling me their house got shredded. A lot of people lost their home, and it was like a shock to them. But you know what they did, right? They learned from their mistake, and that's when they created the Citizen Insurance. That's when they started enforcing the building codes to meet hurricane standards. So, in life, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to mess up. It's a matter of what you do with those mistakes going
That's
forward,
right.
Right?
That's right.
These people are constantly learning from it. Like this year, it's not going to be the same. And especially with climate change right now, you can't predict it anymore. So this year it's not going to be the same as last year. But they have people, let's say, PhD holders standing on the side, researching, learning, and advising the government on what to do. So when somebody said your PhD holders are not doing their job, we have to understand that.
So you want to throw shades in there?
Yeah? Click. When I had to go there, I didn't want to go there, but I had to because because before I came here, I was listening to a story that I think is trending right now in Ghana, where apparently Miami Core Hospital, the doctors, whatever the case may be, but they discharged her. They didn't know where she lived, and they just went and dropped her by the roadside, and this lady is now dead. This is the things that people do research in the country and help to make these things better for the general population, and besides that, how many times have we also talked about empathy here on this platform? It seems that it's something that, and that's something that we don't have back home, or I should say a lot of people don't have back home, because Chroma and I've also noticed that they have a lot of empathy. When I first got here, we used to make fun of them, the fact that how well they cared up for animals, dogs, cats, whatever, even plants, how they care for them. They have empathy for these things. And in a way, it goes beyond that. They start having empathy for each other as well. And it seems like back home, even though we are 90% or whatever Christians, we have the least amount of empathy for each other. And it's rather very sad.
And so
whenever I hear these things and I see these things, I always come back to the things we've discussed here. And, I hope like everybody else.
Yeah.
It's just somewhere in the back of your head, and it clicks, and we learn from it, and we try to make better decisions going forward. And that's how I look at it.
Well, it's all in order. So kofa sa PhD asem no esa baby. Mze asem beto ho no mo a I don't know, maybe in a haste to say something about it, and we actually miss the vitals of asɛm na abeto hɔ nom no asɛm we ɛbaeɛ no some of the prominent questions that we should be asking ourselves, we were not one way or the other asking them because enye fe ana enye adia ahom kan so we be ka say or fa nationality be over a profession be, right?
Exactly. Personally, me wanna be, and you know, when it happened and you came and you laid down the topic, you asked the most important question, and I kept listening, and I was hoping that, you know, and yes, maybe people gave the answers to what they think, but the simple question was, and I always stick with the basics, why? Why would somebody sit there and say that their passport of certain country, just the passport, is worth more than a PhD? Like, just take your time and ask yourself, why? According to say, Trinidad as the end, when he started to say, the only question that should have been answered was, why would he be doing this? We don't take our time to answer the question, why? It's very simple. And you know, when you ask yourself why, and you really, really take your time and you do the research, and you answer the question as to why, trust me, you will come up with all the answers and you will learn from it. And because it's a simple question, but we always look past it and say, oh, the dear time fine cuisine. All that is not, it's nothing. Just answer the question, why would a person say something so sad, something so disrespectful, something, what would make a person sit back and say, you know what, I'm gonna go live and just put this on social media and say it. Like, why would he do that? What clicked in his mind for him to do that? And guess what? We have Trinidad and Jen betray Mukoy. We didn't answer why. We also betray Muako. We haven't answered why. So guess what? A year from now, 2 years from now, somebody else will go online and make another ridiculous comment, and we will see here and and then we just keep going. So it's like nothing gets solved because we never answer the question why, and that's where we are.
We never answer the question why, and that is why we are where we are, isn't it?
Exactly. But before I go, let me ask you a question.
Come here.
This is our question. This has nothing to do with it. This is a social question. So, me find this only for if you have a call restaurant, right? And you're going out to eat. You're walking, and then let's say you spot like $40 on the ground. What would you do?
Okay, all right. You see, ube who sa 40 pounds no. Maybe you may be having different circumstances in life, different times, different issues, among other things, right? And in that present moment, based on what you are going through, if you could have it, Mark, I say, hey, and then Yankopon Kran and the Via or where you 40 ama say faculty or restaurant bill, also, right? Sometimes you may be confronted with a particular situation. Na ideal, certain can be anka person ka or act in such situations, and yes, Anna be over act, right? Eti enka ideal, ka who sikabisa say ye womra e womam, right? Eti who sikabisa na or say nka ebi wo cry or saw the police. And sometimes you be correct me who sikawo baby a baby sika. There is a designated place bibisa or so the kohonum. But said the American be a circumstance be a will go through among other things, and no moment to me dictate him out say there be sika we are who vanko, right? Obi wo honma with me for bus no who will be a the mobile phone bus in him. Obi onuru baby a obi o sikura no obi sintem kura na wafa mobile phone no. Eddie Akko. But there are instances I remember there was one time that my tablet na me de abofra share mu na me de me tablet iPad to car so. And I just moved the car in my neighborhood and not so fast. Timmy drew baby I made 10 and na iPad no free car no so. I told me refi and I told form. And Timmy come and him kakra na me car is be me bibi my and I'm yes me drive back me trace me kwan na ma hwese bia eda form a. Right? Interestingly, me drew me hood mu honom na papa bi gina honom o no hu se car no ade na free car no so ato from no ono mom ne fire enti ohun se medru honom na no so you are looking for your iPad here ano tam ano the mamie, right? There are certain instances that we lose ade you may think say you may never find it again, but hey we hu announce aka no obi the amount adintra. There could also be times as I only croya or fire and call fire no one farm out because be a circumstance be a woman no a pen agent said there be monko chat among other things. But a honor as some cassia and a one. Some a ho and as some cassia a one. In my line of work, no, and I say in what I do most, no, we call something. The men kind of very simple. Your ideal character, right? Your ideal character. Now, your ideal character, no, character be a whatever the circumstance, no, you would wish to say that character prevails within you, right? And he say a common deal war among other things. If one of your ideal virtues integrity, whatever the case may be, you have to make sure say integrity prevails. But what my point na say?
Yeah.
You'll be tempted, and then you'll be tempted. But if your ideal character is this, hey, whatever the case may be, it's a test. You have to pass it.
Yeah. And I'm glad you used the word circumstance, and you brought in ideal character. Now that you're talking about it, because it happened, we were walking to the restaurant, my wife and my daughter and myself. We was walking to the restaurant, and then we spotted $40. Obviously, my wife spotted, and then she pointed, so I jumped and I picked it up. And my first instinct was, not my first instinct. As soon as we grabbed it, I was like, what the hell? I picked it up, but as soon as I picked it up, like you said, what's the word that you just said? Ideal character, right?
Ideal character, yes.
Ideal character. So when I picked it up, and then my wife asked me, like, okay, I guess, what are you going to do with it? And I was like, well, we're going to a restaurant. What else can we do with it? We could tip, we could buy extra food, and we're meeting up with friends. Maybe we can even pick up the tab. And then my wife was like, nah, let's not do that. I was like, what do you mean? We just saw $40. And that's when she told me, she was like, think about it. We are fortunate enough to be in a place where we can afford $40. But there's so many people out there that cannot afford that. So she wouldn't let me spend the money. And, she told me, let's just give it to someone, like a homeless person or whatnot. And, so I agreed. And so I actually took the money, and then I went to 7-Eleven and I breaked it up. My wife was just going to give it to one person, but I was like, you know what? Let me break it up into $10 each, so I can give it to 4 different people. And when was it? Just last week, I made the first donation of $10. I gave it to this homeless old guy in traffic, and the way the guy appreciated it, the way the guy thanked me, the way the guy smiled, the way the guy was acting, I was so glad my wife made that decision and explained it to me, because that feeling that I felt when the guy showed gratitude to me, it wouldn't have, it's not compared to anything. Like, no matter how much I spend the money on food or whatever, I would have probably forgotten that food. But the way this guy thanked me and showed gratitude to me, like, I still have it in the back of my mind. Good. It makes me even want to do it more. So that's why I was saying that's why I asked you the question to see where you're going, like
That's
how
right,
you would
that's
answer.
right,
And
that's
I'm
right.
glad you brought in the circumstances and ideal character aspect. And for me, it's the way I felt when I gave that $10 away. I still have $30 of it to give it away. So
Good.
like it really makes me, and I hope
That's
that
right.
encourage people to be kind and have empathy for others and just be kind if you can. If you are in a situation to be helpful, just do it. Trust me, you'll feel better at the end of the day. So
Just do it.
that I think I've talked enough for the
That
day
just do
today.
it. I like that. Just do it. Very, very important. And see, the question therefore stands: what is your ideal character? What is your ideal character? With the some can never fail more, but why set your ideal character and work yourself towards that ideal character? The ideal character is like a plan, and I say it's like what you want your life to be. So in the face of circumstances, in the times, is a dozen. In the midst of all those things, that is how you want your life to be. And Tipomodian say, when you are faced with those circumstances now, you revisit your ideal character, and then you work yourself towards it. In every now and then, you say we can sway, kakra here and there, but we try to stay within the quest, and I say we stay within things that we should do in order to make sure say our ideal character is still intact. You see, when you are driving sometimes say unlike places are road markings, but when the road markings are there, sometimes you realize say you may be swaying off your lanes here and there, but hey, the moment you realize that I'm going off my lane, you bring yourself back. That is how you have to work on your ideal character. Thank you very much, Sam, for bringing in this very, very beautiful story. 30 no minim say still no odebeche now feeling no a priceless feeling na onsa akasa feeling no pepepe na Sam ya mentanya mbese mbusa question bi na mewia mako abi ene ayisonti Sam team you so o drive me boy.
Yeah.
Okay, now you find say you are making a journey, right? And I say the car no according to be. What are some of the things that obeya ebema o journey no aye fuel efficient? Yan kind of say fuel efficient.
Fuel efficient?
Yes.
Like literally fuel
efficient. Well, you find, but there are several other things, but you find fuel efficient. One say, too crime free, Florida. Eddie Ako be Chicago, right? That's how I'm kind of Chicago.
Yeah.
Called Chicago, right? Eddie now obeya ebema ojeni no ebeye fuel efficient. Whatever the car that you are driving, then idea name na obeya ebema sa ojeni no aye fuel efficient.
When you say, I mean, I don't think there's much you can, like, that's why I'm asking you, mean fuel as in putting gas in the car.
Yeah, but gas, as I'm American, gas.
But that's, I mean, as far as making the car fuel efficient, like you have to, I don't think there's much you can do. It depends on what you have done with the car. It's not something you can do. Like, let's say if I'm going on this journey tomorrow, it's nothing I can do tomorrow, between today and tomorrow, to make the car fuel efficient. That would be something that I would have had to decide a long time ago when I was buying the car. So, for example, when I'm buying cars, whenever I'm making a new purchase for a car, I do care about having a fuel efficient car, so I do the research and looking. Like when I bought my first car, I made sure I bought Honda Accord because it's good on gas. And when I have the car, I make sure I service it when it needed to be serviced. I kept up with it. I treated it well. I took care of the car just as much as it took care of me.
Care of you.
And therefore, whenever I travel with it, it saved me tons of money on gas. Like I remember at the time, like my wife was driving an Audi and I was driving a Honda. Like she would spend shit ton of money on gas versus my Honda because I made a decision a long time to buy that car. I knew I'll spend less. I'll spend like maybe half of what she'll spend on gas, just because I did my research back then and I made sure I bought a car that was, fuel efficient.
Fuel efficient.
Her, she just went out and bought something more. So I don't think it's something.
Okay.
You can
all right.
do. It's something that you build. You build.
Okay.
You
all right.
establish
All
over
right.
time.
I see.
That's what I think.
That's what. Okay. Let's expand horizon. Kakra. So reasoning horizon kakra. Say I also hear research. Kakra fine. Car ho. Na what
Google.
What can kind pain say when you are making a journey, try and avoid excess weight in your car, and I say needless weight in your car. What can kind pain?
Oh, I've heard that sometime before. Yes.
It's
at the time when yeah. Now that you pointed at that, I see what you're talking about.
Okay. And see, I'm fine to say, too kind. Oh, nah, you wouldn't need your washing machine in your car, right?
Yeah.
Nah, what time washing machine in the car? You wouldn't need your microwave. Nah, what time? Microwave no Eddie Asheka name. Do you think it will cost you some extra fuel doing that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you put all those unnecessary things in your car, it will cost. You'll have to buy maybe twice as much.
Twice as much.
I even remember, and I think that's why when I first came here, like whenever I was traveling, like my friends in school and whatnot, they'll always be like, "Oh, let's travel light. I guess I never thought about it in that sense, but now that we're talking about it, I don't know for sure. I'm gonna go look into it. I guess that's why they're always Chroma say it's like a thing to like travel light, or instead of packing like a big luggage, it's like, oh, just take a book bag. We just need a few things. Oh, and even to the stand that it'll be like, oh, you know what? Travel light. So when we get there, we could just buy like a couple of t-shirts when we get there, as opposed to packing a lot of clothes from home. When we get there, we just go to TJ Maxx and just buy some cheap t-shirts just for the weekend, and we'll be good with it. So I guess those are little things that you can do. And even I don't know how true this is, but at one point one of my friends was like, if you're driving on the highway and actually you roll up your window and turn on the AC, you save more gas, versus people think that if you roll down your window and you don't use your AC, you save more gas.
That is one thing that they've
heard that before.
That's what is being put out there as well. So now yamfa SS weight ya mfa kasem kakra. One say imagine ya na tattoo ye before. Ko Ghana. Winim see amount say for 23 kg per na what try out say obi wo hono a ongogodu report na e be about 32 kura we ha 28. In fact, at that very moment you are trying to figure out how you move the things around. So the stress be a wo komu no.
Yes.
Stress be a wo komu no. One here so we in the park here, one here onsem bia ke kan kire we yire was samre no. One here we are na be ka hu say there be wo ideal character. Na we say nka wo masa ideal character no. Now, the bottom line of this simple conversation, we could expand it into other things there. But I love it when you said you have to travel light. When you travel lighter, you are able to go very far. Imagine, say, you are going on an 18-hour trip, being changes here and there. Now, bags be how would you travel? Now, yamfa baby a ye pese ye do my Ghana edru. Enye emfato ho. Now we want to get there as efficient as much as possible. Enti say pese ye see hospital ye pese itimi see hospital no in a much efficient way. Shall say efficient way no Mami Musa wo sam. Yakasi ye see hospital no in a much efficient way. E dia be ni ma be na beba mu a obohunu say hospital we dey seen in a very efficient way.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the cost.
The cost. Thank you.
Cost involved.
And see, e dia na beba ye be overpricing.
I mean, it just comes down like according to say, I'm trying to think like it's just first of all, how did we even like the contractor we picked to build a hospital? The work that is going to get done. How much research did we look into it? Who did we offer these bids to? Was it like an open bid that we interview, say maybe at least 5 people to find out who will give us the better pricing? And do we look into the type of work these people have done? It all boils down to research. Doing your research, making sure you do that will help you build an efficient hospital.
Beautiful. And not just at the bottom line, and they say you will do things right. Say the cost of the project be minimal as much as possible without compromising quality. Yes, sir.
Exactly. So yes, get your money's worth, but make sure you get the right contractor to do the best job. So who can do the best job at the lowest cost? Okay.
And in this particular case, just as we are linking it to traveling, we will reduce our excesses. Said we will maintain efficiency. Yes, sir. Okay, all right. And the bottom line is, we as a nation, there are so many excesses that are making us unable to go very far. So much excesses, and some of the excesses, they stare just right in front of us.
Give an example.
Okay, all right. One of the excesses, and they say, "Yaman penny, meaning say wajairia or cobebia or the kunya see 1v18." And I'm gonna.
Another one I'm gonna say was egg crash. Yeah.
Of course, and also excess nibia, right? And also excess nibia if we want to go far. We have to reduce all those things. Just like when you are traveling now, you have to make sure say some of the needless weight that you will have in your car, you put it away. If we want to go far as a nation, there are some excesses that we need to reconsider and put them off so that we'll be able to travel very far. It's an open conversation. It's an open conversation. The things that we need to put away, Sam Edorson.
Hey, baby. And the ambassador or baby or the car back to see a kunya or the Nakunis car back. I am papa. No matter by them in Dindi. I don't know who.
Was
only when you no.
To us. Me anka samani de. Examine to me kasa me anka samedi mania ehu. Me am to me kasa me de mania ehu. But on say there are reports here and there to that effect. Now some of these things, hey Ghana, I say whoa. In some instances, some people may see some of these things as an excess, and in some instances, some people may not see it. They will even ignore, say it's an excess.
But that's the problem.
That is where the problem comes in.
Because I guess that's the word. What's the word I'm looking for? Alternative facts. It's a new word now. Like people, it's like. We have to, and especially, maybe this part of the world, maybe they can have alternate fact because of where they are. I mean, even though they shouldn't. But when you're trying to build something, you're still in the process of building something, we should all be able to see this as an excess weight. It shouldn't be there. Like, you you cannot tell me that some people see it good, some people see it bad. How? I mean, and at the end of the day, I get it. You know, there should be different opinions. We should have different opinions. We should talk about it. But when we talk about it and we present the argument like you and I are doing right now, I would hope the reasonable person, or I guess we've discussed it here before, insanity, somebody like with a clear mind, will be able to see. Even if you're on the wrong side, you'll be able to see that it's not being done right, or it's not necessary, and move to. And let's say move to better, I mean, move to the good side, that for lack of better words. And you know, it also comes down to something we've always talked about here, to change your mindset. And for me, that's why I've always given kudos to what's his name, Obosom before, and all those people with him, Monarch and them, that the fact that they've had a change of mindset. And
that's right.
Know, whether it's good or bad, I don't care at this point. The fact that they showed me that they can have a good mindset, it's a good thing. Because if they've showed that they can have a change of mindset, that is good. So that means even if they change it for the good or the bad or the worst, that means somewhere along the line, I'll be able to convince them again to see it differently again. And to me, that's all I'm looking for. People that can have that change of mindset. And that's something that we're lacking right now.
That's right. That's right.
Just staying political parties over the country, and they're not willing to have the change of mindset. So when I see somebody that say, you know what, I wear with NPP, NDC, whatever, let me try something new, I'm like, yeah, you're my kind of person. I'm willing to work with you because it tells me you have open mind, and perhaps you can take a look at something, and you know, you're not afraid to admit you were wrong or you were right. And you know, for the betterment, we keep changing our mind as we go forward. Because like I was telling you earlier, here they're not perfect. They're always learning from their mistake, meaning they're always changing their mindset. Something that was good 5 years ago is probably worthless today.
Wow, interesting. Now listen to this, yeah? Dr. Kabiru Mahama, a technical advisor at the Office of the Vice President, has explained why President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo does not travel overseas with his presidential chair. The chair has become famous in recent years because the president convoy always carries it to almost all functions and Addo attends in Ghana. So what? Okay. So dina midi kan boy no.
Yeah. Aliyu.
Dr. Kabiru Mahama. Enti. Or doctor. Why? Or doctor. Or doctor. Why? Or doctor. Yo, anyway, thank you very much, Sam Safo, for that very beautiful conversation. Na menko Ura Abi Eswe. Na many Abi Ekasayano. I think say me quote me attend here into me ma Abi Akwaba, and then I'll let Bombardier handle Abi for me. Abi, Otemenka, Bamaso. Abi, Yanku.
Papa,
Bamaso.
Yeah, John Kessie, how are you?
I'm very well. And yourself?
What can I say? I'm a bit low on battery today, but it's okay.
You're a bit low on battery?
Yeah.
Body battery or phone battery?
Both of them.
And yeah, no, I recharge you. Why? Recharge you. Right? There are so many ways we recharge. I don't say they're okay. No, I thought out to me say, you are low on the density. No, to me say, feeling good here and there. But you should always have a scheme will be and as a model will be you revisit. So you bring yourself up once again on the density. So phone no battery now the charge.
So why are you not asking me the source of the low battery?
Osafi ni edim komo. Nti no ye bedru ho. So nti support bi na o se me dem awa na so obi betimi di amawa No, so the amount. I feel I say. The moment I say you are in a haste to tell the source, and then you who source of the low battery. No? Why?
Papa Smiley, I'm still suffering from the trauma I went through whilst I was in Ghana. You understand? The situation on the ground was so traumatic that I imagine how human beings should be exposed to that level of trauma. You understand? It's very disappointing, very sad. And the information coming out every day is not good. You know, it's, well, anyway, maybe some of us take things too serious, but the level of pessimism this Akufo-Addo-led NPP has imposed on Ghanaians is very, very appalling. You know, but hey, that is where we are. Anyway, so ask your questions.
I will walk over some so the level of pessimism. Okay, all right. 1 second. Bombardier Timinka. And come no one come over pa, but today I'm Bombardier. I'll try and come back again, and then we can continue. Bombardier Timinka. Anyway, Bombardier and Timinka, I'll be forced to do it a little bit more. Now, Abe, and then free flow Tuesday. I'm say what's some our boss, you know, and also as I'm Cassia Pie. Now, T a many salmon comediana, and there are so many excesses within our journey. Our journey to make Ghana a very beautiful place. We should get rid of all those excesses, and then we'll be able to travel efficient and so beautiful. Now, when we are talking about traveling efficient and so beautiful in our journey to make Ghana a beautiful place now, what we are simply talking about, and say, and yama to me my enrich a lot of people to make their lives better. No, all those things are excesses. Imagine say Abranti Kuma Abba in body politics. Now within 4 years, Nema akesi onunkwa ato for him or herself. Now Busa who say sa excesses we say no. How is it going to make us able to travel efficiently in our journey to make Ghana a very beautiful place? You ask yourself some of these things. All these things are excesses. Abi, Kasa, what Kasa?
You see, Papa Smiley, as a leader, in the first place, you have to have a vision you will achieve. Then you surround yourself, or you select people who will help you fill the gaps. You understand? They will help you fill the gaps around you to achieve, what you are, the goal you want to achieve. I think what you were discussing with Sam in accounting or in management, we call something target costing. Do you understand? Target costing. I think that is what Lee Kuan Yew and his people mostly use in, getting most of the services or the cost of some of the things they provided. Okay. Let's say you want to build a hospital. And by the way, I think last time you might have come across one hospital in Ghana was circulating on the web, on social media. I got to know it was the University of Ghana medical school facility. To be frank, I was so impressed with the quality of that hospital. And I said, if about 70% of all hospitals in Ghana, or most hospitals in Ghana are like this, we will not have a problem. And the sad bit is, Papa Smiley, we can achieve it. It is achievable. But the missing link is leadership. You understand? These Oyibo people we are praising, Papa Smiley, they also have problems. But they do the basic ones, the necessary ones, like this hospital, transport systems. They've not solved all their problems. But at least the basic things they've managed to provide to their people. That is why we are here. That is why we are struggling to even go back. Not because they are so perfect, but at least the basic things they manage to provide. So let's say this hospital, if it's a Ghana hospital, if we have maybe 2 or 3 in Kumasi, 2 or 3 in Tamale, I mean, we know that, okay, healthcare is not a problem. Maybe transport. But personally, we can achieve all these things if you learn to do away with waste. Our system is so full of wastage. An example is what you gave. People who are supposed to ensure that there's no wastage are themselves causing the wastage. Do you understand? We earmark maybe the building of a road. Then the road minister, finance minister, and his people, they take, let's say, 40% of the money. To me and you, or to the average Ghanaian, that 40% is a waste. And we expect good leadership to reduce this waste, to fill the gap which enables all this wastage to happen. But if you have a leader who doesn't care, of course, he also rather benefits from this wastage, it will not go anywhere and the people will be shortchanged. That's the difference between us and these Oyibo people. I'm sure you people might have heard. They would have demonstrating about this hotel thing by the Agric minister. I spoke to Mr. Chum a while ago and he said, now Akufo-Addo has conceded that thing will not happen. Simply because he heard there was going to be a massive demonstration. So this shows that we the people, we the citizens, are not hungry enough. We have allowed them to take us for a ride. We gave them the power. And what they do is they manage to divide us, win as many sycophants as possible, so that the sycophants who are fewer than the rest of the citizens will come and make unnecessary noise. Do you understand? If it is good, why would Akufo-Addo say, okay, this will not go on? Why would he say that? We don't need to be praising these people. We don't need to praise them at all. We don't even need to respect them in anything because they are benefiting at our expense. So the person who is benefiting at your expense, you give him or her another more unnecessary respect. You don't reprimand him. You don't hold them to any account or any yardstick. So Papa Smiley wastes. Do you understand? The target cost I was talking about is, okay, let's say you want to build, let's say, a tram network. Do you understand? A tram network system. You do all the necessary planning and whatever, all the feasibility, everything. And you say, okay, of course, you need to seek expert opinion. Okay. Experts say, let's say it will cost Ghana $150 million. $150 million to have maybe 1 or 2 tram lines. You understand? Let's say Kumasi. I don't know Kumasi. I've passed through there a couple of times, but I've never stepped foot there. But Papa Smiley, you take tram lines normally don't go don't meander so much. But let's say one busy town to another. Okay, if I come to Accra, let's say we want to construct a tram line from Accra Central to Kaswa, or Accra Central to Sawam, or Accra Central to Tema. And experts say, okay, it will cost you 150 million to do that. Okay. So your target cost is going to be around 150 million. Plus or minus, in the worst case scenario, plus or minus, let's say 10%. So we are looking at 170 million. Okay. If you want to reduce wastes, all your programs, award of contracts, the type of contractors you engage, I mean, all the resources you get should aim at the 150 million or the 160 million. You don't award contract to somebody because the person is your friend. Because the person may not have the expertise, the person may not have the quality you need to deliver the project. So as a leader, when you do that, you are reducing wastes. Do you understand? But when you don't do that, you are encouraging wastes and inefficiency and lack of cost effectiveness.
All right, Abby.
Personally, do you understand? So these are the things which are destroying or have destroyed us in a part of the world. And sometimes you question that. Yeah.
Give me a moment. Let me check if Bombardier is available because I'm traveling within a place where I will lose connection. So let me double check. Bombardier, tell me again.
Baba.
Na boko there.
Boko na so e.
And yamya don boko, yamya don. So I bet you watch it, fine. I'm traveling within places here, I will lose connection. No. When one Abi Ekaseya, na wako Bibi. I'm saying one so be kid wako Bibi. And Emma Beniwa so. You've heard some of the questions that I've laid down as well. And she Mr. Was you handle from now. And one other question and also if I say how can a leader awaken the followers to the path of righteousness when they themselves, the leader himself has not awakened to the righteousness within, or his own righteousness, or the righteousness within himself? I don't know if I see a poem and then you know. Somebody, over to you. Why?
Yo, I will try.
Yeah, so Papa Smiley, I think his question I was dealing with was how do we achieve efficiency? He was asking Sam about, I mean, Sam was talking on traveling and so on. So as I was saying, you achieve efficiency by, having a goal or having a target you want to achieve, and you make sure all your decision making, do you understand, will not lead you to, going outside the goal you are working towards. Do you understand? Especially if you want to you want to build a program, a project, or maybe you want to construct a school or railway network or road or whatever. You always have to work towards a target. We call it target costing. You have the basic cost you want to achieve, and all your decision making, the people you employ, the contractors you award contracts to, everything, you make sure that the costs you want to incur or the sort of services you want to achieve were all built into that. Because if you don't do that, you might as well don't have the thing. Because by the time you finish, if you don't have these guidelines or these sort of targets to achieve, by the time you finish, you see that you might as well not have anything. Do you understand? That is where this Akufo-Addo-led NPP have taken Ghana to. Do you understand? Because they don't know what they were doing. Even the loans, they're over how many? 600 and something billion or something loans they've taken. We still don't see what they've done with the money. We don't see what they've done with the money. But before I finish, let me talk about this. I'll give a simple example, illustration about this. Somebody saying PhD is this. I was reading a book today about game theory by Professor Ken Beamore. Okay. And a lot of people, I mean, he's a British professor. And people were blaming him for, like, they blame him for destroying the telecoms industry at the time. At the time. Why did they blame him for the telecoms industry? You know, Bombale, if you have read game theory is about, you know, processes, you know, in decision making. Do you understand? All of us, every human being, our day-to-day interactions involves game, or maybe a game theory applies. When you are courting somebody, you are involved in game theory. When you are selling something, you are involved with game theory. Okay. And this man, you know, when the government, he started with America. When the government wanted to dish out these radio frequencies, this man was called upon, he's a professor, he was called upon to advise. You know, they auctioned the internet radio frequencies. So this man applied, and I think initially all the government were going to give these frequencies freely. But this man was called upon, a professor, and he applied this game theory principle to the award of these frequencies. In America, the government was able to get profits of over $20 billion for taxpayers. Then UK followed. UK had a bigger profit. UK, applying that game theory principle to allocate the frequencies to these telecom companies, they were able to make about $35 billion. Okay. And all these monies were for taxpayers, because when the government makes money, it goes to the taxpayers. But the reason why they said he has destroyed the telecoms industry is that the telecoms companies thought they were going to get these frequencies free. But eventually, they realized that what this man did rather helped the telecoms industry, because they could have recovered this money in less than a year. And that would have been at the expense of the citizens. The reason why I brought this thing is this. In our part of the world, those who are saying, if you hold a PhD, you hold some useless passport, it's better than a PhD. This is it. In our part of the world, how many professors, how many PhD holders and so on have been called upon to help government take decisions? How many? The government feels they have, of course, NPP told us they have the men. Is it the men we are seeing? When there are people who are not in the government can deliver better, they don't call them. They don't call them. So that boy's assertion that, oh, he's got this, it doesn't make sense. obviously his level of education or his level of reasoning or intellect is questionable. The point is we are underutilizing the resources, the academic resources, the resources we have, because we don't even assign them programs or projects to even research into and even advise the president. Because our political situation is that people will say, hey, this man you are going to give it to, if he's Professor this, he's MPP, he's NDC. So in the process, we just ignore all of them and say, okay, we are not going to use them. Meanwhile, the few professors or doctors in the government, they themselves, their minds are clouded, they are polarized. If you are a professor and you are an MPP, or you are a professor and you are an NDC, you think like an illiterate yourself. You let your political affiliation cloud your reasoning. So they are not the type of people we are referring to. Go to PhD holders who really are not politically affiliated and see whether they will not deliver. Do you understand? Somebody like Professor Frimpong Boateng, if Professor Frimpong Boateng wasn't politically aligned, he would have delivered properly. But because he was aligned, you see the result. Anyway, Bombardier, let's somebody come.
Okay. Thank you, Abi. Abi na mote denkano. Alex Bamaso. Alex, oh. Okay.
It's busy, yeah.
Alex, BB, oh.
Yeah,
Bamaso.
you can see you.
Na home say.
Kristo Adaroma. I say.
Yes, you want your pa.
Yes.
What te bia kama na Papa Busa say impeniphone say ombezom ye chicha for no call the land of righteousness. One cause omunya righteous into ebena na ebitimi abasa. And I will use a mammy and I will use a mammy and shred in impeniphone ye name yenye dear say na and I said
that won't be possible, say. Yeah, in credit and paying for it. Because as it a friend is the uncle say, oh to two and to two bro. Na I'm a nipa biawe. O say a class or maybe yours were many bina berry. Also no not to took a crown or out to two now we. O say me I saw the hour here. We na one will be a bro. So Ena ekase leader una udi anim Ghana enema ekoswo basabasa bebrefana because of the behavior of the leaders. Se me di anim no me encouraging a percentage of my followers will also be imitate me will be high. Makoy bibi ba wakoy bibi ba ko wanka ho asem. As much as here wanka. And so be so sometimes I say would the refi would jamu the way what attitude will be chobi one fee was will be so chobi was after there not yes much na I Johnson. Or you know if the leaders the echoes no people have seen say no, the leaders are thinking about themselves. They are not thinking about we the people. And the end now say yes or police ni beko ko ejina kwan won say we are driving wrongly and as we be a bibi wrongly. All time me do beko office we do beko office no nyina no. We do park as a family office. On so do call officer. Sika na ebeje so no. Ni sam ye de onya bi. Obecho do beko office. Bonze ade wo wa wo chi na wo bonze nipa no bo hu ni eja no na wo wani ai de wani awu. So ebu okra na wo ampa wo ya de ne yem bre obi kra nyi se wo akwa no oseti se nti unso ji wo de no na panyine be kwa koji nta no disconnect so enti de ekoso nya nipa bebre hu se ade no se menzo ma hwe ni ene ma nwene me ho a masa kombe de me ti that is what they are doing enti akufo ado ensem o kan nyina me de me nze o kan kwa protect the public purse. We don't see it. Ghana beyond 8. We don't see it. My bamudi old banner physical. When you pay for it's not true. O can some be brains or no, someone can some near me and some money the oyard. And we cannot look beyond the leaders and say, well, I'll be no more or can't be. Very nice because see, settled, sort it case by case. We can make it, but they know that only near be can't change attention, but they will not do it. Recently, I say, Obidi, or in America for me, be setting some company be Ghana with some mobile. It was a juicy proposal, but because and hands were not exchanged hands in Intino. It didn't happen on one person interest or a group of people interest. It didn't happen for the whole Ghana. So, Intino, the BRM come out and say, what if Ghana or now? Begin to think about how you yourself you survive. Maybe I mean too in the negative way, say whatever you do, no, I best survive you do, but in the positive way. Some of us in a positive way in a giant BB. But that is what say who follow now do real show be musea as soon as Bama and Yama be come on it will be in your dream. It will be in your dream. They'll be very disappointed. As soon as you obey easy, as soon as you obey ye be better and a entire ne the akoshobi and you be an entire. And you begin to think about yourself and develop your things. It will be a new oba a baby amount. State corporation, friends and mismanagement question. I buy not what the Jumanema on one hour mismanagement. Or the Jumaman, you better over flower phone so you wait. About 4 phones, so we no one first come back. When you say, wow, anyway, you know, they will also make you mismanage. And some people, so far as I will live here and get my salary, I'll keep quiet. And that is what is happening, Bombardier.
I said in the Copa say, so also because of phone or move runs on that woo runs, say, one mumna.
Of course, it is only only about you. It knows a woman in Yansa, also, over you can get over far one. And you know, send ye one almost 1 years on or be not the Abaquan or Codis Canan or the Cacraba Judge. A judge. Oh, and the bus a bunny, a case financial loss. I was sometimes and go forward you mutuno. And you on one cause don't you call that prison, no or more regret it. Abana cabinet and a tower chima with this canon, cabinet tower chima was sign, one bar. President in the yen can ask them more, one although day, or Honko. Indeed, so dear, all we have a dream bar was all no baby be different.
Yes, so would you say I Penifono? Or you would also citizens also with him Russell.
I'm talking about no. Say I'm talking about the patriotism in the system. Let's say Titinoa, Yemfa a teacher for us me I just. There were people who are not my bumper, and I say Matisias here same school 9 was same as a area all. Schools there was as some boys as a miss. That government school then was surrounding Matisias ego. Because it will be And say within the city, no, within it will be obi or no ye highly poor. And not in the Bible call. Even the teachers are their children are not there. But during our time, maybe I'm causing Peters in Tinambi Fowl. The two were very competitive. But you say a crown teacher for it, Sadia. Don't you see a crana? But one what you see. You go extra mile to let you. But now look at the leaders or sorry, or got radios no akadu no onya bia oni onyaska no ataza se ni atodan ma no no who said the corruption of the leaders no me teacher ni me mete me na me nko extra man say me nkasa ma me biri me ntasuo come there no from anya gabis biaria me nkasa ma aduane nchi mo say wo akora beti a wonti ase a me fa ho wo amazku a me fa ho what did them say? Me they say it. You don't care. But those days, you say, Kufuado, and as your leaders, no money, brace, almost a shaman, you wait, and you may also be a hospital, be a vehicle. Miss we teach and I miss me war school, no. Miss my treasure means my patriotic, may not for moody. And you know, that is how it is. Police Nino say, near me, also say, open paboa. Oh yeah, I change your man. The salary na come in baby order, come on. Okoja kwan no will be the small bit man. No way. I'm on phone call. And as one this cabinet, they ain't going to bottom. But here's the case, sir. A strong uproar. A crime. And what should I do? And no, Nama, or more from so near copy or and I say, I'm going to be relaxing. Me na menko na ye two bomb in a bigua. Me you didn't know my honey by shop. There is no better insurance even for them. And the others are not home. We phone Jana no maba. We are in a state say it's for so long a time say yes baby she fires for bane in so near motanking. What you say? And can't we think say even yen lay some pipes, lay pipes. Our advantage position, and as a car is walk right, yen fele cano. Bonfire service now, ya di so echo mobi or ne side so fancy that. So, and things are not working, you know, sometimes no, one more what on all to me, just that's obeying what kind of not. And if the leaders are working, it also help the more from the son, and more. And that is the whole issue. The situation as at now we find ourselves, you know, very bad. Mismanagement. We don't see say we are progressing anyhow. I would say animal farm, each one for himself.
That's nice. Foreign nationals or Ghana, national insurance, draft na no we can buy na let's say between $45 to $40 for an insurance cover. No, I think say yeah dear near so be visa US for no and as all visa or baby free but send me visa Ghana. It should be one of the requirements, say, your insurance cover. And I say your insurance. And you know, I don't know how Ghana people know more, you know. Scanning or move to Ghana for and I say, we're sending the insurance or your insurance policy said, yeah, maybe Babu, you know, they require insurance. And within that, maybe insurance that cover you for 1 year. And in 1 year, no, we are here. And sana you're integrating into the system. You're integrating into the system. When you to my way. My friends say, me ba and me go school every year biano we renew visa. And every year biano ko renew visa now. The 1 year a friend is insurance cover an account. And within that may Arabiana they will fall on that people to bring the money. No, I'm gonna be taken care of. And until say my integrity into the system, me to me tax now video now
national insurance na be cover me. Now say me be national insurance. Now this time around, I don't need for insurance via medical GBB. But you tell them chance. And that should be the case. But say obi Ghana tia we say utriesika. No, it shouldn't be like that. And I wanted even to ask how Ghana is going to benefit from that light. We are going to benefit. Say sometimes it could happen. So be a visitor of Ghana. Be a issue I know me and to na Maria be other child ni panos niska. Be a no be try be a no be na abine na beboka abahwe ni pan. And so is that right? But if the person have insurance, then we fall on that. Naja, so you kakra one you save. It's a good idea, but we name how or more you know. If there are people, the visitors, or are going to pay physical money, or they are going to pay something to Ghana, that one I think that it does not sound well. But if the requirement is that you bring your insurance, why insurance? You are secured, and in case of sickness, Ghana will not going to use its money to take care of you, but your insurance will going to take care of it. That one is allowable as in anything. But in the case, this is a Ghana insurance, and also we can choose any panjis or insurance or Ghana, and we have the right to say. So before I visit Ghana, this is OPK, insurance, OPK Ghana insurance company be now normal insurance. We don't care, and there is the hands why now would it be about is here. But meaning Bombardier, I don't know how
you and sister when you say open say a for travel insurance that as you say the communion they know say people have say oh free Ghana e kwa bucha ye mo travel insurance sans the bucha so but a package no it will not the be and the travel insurance in the back of no it was all hospital as well but when they know say foreigners never know or madin ka obi no to kwai travel insurance e ka wo kra e ka say you take it fee ni kra e ka ho kra dada so enti no say foreigners e bana so we need just akwa say the Ghana dey na you want national health insurance say they want to
almost say ansa na obeba no wo just say wo ye bi o Ghana na
enti no just say basically be do airport kwa say ye card ne sa no man because we share
na utua.
The chief executive says his office is yet to take a decision on the national health insurance policy expected to cover foreigners who visit the country for a short time period.
They shouldn't do something that will be like they want to extract money from people, like what they were doing the COVID time.
If they come to the country because our travel insurance
the COVID time would do no crime because me guys, they would do a chinchina near test 150. So, the fact that come there, no consider and some you did.
Papa say, leaders say, on dear called land of righteous, but one has only righteous. So that's it. Only righteous. 18 when
if that way, I'll profess of
it specifically for non-residents visiting the country for a period less than 6 months in any period of 12 months. 89 say omuya we say omamba wo mu travel insurance that it wey dey say a special said you Ghana for year card wo benya o card wo dey be continue so betrim within a year na next wo so hospital fako without say without say wo was ade it was because police be PhD for na nyina ka ho na policy no it was just say medical doctors for nyina ka ho omuso ko no PhD no and a government policy policy makers ka ho
yeah mo ka na mo ka PhD dey PhD abroje for nyina omuso nyina no movie no omutie nyina no sometimes they also do a lot of wrong decisions
say Ghana PhD you know you can say when you like and obi so share say how come why should this even be considered in the first place but we say on be test water na nko because Ghana media no
in the when you begin to you be care open so bokra na open so I say your sense of reason e ko on for book ni nya Ghana na ye for book
na ka na we say no o ma say
this adwenboni ba otrimu a and say adwenboni ba otrimu a your sense of reason e feel
obi owo anemia no man moja say obetwi moja atwa to say bia ono an hemoglobin
we shouldn't get the best
o ko sukani so ko sha say
enya say ye pe kwan bi agiche nkofo agiska omo covid ba is that one thing is that unim say on say baby wo ho a the be giskan but ye the be yade covid ba ya omo say omo the contractor come obi private person
frontier
omo the as until no bo say ono na nya skarinya no wakoche but if is then Ghana and Kasestika
company they want say 80 or 90 they want say 10 or 15
na say 80% na company need the no wom no ono sa 80% nya de be hwe say wo kon di sa 80%
crazy
na make us wo koche ombo kwa koche o entino say country bia anka no the nation will take care of it and the 100% ninya beba nation anka bia anka ebo anka nenu ya nya bia 5 hospital out of that money and nipa was ye covid ba ye test shikai timi realize ye ni ye di chi hospital ha ye di BSB wa obi ani budget obi emmo obi ya the next time bibi kura ba ye di ahokeka na etua nim say so bad be ban for so am but we did that we no yeah the private person insurance you must yes no obi at insurance company biaba na yeah the amano no na ejiji no yes Ghana dey 20% omo wi a insurance company no much dey akam na e ko omo ankasa ye dey eboto it will not come to Ghana but back Ghana there so sky ye afi etimi jiji sky senti no ye no say scan kran ye dey finance an ambulance and as ye dey change ambulance ye dey improve ambulance and as ye dey yesia it's understandable utua kran na wo dey ahokeka ne be dey e betua because you know that at the end of the day no something will come out of it for Ghana but no you're a private person Ghana dey 20% na private person no nko age ni nyina na aja omofa chi no maso akojo omhye enyefe I think say we should if they want to do something omunya de papa need ho na say well standard ish thing yes be enko a though the woman you make your decision but me mo kofo nyansa krono sa
enti ndi aban no ombe test what so mu sen kofo kan wasem no omo Ghana Health Service nipa no ebe say o place o omunya ndisade ye ba
ombe change o manu sa ombe change manu sa na
ko say ko cabinet ansa na attorney general class so approve the ade so de asha ko bem na no ka say ko ya o Ghana Health utimi ensure say o ye bibia ne akoba bibia ma ka ho asem nyina na afide say because Ghanaian no omo ye more enlightened and no be hu say no Ghana for no omo ye subscribed e wono ntu ntumi fa no man da enka ne na obi say obi on social media say buy abo say na sa na say ye deti abochi ano enye say bi ye you omo so enkofo e wo access to information etita wo ko ye police maker na say politician na so be ye obi a access to internet obi aso kan assemblity no wo kra no ndwene ho say wo be sa but oboju say like that's what 30 years ago 20 years ago na bia na Obonu FM ni GBC1 no ena de wo say nya buy na social media so no o masesa o ma no o be say na fe de omuhu de munye abra say samre no so mu say we are in different times now o be hu say bibia ade kra ye kra na to aso keste president name na o ka say covid say de IMF I say World Bank I say World Health Organization say na covid no this say any wo kra biem while left covid e ban max na nyina no after the covid free na ni etua ukoto dwane no ejechu kra be kan de fi kra be kire ye covid free 1% to bibia in Katebogo wanda bia uko restaurant uko hotel 1% in na kejua out of whatever service fee a wutua president say ni ho enso o say na de onyi free ho enti na wo bisa say say Finland ni Germany na sade ya na kabane guju senke the citizens no for abaning kokoto for extortion. So that's it. There were 1% to or be at the end ni ho. Shese bia wuti Kumase na beju steel levy. Unsu e probi ni we bia ka lebusun tukra levy kra na yi. Unsu se e puni o abanye se ne KMS so oju ye fese nya central government. KMS oju we steel levy. Enye even lake levy o si. Ubisa see ni we o si ni akra na se la tua. And you know, I don't know. That's what some people think say Ghanaians maybe we are not hungry enough and no maybe because I didn't because first Ghana here, you know.
That is why that is how Oko to be ideal. See me saying I'm the Opa. What I say, until you be answered to me on the office. These are some of these are equity, all this stuff.
Okay, you better say the tell my element to say I question Hodia na yakwa betuna yakwa Alexo. I question Bamaso.
Akwa Alex so say me buy now mo na was so.
Alex the friend na oni honti. Alex ho. Onye ready. He said opeso kasa.
Na men kasa.
Na bi aboko.
Maybe aboko me share Georgia need take match in week. Me say you gusu I cause wa but no no e dey be last hour no say time ba mu ana.
Me no kwa obi ka was I say inkofoka Euro 2000 I say minim say we as na obi aso ahia na say I say inkofoka say omunu kwa say ye bobo bi kra e bi kra sa. Em say na football na do so em say ye ball Champions League na say la na FIBA ne ye ntino inkofoka say na Euro boy in the same say 4 years no ball last one Portugal J no nti FIBA na say go for a tired with players in cry so mo bobo no cry say France cry
football no cry na fini mo e so first na on say ye ka say Portugal ne Georgia ko bobo la obi a betepo say Portugal but na obi a hu ball ni ball so ti ase na then time no de Piero mu Ronaldo mu all this na players no just ma tournament no kra mu ye de but since of retire our generation in football no and they say the same thing like first imagine I mean we said then time Italy or team any can say Germany any England you know those days you know na easy but and then no can people be on board Georgia the Turkey a whole nation football nation o Turkey Georgia more ground e can football kromunya but look shedi omudi yomo so tia here na shedi Albania crampo no I think said the last time I think said Albania
I've been the first time on baby
almost
the fastest goal in the Euro 23 seconds.
Yeah, so I think
France one break and cry own goal. One break for Austria no.
Exactly. We ni na mimi hunu say generation no and aba so ti ase
the cars and Comoros of Europe no so Africa because Edward Slovakia Belgium ba kupa that's Uche Lukaku muni players pa akwaya Manchester City De Bruyne na mo say obotima nya nkonya na Slovakia
obia Euro no mo bono no obia Euro no mo bono no nti no yeah but man the person can be kakrafa this traveling we answer kra na bia maybe free from me time you saying 5 minutes and 2 minutes
10 kaza
okay so Bombardier I think so. Yeah, me say I was shocked when I heard the news. Say, and baso. I mean this year the answer my come to Ashada year, but this year me challenge me to come. But last year, previously, maybe vacations at Makokono. We're proud to say we obey a crown. We bookie ahead. Maybe 3-6 months ahead. We say 6 months 3. 3 months to 6 months ahead, maybe I'm a bookie. U bookie where you be a person vacation or baby, and person visit. Yeah, then I can a package and your force. But me no, Dentiana me yes insurance no so we go no go bi my person be changing my be kwa me person trip no me ko bi aba be bom enti sa travel insurance no na e cover you can say trip cancellations, medical emergencies, lost luggage, and some unforeseen circumstances nipa wuntimi hunu nti na ho be hia say onye de be na pricey so who say we san man nyina free mu a na ma o flight we ni o trip no ye ayi kakra be bia make say we book hotel make say be 1 week e bia we play man person ko da 2-3 star hotel bia o aja 5 star with nice breakfast with your family and all that, you know. We better check a bit. To me, you know, who say yeah, but it shouldn't be forced on people. Say mandatory certain no, but who ni pano? Ena me ko Ghana me yebi because me nam for phobia ko Ghana ya dibi omo de ba ha say you know. I remember last 3 months omo ko ba you don't call Mercy Hospital. Yeah, no, yeah, omo say the COVID den omo no. Say say e wo samwa we hu pick sa preku no baby anipa no e call ye gan so ko boni ti o baby o call ye no nipa ne ye preku ni we wo be kwana manfo bo mu ti ho so I don't know say come na odi ye ni ti no odi ye ne locks no e bia ni tiase ye kro na e bia virus bi bowura mo say bacteria whatever oba ye ne ade beti afina mo jafri ni hunu mu nyina and almost say there's some bacteria be when the tea machine did na dream and almost surgery putting in still na almost no now a hospital na almost be that they have to isolate him. It's a COVID no in fact it is my way oh kwa mimi who say I mean yeah brebra yeah juma 24/7 yeah juma brain and we can be because Bomadia, me can travel insurance, book crowd luggage in Nigra. But so and I'm so insurance in it, you know, it me bon home mine. Emma, ultimately, your compensation, and I say, would never be a no, a better evaluation area, you compensate too. Even to me want to think, yeah. But say, because I say, a thing will be a yeah. To me, I don't think say it makes sense to me. A nippanic decision and obey make it say, this one I can afford. And you'll be on a bit me, you know, just a Sebia, the last time I year call with Dominican AAA, the compare me international driving license, and Omukra Bisa, Bisa, so person we can one. Make sure I not my flight with packaging, medical and damn catches. I already have one. So what you say, you know, it's something that your decision. I mean, shall say, okay, true for me, maybe I may hear the above me money, maybe I'm a trip na year. That's fine. But say before say. So we free Ghana, but we free Abuchi back Ghana $45 and all that, you know. I don't think it's right. I mean, my opinion, no. Yeah, to be bad.
Now, because the point is, on Ghana, no more area, almost with a Obucheka, and Nazomunchaka.
It depends. So be free United States, but Ghana, no, yeah, United States Embassy, you know. I think say they are responsible to make sure say because. Also, one thing that be sometimes, and then Tuesday, I don't want to lose my temper. I don't want to be mad. I just want to flow like this. They say, Obi free United States eba Ghana. Not United States Embassy will make sure say any panel say a legal say be our benum we baby ukaya Chris Brown if begin stage enum we all Ghana. You ask yourself, say, didn't you Ghana young man charge you know? Such as here, because the United States Embassy was there to make sure say the lawyers the no baby more such as here. And the question I ask myself every day say Bombardier say me ko yam fan say bia me put me fa Russia me ka ho ma me fa Ukraine cry no me fan say wo ye ya bibi to me a your Ghana Embassy go home ma betimi aginam Edia mammy among say, family to me again. I mean, it's questionable. You know, we see Ukraine, we what is a Ghana for whom same be by just say, or more accommodation could do baby. Now, I say, I'm for this free Ghana. I will for Tom Major Padia this Cacomomo. These are the things, Emma de Biano, me meka eti Bombardier e no kre obi free America na so obi free e na na ma kwa no ni video na no ye no it's true and I'm so kita Dutch passport no so opa Ghana se sia no yare a you can say Holland embassy no will take care of him so just here yeah they will take care of him eti na make say e no no wo ho but say be I say all this travel
Ghana no omo yare America na eno no say
Bombardier ni de and then you na make say wa unim so what you say aha wa unim and these are the things
and you reciprocal say America for sure say yeah Ghana museum be more New York no almost I am more kakra
Bombardier me ka we ya
but minim society there
no Bombardier me ka we ya aparte ni wuna no ye Christian Achu ewu ye we me fan kwa chi kra when Christian Achu incidents ni see no your Ghana embassy will take you but delay a bam and do you think say United States are no shout us here and you know me and hey Bombardier yet ha ube hu yesi kata ho baby ubeti yesi Dubai ya Ghana phobia gudem ya mo tricky wo American ni Antonita Antonida ya American ni me come me boni din o ka American ni young girl or basketball call Russia or the marijuana
Britain Ghana
the whole United States one of the notorious gun dealer in Russia America for exchange do you think Ghana will do that do ye be our institutions when it comes to this I'm kind of our kind of Ghana ambassadors new we move me no I don't know me name the importance of you know because say ye Ghana fogu ye kind of say Dubai na say omu go ho na say ye ntimi nye bibia amfa ho ne ye more treaty omo a na other countries ye nye omo sa it tells you say there's something wrong somewhere so what you say you know I think that this travel travel insurance in there ye besre we DM kwa there ye besre it's not something that enforce so say me free Ghana me free America here ko Ghana thinking I say me clear $45 and I say a certain amount of money falsely no and then coming ko Ghana
airport no say say na ko COVID na ko you and obi ko anything ko for say extension of COVID fee in disguise because on say mo free airport wa unko 20 na be airport one be set kiosk be nice ya kwhwede nti say no mo say go focus I don't know how I believe that that's the intention of say Ghana health to me yeah the big policy we abra nim aba mo confer cabinet that but anyway one can say
I think so when some post in by you know I said Gabi what ra kokra o say I say on no I shock kakra so I say wow somebody to tell me this is fake so I don't think it's something that we need so I said and who said and I think that most of these Americans now because you know the perception of these Oyibo people and these Akata people you know might destroy African image to the sense that you know so be free payment of all bar a banner say on yana seen so many people and a crown Ghana no among for their own business so I cut person buffy no more share baby this slave new way na no more enjoy you know the modern nature I mean I think so we just had many so I don't mean tell say Bombardier say maybe me to me kwa Ghana magic travel you can say travel insurance that man me home medical you can home now me say be do Ghana airport one man now be kona yes change na me say me pia we no okay maybe and my say maybe omoboa yeah it's not true maybe it's not true but travel insurance is not forced who ana who to kwan a na America no me call all these Caribbean country with that travel insurance so what I say man me so what I say but say me could me yes anima we nyina na me could do a Dominican Republic after the government say oh what be do here say we abra me what travel insurance and you know as me any day ni so what I say and even if I don't have that travel insurance now me ko yare what Dominican Republic the American government because I have the American passport they will take care of me they will take care of it. I can't the passport or not all the way, I mean, which I disagree with compared to PhD, But if you hold an American passport, now baby, now who control now American you are, they will come to your aid. So I say, and I ask myself, look at a Ghana passport now. We are to America. I mean, can Ghana you can say Ghana ambassador we omit my boy watch one. This is a typical question I'm asking myself because my mouth so many examples are. Chris Brown Babylon we ever Ghana. Ask yourself, then you Ghana money. Now, Copeso says still Ghana crack home. I'm telling you, Copeso says still Ghana as I come home. But I don't think so in America here, we might be jump on chain one we Ghana ni says I call there and I chatawali. Now I bet America saying free crown hanum, you legalize we are not first now we bet my bet Sako de bet my big you can say New York, New York, downtown, no or num regun for not Yajano. So just media travel insurance no is a bogus. But madam, I'm fa kakra from na. So be so I would me time now come man for akasebia. Na second round no. My baba be to aso.
You okay you in the Tawoma Chebeba also. Alex, oh. Okay, Alex, on our body just say why you free?
Omari.
Okay, Alex. Bamasu.
You didn't get here, Omari.
No, I had what's our vacation at that.
Davio, nah. Yeah, Benoit.
This has to do with the woofy.
I mean, quite you, mammy, but feed it.
If you want to, what's up? Yo, and that's where Benadane, so Ghana was some known to me. I'm kidding you, and last and later, say, I be a transportation firm, my and no workers was a quaning, and now say, Ebia, Umpotomori be away, no, just pilot basis, Nanka. Since say GPS or one Sano one, and that's land, what you say, Yuma?
GPS today, on by the app. And no final ya now, they fast. Would you want to grow credit over Quaco? And no, say, can't be ain't me fast one. I say, since it's so much use article cast, most one on them say, economic accountants of full, you know. Ain't he say, maybe a year, quanche, and the Umbidun go for bedroom. Oh, I'm crying out, open say, we are transport a year. What's them done a craft? Only I'm no more there, no problem. But say, open so call long journey. Now, fat car fine for one say, yeah, quite yet. And what I'm an American crack, Romuno, the Yakakra. A crack, and won't come long journey for a bass and not Zanoma intercity. Crack. Nam, in fact, Ghana and Cassati, a fat wine there, I wish. Tina, my aim, and one wants to be so pay. A Ghana card 1,000 interchanges, not Nipa, Eda, so this has him way to say. Like I say, Nipa will also be a president because so we're functioning of Ghana card. The function interchange. Omonye the same. Omonye Jumabako, Bia when a Jumadi. And Ghana card, in fact, a home here. Nehun here, Nuru say, even one bridge. Cause say, okay, card no, ain't even found cover beer to the stand, say, bridge ya back up a bit, mamma, the whole a year cross. Ama, ye near my papa be about crooked man, I could cry, not so what could you do, my papa? And you know, say, Nipa, I love card, I was a wooby. Ghana garden, me will be, or body. Wooby. I was to see her. Enemy hospital. Now, then, card, then, much also Ghana card, and as a coas card. Make grab my head. I'm saying Ghana card natural. Ghana card natural also. Be better, me kind of come up because then I may come once me. May say any idea, you know, in here, because in the time on phone, say, beer, or the Koya, the beer, and said again. Now, Ghana would no menu and me and Saudi Ghana card near. My fine, actually, Bombarded. The only okay,
Me de register SIM card. Yes.
What register SIM card?
Me de register SIM card.
No, Ghana card.
Me Ghana card me ne account so.
Okay.
Me account so.
Yes, for SIM card no. Okay, and now to me the
and the American say, sir, Ghana card ne na say phone and they be boom keke mum there because the card no crowd almost ECOWAS identity card. Yeah. Republic of Ghana. Ghana ya treasure.
How much was it?
ECOWAS identity card.
And sent in America no. Ghana can need that. Who said Makai say I didn't buy no. No, your choice of ECOWAS internet for crackers. Now there but Ghana card answer say you Ghana you didn't to Ghana but in the didn't Ghana card. Your choice ECOWAS I didn't say and only the proper name no. ECOWAS identity card up to now no you to me about to mention why I am the ECOWAS identity card.
And sir, I know there and nothing ama also nipa bi wo ha o aye no so yekwa na nse nti obedina ho a o se Ghana card no etimi call so many countries because why na ECOWAS nti we say ECOWAS countries no nyina no uduru so a o ye welcome ho so ha no interest card and as ECOWAS countries no kra no omo nye country bi asabi ya nkoko aye ni say can approach the high na kwasi card bi na ma me kra na madam eti mania na o ka say Germany anase US ni ne ho kan wa control mu a how are US for besi sorry agina na o ma ye no no kina obi te Ghana no no aka kire wo say ana Ghana ni bi ka kire wo say ono no o prefer Holland passport 10 PAG that video motin asem na ate but okaza asem na nipa be prefer say o mo ye
Ghana from what Spain Spain you high a Ghana ambassador or embassy
Ghana bezo ha
na Ghana for so obi here no obi nya say ma won say embassy Ghana for no be officials no be ebebo no ne and on bomu no be
do say ukọ Ghana embassy na wo petisi e de ama obi o yare a ye beji usika wo betua ho usika sa de ya ma travel certificate obi a o abodam me last year me de my brother be no ha no ntia po me de ne ko Ghana ye ko just TC no me crash me na me ko e kra ko mfa ma me broni e de di nanim no ne ko ye ansa na o broni no ko explain because broni ni catch them me say me ko je na me catch so no ko je ma me e no ko ye no e no ko explain ya ansa na o mo frame me say broni na bo me din wo ho na me nim na me say o yes me nim no na that for my brother no ntino and omo ye man je 45 omo je 45 euros and that's 50 euros 45 euros no omo je no ansana omo de my brother no come my brother na Ghanaian holding Ghanaian passport because omo je Ghana passport copy ansana omo ayama so need bra so de omo yama omo but o Ghana passport copy eto omo je niska enu krapo no na wadi kan ye bi ma wanko because of for yarenty no time no so wanko but omo gina no so ma nka omo nya ma na yeso o waste omo time eti no say de kwasi ka no US ni no hu se ni efunu ukwa America for ko event Afghanistan na nipa no kura soja ni na wu adawura mo no be fa na shachi na koto omo plane no na ba mafunu no kura nka wura mo eti no that time no sa funu no ko to yes ka ma ya yeti amana na nti say somebody was a Ghanaian na onye proud of Ghana or ye no emom ya una binum de kasa o dipa na o kasa o say opeso o kire Ghanaian say in fact ye Ghana ni a me pe ye me de nenfo say sa o man no say de ne man toto yenti no me prefer obi wo ma che me a me de because ho no obi amfa wo ho obi a
cause asem okay and ekwa na akwesi say de di komo ekwa na abie me because all these years I'm at America cry no me share dem who say I say Ghana ni enya sem na ye nya ye consulate kwa bedi ya sama maye I say we don't even believe it na omo nka na ukwa renew passport kwa wo ko tweska no wo be kwa na say na omo shirede enkofo no enkofo passport no omo shirede any that was a good job for
Mbezi Hwa, I was one time now, in fact, almost lady be on go school that or Baha Nikun and then a Baha or Nima na Nipa officer no more ye hono. Staff no ba cause mamma country one ho. Brother no ye and one knee. What OTP so? But or the mamma country one ho. Now one a catcher almost will be at P or Ghana. Come on, see how not to think who
obi a service no I say ye mum na ye political appointee eti party full soldier be dey na kuchi they don't know the value of service so
uti say na I was shocked say brother na mami we ya mami no if Ghana ye kan English speaking country no ya mrante no kra do say na ye kan English wo man no even mo ambezi hai mo kasa hai Ghana English, you know, and I say, hey, Charlie, Enra, I saw that certain girl was fantastic. Hey, I get there, Nabomune de Pau, not him, one. I think the Utimuze, Yakrana, Brofuna, Yadi, a young Casa, ye kind of flows out. It is all be bow, not or can't she now so the Muaya man, Utimuze, Ghana Nino, or Nitty Mamma, the Yoko Ghana. It is all be cut out, say, or no one, Holland, part if I Holland in Bagana. Papa no to papa bola so no to ba hola na ne ho kan obehu se mo kai se yi for event grofo ya mo Canada guest bi be yira wo Kumasi a mo fa ni ba ho ba hwehwe mo kwala ano de mo koy na opa ma wo Ghana ni be yira wo Spain ha Spain aban ya mpe wo na se Ghana ni be fiwa hwe e baka so dua ho bo para is mo pa control do and so ambezi no ha because of nipa no mo pa control nti and so no omo be ka jiro mo say omo pa control do that day mo eti brother say o try o mind na your team no a you lack so many things now body now go down o ko Ghana in fact this time o ko Ghana o say it seems like we free Ghana kwa na me nya Ghana ni no bia na me last Wednesday na me wakra taxi na me team no na me wo bambazo na me taxi mo na yere mo kasa taxi driver no bisa say no ka simbia na me bisa na say nti office ye na ye ba brokire no ya omo wo ye mpane bia na not your no mo me na so bisa me because wo hu po guys ahudo bia o nipa na one ne ka so timu le nipa no ko school bia but in the course of conversation, who's a Nipan different cry as any fancy Ghanaian born what you quite. Think one mum baby Sam is there, yeah, but no more way and Panibiana. I'm seeing way Panibiana mum. System they walk room and better Kuam or what you grow up who in Yansaka. Won't that? Auntie or mana a team hono. Can you power do your mind and no? On ye ready so, but she put near my beer. And na abe kasame to do ka bibi se niema na ye no niema e wo ha ne ne papa ne nya ye betima tivu Ghana ho there's no way say ye de o mabo ye bia se ye ntimi nya pan papa ye ntimi nya mami nka se bi bomba de na tin na argument bi wo ho say yes tama John Mahama o ye president no o ye operability, mobile interoperability. Now, no, must no use 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Tieni yo 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. And but when me mobile, no who say this is no money 4 million penny yes, I do money na. Enti eka 994 million euros and I say dollars. So I Ghana. Ti abanya TV. As Ghana 1 kilometer bi akrano. 1 kilometer of road. So yeah, I don't think say about $1 million. I think Ghana ya kwan say yemu 990. Ka de what this is Ghana free sa kromfo no hono. Now do so the kra yen invest wo roads nko a. Dan ka yen roads 1,000 kilometer roads because as get ready my 1,000 kilometer roads. And Ghana ya kwan 1,000 kilometers here ya. Nka onam Ghana unhu akwan papa. But a free Accra pa kosi Kumasi. A drew baby a one way. This a car we na we come. See, you what problem can say or man more. So we invest into transport business. A dear who here pay a papa. So next I don't know was over there obe mie wani aye dia just say what Ghana ho na why your fake and I say why we a corrupt person which me tuatua na wawuro man sa na o ka say tima mubu through and just that dia obebre bobade na ye ni quality services so new technology cars na aba new no Ghana for no muni me ye odi ho agora just tete de no na una bola so now say your friends car pass now they call nti ya juma ka se pa no mo ye no ho no nti na ma cars no be place wi accident no say o pese o ye dia ye ready say accident dia hold them from because unya quality service maka no ti da bia no mu wo rate ya mu di benya accident na high do you want my sanity because Ghana they me kwa no for transportation me work as huanka beti media mo be there here but in fact me have as be any so o ton so mo ni ko de ton se ne open ndi if you say 1 year na me ko Ghana me kwa na ma yusu na ma me dey see wo
okay you that's it now what about national insurance policy na ban pese ho yema foreign nationals on Ghana no
yeah bombard ya metene nra me who say
245 and 240 but say Ghana Health Service omo customer for say omo intake decision final decision bia on crowd say cabinet ne intimamo bia engine to say bibi say but that's what you say misinformation of the press and I say sanity by bia na omo anka say hu say ekofo say ye phone no mentino omo be ye na beside that the crowd would you say right say ebia obi mu cause ukwa buchi kra bia obi no so hospital kra na uni ye obi obetwa enfon na for na somba omu hospital so mutwa obetwa hospital
bebre ko private
ha nto obetwa enti who say again them ban decision e ma san say no betima bo ama ye raise a na say we form of extortion na say just a bad plan ebia they had a good intention but say the omo ye no na
babade me twa wanu no Ghana oba Spain ha tete no na ye Spain ka ho because minim say Holland for crash now almost said that to insurance to say US for Holland for to insurance 270 per month every month ubia nti me hwa ene o ji sika 2000 crash sika ni free wona o yire no makroma me no me ko adwuma me tax e free me pay de ma me nyina no ya te me tax nyina free me yare am ko hospital free me ba ne me yire nyina obi akọ free nipa bi o wo kroma o nya adwuma dampo no o yare o hospital free eti na amanfo take that advantage say obi wo US na o yare bi no free say oba vacation ha no betimi akio a otimi ba ha awa be sasa yare na okọ enti actually na o ma ye mra say je so wo house contract and sana ye hunu say wote ha house contract e kire say wote grumba and sana ya ma sa service no now amanfo bebre so hunu say obeba ha na abe dia say no obepe house contract no be wo ha enti eze na o ma hunu say no and it will be per visa na waba as a new person or per visa aba ha dia sa yi friends say we insurance nti sisi ya no krom ha de o mutwa insurance yes because we no ba on qualify for because we house contract or ha nti on qualify for ya your friend say your health insurance na wo ha no but o ha Ghana no o mo health insurance no wa utua te say USA no me ko ho a o mo hia so mbe ha because ho no de o ti krom ho kra no tua na insurance every month and I say every year enti ono no oyare o ko hospital kra ye gi insurance nti wa ba ho mo no insurance no bia wo no on ko hospital no bi so ho but Ghana de nti Ghana say no implement sa de no a o pa kire say insurance na mo wo no say di pa no ba no oyare a automatically so ko Ghana hospital no na mo US ni yare obeti ma hwe no Ghana o hospital obeti ma accommodate sa nipa sa mpa no a awe na rechi a nsuo a yerisi nipa no so nsuo na nkasa kura hia se yebo nsuo sa de no wo de sa insurance we ma na wa ye sa first class hospital na ma sa nkofo no nyina na ase ye nyina ye bekwa kodi life so na ya ko sa hospital ya pese no e wo ho eti me for me hu se Ghana no se ye hu se Bruni ye bibi say ya na ye nso ye pese ye bi but ye hu the reason why ya Bruni no o ya de no because has a Bruni no hospital no I wo ha no ye world class hospital ne ye akono o yare na me wife ko wo kra no nko asuro dan no because empire ba ko peni simo no nko abeda ho ma de ate no suro enti no enti de Ghana de ni ba apie so ama yenya ba bi kra na no sa hospital na de bruni koto na de me koto o de hwan koto enti we no mo ye de se ne na wo ka se omo se enye information bi esabi omo pass in the law na mum ya adwenkyere na no bi kyere na ba na sa enti no ebi ana e wa adwene mu ba omo ye hwehwe mu ne kwan ba fa so be implement no besides no ne bo so wo soro said the nrami who said na be can be say mo we free say mo na mo promote tourism o pese bruni mra okrom o pese ahoho mra okrom no mra no mehwe kuru no mra no medi ni dwuma o mra no mebie business wo ho by first time o pese oba no de obema nani age no wa sha ase e de bibi si ni kwan abrojira no wa ma ha broni ne ho nkyere no broni mfa bibini ho sɛ ye no ma ye ba ha no broni on fa on sra because ni kuro no wa ye ni ye dada wo mom na wo hia investors e wo kuro na wonya implemented this law no so a hu sɛ cover obi a enti obi kura hwɛ sɛ Ghana no kura the cheap ye enti na ye kwa sɛbi ye kɔ hɔ ba ze video mo pɛsɛ mo ye mmara te sɛ ye nya brojire ha papa no de no bi dia ɛne ye kura ye beda ye ni yakɔ South America honom Asia nom any countries ya sabi ukɔ hɔ a hɔ ye secure kakra no nti aban mo money no nye security ni ye no ma ye hospitals no enye be 70% nicely ukɔ hɔ a uhu say yes wo wura hospital bu e ba ne saa de na ye si ye tue sika de ye se kwanche de fa e de sika that it bu ba de
na national health insurance kwa ye je o se maka say ewiase hu say ewiase nyina open race a omo the best policies on people are Africans and African idiot or your proposal there kwa na who make say yes but all my fans and any implementation na abse I had drink kakra na national insurance me say for time what the national insurance in time ne buy na your forms of national insurance but no even so your national you know school fees ni sa no me nyina buy but I say they make a proposal na ye dem so no as implementation in wise no dey tell me kasa me papa kra o Ghana o America of America ko Ghana for good 2009 this will try be 14 years I say eno ya
okay
na say oka eye insurance ni sa no was ma eto de bi o kasa wo de wo say nipa wudi ya na wo be because card in the ho nom ne so say sila doctors no ka ka jese say anukra no adia akwese America I say adia have national insurance no edru anase yade ye fa no kra de ne uko drugstore kra nka e ho fa so the barest minimum no kra na eden yes no me nim say wo beji se bi ye kra na ye no ye give you a bar service wo de emfa say de ye hu for ye nka aban wo kokakra no obi opage kra no ono kwa no be ready to do atem na for na oba no so no say o kesese de wo twa national health insurance na so ko ya na say bi onu say bi a surgery ni bibi say bi esi na say
totally no operation bi
da o totally no ma ono e bi na won ti ase enti e na ban pass say ye wo yetimi yes all this on paper fantastic about as an abe can doing knowing and the doing gabano akwa say as the ufri gushegu echo keep 3 points
also
na say no say yenye bi keke ni fam yen say ya yebi
what's that enona me say first abe kasa no na me ti actually na me fam da entina na offer moment no abe no na o cousin bi hwe ye no ye ade no a achievement no say ade a ye pese ya achieve no the price no enanka ye focus on na se nipa no hunu say sa de we say zike womni na zike wom no aban mra so ma na kwan say wo na odi anim ntu betumi de sika no bi aka ho na wadi at the end of the day no no dwene ne sika die hu do no benya adi no chen ade ba na ye be ye no nti program no a odro no nyina no enya ade no pese koso ono no fa sa kwan no so e dia petika ma na ho enti wo be koma ministry no okoboy no a okasa ho no ya ka dire ne say onye bibi na ministry no ntimi raise sika because e ba ne sa no a obeko parliament akoje parliamentary approval obetimi di age loan e ba ne sa ono na buy no to so ne benefit at that time enti wo be gba mu later buy for be buy it say Ghana mason ni ana Ghana carpenter for her Ghana carpenter ni mason ni say we carpenter ni we frame now often different carpenters or may do shema or back count once him to see as carpenter ni no ye frame one any yeda say say obia ni ho obeba no waka say akwaro bo modi ye ni nti ama me do no be kama oye ne do no na anye kama pe obeka jira o say the ye frame no ono na anye ni nti ama do no a ono ya chem na hange me wa no be ne tokro da ho da ye ye bibi shem tokro ni na susu measure na ye shem said ye fata no because obeba no nani nua na odi kan na ye ho basa wa wie sika na ade no wa body say wa implement it nanso at the end of the day no na eyesikadie na no party enti na man niema no bebre yenya ni din kama fefefe ye wo slogan no wo ho but at the end of the day no adwuma no enye den eni ho enti ye wo nipa sebi preduas wo mo dwene wo mo te se ha ya o me se be kasa no kasa bibie wo ho no ye betimi achieve and in fact me ne ya adwe 100% ye betimi aye kwan papa bia na nze mi kromu mi village ya bonten etan yankasa aye abotan na ye ne guys bi etna ha say ye pese ye support oh akwa no kire ye niema obeye na ye betima ye quotar wa bonten no so no side and side no bomba de sika o kana obetimi dia ye sra dwuma na maye no sika no so bia o sika kitua bi ina mi bi zanza na eno no ya kurase ade no ntina ma o ye anase quotar no sei na no mo ye no in fact ochire mu che ho no ka mfa ho kesi ntinu ma sa price na mu se ka fa so nka be ye ni sei ka be ko so sei enti na me hwe se nti aban dia amu ye nyina no so ma sa no ye political you nti ya and we dia ye no mu na edi nkomo enti se o check here sa aban bia ye ne wasi de bo so pese o ye Ghana ye nti na da bia me ka se the leadership of ye Ghana politics no na ama ya kwan no kra nya no senka omuma ye yi democracy this you na ye de yi sa measures yi na ye de physical yi practical yi ye nyuma ke be develop wi na ya hyehyɛ mrato ho na ye de edi o man no so but ye no ye ne sa ayi passion no a obi person say na me wo me person ka Ghana nsi nye no yes I microphone no motete wona etie uni omuchi ana no binumu kasa otimu so omo different mindset bomba de
na ya tenenka no ya das Alex papa wofa Professor Kwame Bamasu
adwinkase
na pom to say
odumanko me de oboade no wo hwe me so o mama assignment nti miguso nti da me hoden
assignment ni ebi ni say
said the way ye di Ghana bedru Kenya because Ghana me tie
okay so Kenya there any papa space be question me fa question into ma tobo na me fa question ma so about Kenya say we say ye di Ghana be ko Kenya and on papa small say empedifo no pese ye omo de call the land of righteousness name omo ankasa no omo nya righteous nti e kwan be so na betimi aye possible sir
na me ye adwuma ohom na that time me start adwuma as a beginner now me drive wo Paris na me koto sa ifempo e friend sem omo ye map omo ye Michelin for map bi na me use na Michelin map me use no that time na me head anya de na map no madane no na me follow road no say wo dane no so a edo call wrong direction so ebi no Ghana ye use ye tobo tie me kan tie ane say ye use wrong map enti map no destination e dey kono enfie nko right place what did they can I say Bombardier no crowd
say I say compass in Caribbean say northwest you know say
sanity indication e ma ye ni nyina you wrong because you know your friend say this you know the map no reading there come but said the Asia orientated no and ye dey go wrong direction what I say enti Ghana no show been we kasa meti say o kasa enanka ideas na hwe ye free bibi participative democracy enye partisan democracy Your friend a participative democracy. Inti nyansa biya ye juma. Nyansa biya ebese Ghana yesa balance. That's where Ghanaians should go. Na nya sa constitution ni political parties NDC ni MPPO. Nya no nebebo. Right? Say participative democracy. Enanka owure bi nipa kroko embassy ho. And I say Ghana honmo and will be catching canning on your Nipacro will withdraw you back to Ghana because you can't save Ghanaians. We Ubeko then you overcall both fishing and walk fishing because who say we diplomat and I say oh diplomatic work. Now want to mean Ghana for what are you there for? Umfaso is saying now, one thing they say, yo, Ghana for no day, say it will be can say West easy, but action is the thing. Nanka, Ubia, Sabi, Musibo Chichira Mumaya, Uncle Sra will be sick. More dear Mahua, de more resources a bit to me. And now, what Ghana, a dear no more, a bankrupt country, yeah, bankrupt. I just say this is cry ye na o copy per service ye be more ye be more free and you bankrupt despite yanko resources what they are Ghana for. We are beggars because we have wrong system, wrong people at the wrong places. No. I may say the only way out to say Ghana for Yamianda Roma e be too coin. Nyansa no ebi apeke bi nimde no ebi anya bi enti yam practice democracy eno no ebe makwan ema nyansa apeke against sa ideology for ni friend say manifesto for yi so. That's the only way out. Now we move better ho no much work ho. The formula is simple, just apply it to constitution no go put in a friend is saying constitutional and not there reflecting on participative democracy. Now many parties nina build the Ghana because it took a friend say Gulf states less than 50 years to make a Gulf area the center of this planet. You have the formula, just apply it. That's all. Make us a bread. Mama make us a bread. Where I make of a body on Tiasia baby, Isaac Abba, Isaac Iba or Becca, a friend saying, Mama wants someone no asako. They don't contribute. Solutions, no, they are there. And then one is saying, push these people out. They are not there for Ghana, they are there for their pockets and their parties and their cronies. Push them out. We need a better revolution. Constitution, we must go into another republic. South, your friend is a support republic. It's a failure, complete failure. For so many years, Akufo-Addo or Kwa or say, you more South constitution. This constitution is dividing Ghanaians. We see a more home by and no see Yakoka Cheso for say, what Becca wants in Bia Boy. When you quiet debate me Ghana, Yantra ho. Na the beba, yes, mammy be. Ukofie hospital bi train ema ya yile free hospital ema ya ko January to ewura mu baby ni wheelchair ni bibia ba me no MSS wo wu se dey hu eno ni wo man ya chechire no wonu wo free medical facility what the yade apie free medical facility and to transfer no anko better hospital e betumi treat ni psychological problems. Yeah, you know, bunting, Emma, so said you. This is the society we are building. Oh, sure. A quiet home. Hey, there are 4 years. Just copy the good ones. Pick and copy the good ones. But you mean Trump and destroy us. Go and look at it. Said the almost here, Bremu. Min come baby, President Nani Kromusio, Bremu. I isn't cutting quine. Now, this person can he be a leader? Where any power you didn't make up quite say Lydia. Oh man. Mama me bread. Now I didn't know program. Into your car, sense it doesn't reach the brain and son a brain reason one who said papa na some or can nyansa wom Isaac aba me would munya mumfa Mike no ma Isaac so anka your friend is saying ma medin and your Isaac
the Kaudi, Obiaba, Obia Canada. Na for Kwame, maybe I want to what to say, your Ghana, Embassy Honor.
Oh, now a country like Ghana, now you like France, now Ghana, near Embassy. France for France now want to balance the economy, so about Ghana.
Na Ghana Embassy now won't say, be a consulate aid to a Ghanaians or more France. What
let me see you pay 1 year bankrupt. Who for bribe? Now, who can I say? Then you pay a binary bankrupt. Now, ask me something. Me person may use word, you know. But we are where say it can't happen. And Crawford them one free Ghana banya one corrupt.
You know, just say, Abia and soon know because Abia on your Dutch passport and citizen there, or Bagana Crana, or something. Yeah, Dutch, you know, the
Dutch passport, no. Yo, I did also who say, also who say, we are tuntuma, we tuntum. Know yourself, say, we are a kusia, won't mean nani a fias, a fian to mean nani kuti, something like that. But at least for the time being, the Dutch passport, no, a money protection, Ghanaian PAD, no.
Okay, because then I dream who cause me American me buy for so minutes. Me say them who say Ghana embassy name, no, maybe because wherever your embassy is, no, that's your country. And the Ghana embassy name one New York, no, like how can because an extension of Ghana, you know, it's only na neutral.
Yo. Kwame Nkrumah time no. Kwame Nkrumah time no. Who to free Ghana. Now we report to Ghanaian embassy bia na ambassador office bia. There are so many places say baby or honma. You bet you say you are a Ghanaian. So only baby try. This is a hotel at Kwame Nkrumah building. How you can go and stay there.
No, when you had Kwame Nkrumah, the best 7 years, you were trouble Kwame Nkrumah saying, I didn't so go back. And also
Kwame Nkrumah, one year Jesus and not to Yame. We pick the good size. That Yafi, need the no wrong, no, you're correct, you know.
That's why we pay $5. Well, because it be interrupted to be $5.
Bombarded, you know, the Jaika because
one casa no. Isaac, me say $5 in bet you. Me deba 2 accounts mu.
Debi. What bet you and the rule no the wakasa we kuchiansa na kuchia ansa na wakasa. E de kwaso ntabi because
bombarded that point
no. Ya kasa mama obi interfere, obi kasa interfere, u interfere pe kuchieska no never betire ansa na I can't say, yeah, Marcus, and Isaac, and the Nemrana or no, William Sadian, what kind of and $5 David, the Lucas will be
Shemra. So when ye be, Ufis when ye be, Shemra, I was so many pet debate also. Nafi, a friends, majority, a rule against minority. Now, Modia Yembra. That's how it goes.
Massa. Sasmi ya kaka ena board committee no makot na se ye de betu ono wakan obia kan Melchizedek okoka bie no ya manankasa yesisa oba ye be o mi
me say autocratic
democratic benefactor autocracy sa na benefo no San was say, yes, no interference.
Bombardier. Of a Kwame Atum Ranana.
There be Isaac no interjecting, you know.
Okay. All right. Number one, so of a Kwame say autocratic Nasifu.
I was here.
Mr. So, Oko pack a car, our baby. So, crown drive. So o
pack to me license am mo
emra na park o drive no na o park na o ya parking fine ya catch them say autocratic na
debut you any say the city council ahihye
traso city council otimi hihye mra ha de intimi hihye mra oh Bombardier to ase odwuma why
enti chese wo de wo fi say ni say debate ho
enti overcoming wa ka wo say wo debate for there ye de debate
autocratic me say law no mra ne autocratic
yen ka so ntimi ma so wo be ba so na mo ka na onkasa wo be kasa de se gotwe seska na
Bombardier ni tie no de enye you but obi contribution no e wo value chain ni tie
e wo value I see obi enye discipline say no interject so wo ka say obi no say ko kama
point of order yenye chat wo ha no ne ye point of order because last we engrofo buy betutum ayi bi go on mo ye friends
enye nutina yesi mo obi interject Ubekasa
obi babeto ayampia no go on mo na say instantly ya ntumia hwehwe kwa ye be correct no a wohwe na kola bia atia wo say ne de papa no ka ye no kore enti moment no obi kasa
no correct ni yenja ma obi ati say
space for interjection
Bombardier Mr. Mute of Aquaman net was here with my Mr. Why? Thank you very much.
Me message amedeba no mo block me the message
it can wa kase nyina wana block
me to aso
why we tabaso the yen can say the yen biem emran ye de ba ye say oba ye be on mute en kan ye mute ye say ye be on mute nemo so bi kasa chairman ni pakone kasa say bedu so ansa na wakasa ni en pay interjection no ye use so many models na enu say nyina na ye betuma use ba enye adwuma so
enye instant bia what say ye ma interjection kakra kwan space just give somebody a space say awura no say friends Isaac say be kasa na otumu say ayampia anko an obeto agu ho no kwabre be kasa na ayampia anko an no mokwa nyama pata
enti dey say pam no twa no say ayampia say ye di edu so bioma no ankasa de obi ka fa no obeka wa de enye fe na be ya say question and answer we can we can let better ya stop it 18 no I kwabna to mra no wa betwa ni sika ene de beto wa betwa ni sika wa betwa me na ode farm so a ye de akọ ne akọ momo eye samola kwa eye papasman momo enye ye ma say enu na ye de be fa so pe ye pesika se mra no ntu mra na wo ntu mra na enye no na de ye
baby enka
you know eye wo de ye ko yenim
enka baby enka contributors ki invite mo say okay mumra na muna mo boa ma station yigina na afi ye party na enye kama afi de mo sa bagigi iska free enchen
enye na bagigi iska free enchen asema me can be wonti how many times in the announce say
Bombardier wait a Mestro of Akwame need not understand before we pass this law of Akwame I'm muting you now I will mute you what they try here nessa kasa sisi ehwe semra ne nchewa of Akwame need not understand me pacho of Akwame need not understand here you see Bombardier. Yes, he was one here because he is of the view say everyone can interject. There should be room for interjection. That is not what we stand for. Mpacho bebre. Etino onipa sa no, you don't waste your time trying to explain to him. He is not of that. Enti please carry on because everyone is. You see, when we're bringing forth this regulations, you know. I told you, say, when you are driving and you get to the runabout and you have to give way to traffic on your right. Send ye open term accord number 2. open tem akwa hwe wo yere open tem akwa fa about school na say cash 20 crowd and eba if they haven't given you where you have to wait and give way to traffic to them. That is the law. And so oba ne nro so kasa se bibi na epusu ukra se kasa mesrew miawano is as simple as that. That is the law. Bombardier, please carry on. Why?
Yo, okay, yo, medasi pi eti no na de wo hono no eti enye se bia mi na ma hye mra na yi ekwan we so aboa ye hye ase no so wo behwa be last week na aboa pa ya da to no ma ya ka ho asem bia eye no esa so akontrol radio no so nti musa nkohwe na yenye ne kama ales ba okasa no interjection wo kasa wo so wadwin fa wo so ba no ba wo asem ka choto wo ti esa be bia mu a no waka amabia mu anu anu na yekonim. This is the best compromise way bit me aye no because because a radio enye yenkwa na wan confirm so the omamutis for be from Uruguay na ayi nyina so mo kasa ase de ade oma ba hanso so na so be edwedwe nti na yekasa mama yen consider say yenkwa na wa a radio all the principles guiding a radio in UK no apply to our control radio medamase it Isaac na say the word no ti say meet me fa until say ye chi no say utwa we yi na na you know say obetwa so a that ebia na unni bebi a obetwa na mame enka nkyere na kotua na ye ko enim eti obi obeto mra no se de yinim no obo ye Samuel Akwa Samuel Akwa na wode na mawe nso asoso you know say nim Ghana code no +233 no na 599-379-888 Tubo +223 no the old chim krana whatever say you know use MoneyGram say Momo Ghana say Airtel Telecelo Unya boy ya now but +233 now the 599 Ishima 379-888 it Kwabena was the first casualty was in $5 aba and a yeko in iti ne de one mame nko okay obosofo na nkasa ana say of body so with makasa
met makasa
body kasa kakre
yo na no yetimi kwahyen ho em say sikatria no say Alaska assembly but more nyina no say yam print and I say the better no but Kwabresika no say no krenye no kro ye hu eti no ebetima ba say ontuai but because of ebia favoritism ti no mo se watua eno de fine ekwan bi so no mo pa na mo beka mo mpa so ade em baby en ye mo ankasa mo ankasa mo de because I'm say Isaac suggesting kika there be ntimi mfa ma na nyina ya jetum but silence me concern you say Kwabresika no de beba
na what the aba obeso hu a ma me the screenshot be kire o
people dey talk ba ma so ho na we hu me tua na mo de ato ho twemi na mo de ato ho me de ne de ebe ma sanity aba no so enti no no de ebe bo na mo ka
about a national health insurance and not a abambe say or G for foreign national bill baby no besides a travel you want and na a beto jabe last week in Musenka between $45 to $240 by no a Ghana Health Service or Mokasa and Samunya make final decision or say Sako cabinet in Incovo and then Focus I deal with the idea now on some years and in Ghana Ponia bring to Ebano or my test waters and then on some year lie. Now, over the side, and Kawuju say a bebo and as you say extortion and I say a duplication say and as Mammy and for so be say because BBC foreigners on Banomo area or Moko private hospital Muchaka and why is that? Yes, I call you be quite an extension of COVID, you know, a fee. Who say? And na papa man person who say empedifonus pese omudieko the land of righteousness but one kasa omunya righteous it you know how do we reconcile the two or what you say ni enko inim
okay
no na ade a omo eje apart from say bi nipa na nkasa insurance
Who almost they said the national is a look or who could talk card no you be no airport one man so kon we pay free airport I said the na covid there no but almost is the correct na have na omunya make na decision
na omba kire wo say wo ba give say wo meboa
wo say
omo ba kwa give say omba kire say wo ana say wa nkasa so betimi ayo insurance there aka titi na wo twa no
since I net here obi a otukogu kwa ofri Ghana kwa eka yi no e na do ofri oba Ghana kwa we de omunim sa de ni nyina nti omunim sa
oyi na tiko
ka sela no mo say yi no omo ye national health insurance said the okọ Ghana ye be mo card na wo de hospital sa no be so be foreigners no so nti say wo travel year wo travel insurance only bi wo de enya no mo de adwuma ba anya koba say sa na ba na akoba say almost say policy no omunya empa entake decision the content in the sanity the omunya entake decision bi anti for now the any ho because almost say ko attorney general one the care ka ho
papa kwan ba bi so no unim say ye ho no de we ni nyina kwan a obi fa so na oboko no sa na meme hu no because say obi a an insurance there say na let's say Spain one of the health system near one of the best in Europe and one of the best best in the world one of the best mate me dem say Europe dey crowd they say almost say machine baby Europe dey machine baby health system be no and Europe so no more health systems Germany no more dey ben ye kakra by Spain dey no crowd dey best because yes e bikura me ye adwuma nko wo bakura na say ukura passport na yare a ese e hwe ukura o Ghana passport a ni insurance ni hwe no me nyini se ba bi e be hwe even though other countries no wo be fa process mu kakra but ha ne be hwe wo tena mu kura an wonya house address price e ma hospital card ye ma health insurance card a wan kasa wo de be ye abla won pia bibia nti no say obi tukwan no aye na insurance private insurance o yare ase na menu an mo kire no obeko private hospital ono abeko kutua ni sika na usa charge ni pan force they say oh any emergency we say na mo di kan na ekoye insurance de na eye kro no na eno so na ma eye na politics no ye ka se partisan politics no ba bebam eye aban bia ba ekwan ofa so eye no normal enam ye se ye manage no ye constitution ne no aban bia ba ekwan ofa so eye no normal ena ye di bu ma no se nye kro no a menyi ni se obi ba dwen ho na wa fa sa kwan we so ena se ne me ka no medical aka ne da no aban we awia Ghana fwa sisi aje sika anso no atonton ye no ma anso no kese krono na ode aduru abonten ode aduru abonten a we na ye ka no ye nya ye ni agitumu wi a sika ni nyina ekọ obakofo botom ekọ cruise bi botom o man no kra na health insurance na nkasa kra etua ne Ghana no so what you want some a whole of year ni nyina kra no yamfa sika ni bi sika ya agigi no yamfa bi kra nko health insurance yamfa bi ankotu abra ya agigi purpose for health no yamfa one person akra nko health yi coffers edi country we no san ka say wo bedru ha tua 250 tua wonim say wo tua akọ wo wie kra na ibeni ni bi ni amana betra wa oje say covid no ye Nigeria ni we betimi akọ Benin na Togo eti o mani de nokura ye nuanu ana se ye mu bi ba entimi nkan ya generalize ni akani nyina bom na constitution na hia na ye say onu anim say ade na ekoso no nye oba instead of so beka nokura na ewu mu no na ode afa ba bia wa abeba beka bibia na wa attack o na odi wa tebo ko kan bi so ese what the banka because say yen nyina adwene de timi yesi e de dwene na bibia nsi dia how say all this policy waiver say me o ba me jo 250 nipa no bedu no ni awe na why ne dey o je kura na se ne mikrofon no bebre ka no Ghana ho no mo ankasa mo yare a mo tua sika kwa abuchi mo ko America mo ko UK eti e dey na say UK ni ba no yare a mo betima hwe ne yare ono ankasa oba na se nya private yi a e bia first aid kura no be kon private hospitals ofuru a ntama so hwe ne mo ye dia oba kan so ni tikti no ko back because o man e team no se o ba bi ehwe ayare for the identity ne enkrofo no mo sorry no mo tukwan ko o so ampofo ba do chiri nye ayi ne ho yade no behwe no aban payinfo eba omo everyday omo kra de everyday oh eti se obi ti wono o kasa chense mu ya extortion na omo pesa omo omo wia Ghana for omo di nsika omo di sika free ho by force to say police ni gina kwan omo ya hetimu a o ni eyi bese Oliver kan bese oni o wo nya asem a se o de ko unfri kro ha etiko mi enkodi wasem na obi so ka say America for crofo konya asem a yentimi ni Ghana ono mu wi no Ghana for kra ya obesi omo anya no kro say obetima si Ghana but bad leadership yen crofo no na bibia ni ana omo akodi sika nti omo nsa nyina ye dendenden ewo isa nkofo no ho adenti na uko country ni mu a country ni mra na SAD but ye de no ye mra ni ntimi ni foreigners omo nsa mu odu because of say omo ho ne ye kwa akwaje aye ti say mote entemu na skani bi ba ho o na skani ne ba no ebi a ona tembi otoball omo ska kra ma papa kra de bi twa school fees na aba mu fie no abe hwe wadi an egu a e de asem na ba punishment bia wo fie papa be hwe ne sa because o kasape ese ne nsa hye nipa na num na wo bo na pompo bo ka o timi enkasa etinye se bia America na yeso powerful na se wo ba ha nyina o mudi nsamone a e che o mudi o masem ara o monya o mbedu ha o monya America fo mba Europe o monya America fo e che o mudi o masem but yi chance bia na ti o ye kuro no the way ayaye ye ho no na ma ye ntimi eni o masem ye hwe sa gi ne no ma ya o mode ne nam ya se ukọ nkramofo kuro so o mukra de eche wo muku but o mu ntimi nkofo ada e ho no o mu nye dipo o mu no o mu si digwa ebom but ye de ne ekura chance ne ye sresre nipa no na ehwe enti no se wanya o jawa o bebo ho ti at the end of the day no ese o mu detective mai enye se bi America na eso o special na se bibi se onu ye ntimi enni na se mo ba bi udi se munu wo ba bi a ebetima ache wadi wa se mo ho but ye part of ye crew na ye woso no no na enye crew se ye American base ne me se American troops there mo ba hoyi contract na na do mo sign ye tere se okun ho kra ntimi ni na se mo Ghana okwa America ansa America president na kudi asem enti saade wo ntimi mfa enko ebi a different country bi a ono de ne ho all the tie no the same thing na e wo Burkina mo ne ayi mo France for the ye omo but omunya obi a ono original so obeje oman no timi keke omo out enti no me de kakra me kan fa
what spend one when ya Ghana embassy wo maboa woda as Ghana that time ne bia wonya nya krata no na de tuna enkofo citizen de omo embassy ne high commissioner for commission timi bo am na ye de cause me kra me ba na make America cause ha krado ye consulate kra no wo ji renew passport to de bi kra na omo timi share de no na wo se twa double just same pi wo no wo say no omo ye different omo maboa say Ghana community na because embassy ne
High Commission, the idea is a extension of our country or it is our cantonments, USMS is like an extension of the federal government of the United States. I will be also to Bukunya or Mubwa or Bibiaso.
Bombardier, on say stigma be a better alanchama cash for sitting. I better no. We nimu a but on an
Alanchamatia on the cash for sit by na a government na arrangement na or say president ni or more ben no.
I say better no because on an down. Oh, yes, committee now. And say Papa Ba, over fat into Boneba, so I say,
okay. And remember that episode said it's done.
People between him say, Allah no bikwa. To be frank, be a minimum says, scan why ni be any, meaning Abako, a Ulma bookie, but Nidimus and it, you know, at the end of the anything I made to be an answer upon mention that Empen make sin and call for Mocasamano for sopa. But oh yeah, no Lipabia to say or Nimusan missing car. The kind of politics now play no or Jaja and who too much. You got so your politics nantes are oh not me can't pass a Saudi and a better than Hono. Say Spain embassy America, Oko free because Oko the beer is a particular and I didn't call her as alcohol merit. You know, man, you should no Timiko, Yanin is cat. Even though bet me crack to say, and I basically so near the call Yanin is canny, I didn't call it. Or one himself locking the deco. And I say, if you move deserving a diamond. By your chrono, police in Nico Janaka, why you come and say, Uban one for 10,000, my own court, crying who be police in any jail or Jacoman superior. 80 say, Ghana embassy will be a. Before so Babana Kufuado come and say, "Oh, more Tigana na Kurano, edge Jibiba." Now, what call the America, any a be every month, Diano. I say, report to what this says, we different for Hoba because I practice. And on one castle before so many post was sample was send the PI and the identical photo and the actual Bibiama. Into one PI or no protocol, this no man and I, what kind of constitution in Nano on fan because one accord for the house of the Oyana said, may report to an even though we could a telephone crown at the city sort of Cordua or Jumabo, but Crony Mohana or Quarpotaman, or not to one, or Yagana Noma, and on one side of Sumana with new movie. Oh, difference a woman. A handbag in one mass of Baba Bois Gana for her, or by so Baba Pessica, Eddie Abois or Nona home, Abuan Patchy, Abuan and Bushafu. Oh, this be a one I am who wanna I said, Yami Kakra, and I only didn't be a cushia, and I didn't our boy and a bush and Libya and a papa will be our one, the girlfriend be our but say, young folk rules and I says, I know money, and yet Juma Ghana foresight. And yet Juma, that's how we are real, but we say, Scow Mudia on your baba. Ghana ni
a young person of Vano over fast to say Yenji name fundraising funds for foreign nationals owned by Yenjiska somewhat travel insurance won't be in fan Genebiana. You identify a BB a bit in this Kanakoya over Jetums and I say Yenjana in your free will work as a by force. Wow, you're
Bomba the way I could be an American and then a interview no Castle Ghana light in a sonoma or form. Na presenter na iron ho na obisano na kwane kano ka ebi na yi me ma ka say tax kra no ehu hia se Ghana ni betua tax e was attack
ehu hia se Ghana betua tax
dabi na yesi nsan kwaji skano ya Germany pa ba akopɛ akudi wodi nsu kro ni no Ghana ho omo de enti kro mo ye mahino omo diska na omo ni no ho particular no be ya no mo be hand play no mo tiwiem na omo aba Britain no mo be diska no san ko mo di ni Ghana krama at least ebi a maami bi ono ton mo yakoto na normal na odwan kura yakoto bi wa bochi fo man na ya sika nka mini problem omo chi sika no mba beti ni na wa kochi eti to me ne de sansem no a tax ni sa no mani nyina no omo fa generate sika ma o man ne bia omo twetwe edi census no mo de akwaji sika no ma de omo fa ma o ji na mbadi kan no so ko boy na oye minister ne de omo 10%. The deputy 5%, vice president 20%, president deɛ wɔ mu bi a 50 ɔmbɛkya sika no ɔmo a mokɔ akɔgyegye so deɛ ai monto aso na nkurɔfoɔ no aba aka mo
ɔbɔde bua na wawa akɔda wasa so yee ɛde gyina yɛ yo ɛde ɛbɛda se Isaac Bama so for information Isaac wɔtwa sika no but me ka sisi yɛnya successful transfer no kama ɛti no Isaac the makayo say yɛbɛtumi da to ba security wom ɛsɛ nti na me pɛ sɛ ɛti Papa Smalley no ankasa bɛtumi da dance here Isaac wɔtwa the kind kama Isaac has paid and the message receipt Isaac ankasa they send me transfer status submitted transfer was successful wɔtwa America time 2:26 nti yɛkasa nyina na Samuel Akwa has now received your transfer etine and no but inside say security nti na mentimi fa enkoto ho nti no but ya kono de ye nti Isaac ya da sipi eti said onim no unfortunately was na ono ye buy nem say wa hwe anka nen so was what ase e betuma aboa ma adwumaden so akoso nti enye yi bia ye nyina na epese ye show yi nti wagya tum nti Isaac Bama so
yeah adwon kase
yo na pom say
yeah apom ye
yo I'm say asama wo kan be 4 years 5 years na eba nkroma hunim say ofakwabre wo ye anti nkroma kra no obeje tu sampa na nkroma the time no to die we be a we ga ni ko la de kra benye baby ada
e no wa kra say nti no nkroma no wa hu no yeah sa time no
o say ya de no o ya kwada na say we hu nkroma yi
no wa kra say nti no wa hu nkroma aw sa asem no mkoshia papa bi wa Africa market wo and I obisa me say now we can come asama na wo kan bi and I'm say na wo a wo so ye papa pe no when you how many years tifremu nkoma since when you 60 years tifremu sa time na wo how many years and I wo akura say and this say na wo gya ba bi information bi out me yan nti no aya na mo pain sem no mo pe ba bi mfanto what to kwa ba bruche mon pain sem no nti no omo nyina de omo anu kogu papa no so afi ne nanum aye atwaven because on say Ghana no ye de painful ye wo panyin wo ho yanka se ma febu o ma panyin na mo panyin ka kwase asema say wo yokom because sa error no atwamu se panyin kasa akwara nka bi no atwamu because wo fa kwa me no wo hu nkroma o wo kurase or Shanty no grassy be. O can't come as a only and on person back in kind so. That's the problem. Now, before some back, some no, hey, Prince, though, yeah, I'm ready and found who said, oh, and I wouldn't want to share. What to run on one to Meno, but me concern Kaka, and I want to say, Obi, I will be not or person to be less if you're near because one. Communication be and was say only the panel obe bisa the panel because obi tua there say offer number bi no bisa the reason because one I no minya take it number tua me from America mra ya from bisa so minya take it na sa time in say number ben na minya yi na omo acho o pa o de court o pa on fan court obetua and then emra o ha intino so obi efra obi to mrampo na o ma no saso a se mu bie no na muti asama nipa ne eka ebi ana opeso otua ebi nso a na o reason because some reason bi wo ha nya se ya gi nipa niska ameka wo ha nya se bia wa to mra ni ntino se okotua no mra ne bi wo ha o to a okwa ye bisa the reason tia wo yes ebia na the reason no eto asomu na it's okay and then e kwai next time no oto sa mrana no we say because one mrana mo share no nyankofo bebre na e wo so na meka se mra de woto anu ato but mrana chi no ye won sem bia otumi kan ade ye ba wo hwe na se mra no echiwa ye kan che na mrana echiwa no awotua America mrana de ye mra but sometimes no nemani bi wo ha mo nyanya abotre me di akoma akiri so nipa na atom na nti no onkotua no force say na akwa de say force bi na wo ye because ebi na nipa no oni because me drive America da bia me drive America me nya take it da bia take it bi wo ha me hwa me di for ametua ebi wo ho a me wo ntremu okwa America quarter ye be bisa so di for na wo di me so me di for na mo ntremu anya Ghana we take court no I bisa so wo di for na wo di me so me di for na mo ntremu so no and the koroma the 2 weeks san kwasi asem na wo Ghana no nya ha na anka ha de akama kwaje more than 100 times akama kwaje more than 100 times because mrana wo ha no ye bisa wo ebi na speed over speed me over speed ya chimia ya kwa also adentina o ko speed because speed limit ni so man sorry temp me die no na my late me kwa adwuma ni ade judge no extra also okay what's some now can na mum to a court fee no because court fee dey would be mpa and our judge no person the chawa o ma to a court fee o ma to a court fee and I do ho nso a nipa na police no obeche wo no e dey wa court odu court wo na police na ma asem na ebu ye nje wo ka pre because say won so wo defend wo ho o wa asem bi say wo ka but nipa no man is as well. Muntie nipa no. Maybe na asem na oka no. Ebi na eto aso mu. Do mra de ya hihye mra oto an wato. Na mra na chi nso no obi di bi mu. Mra chi bia no ya hihye mra nkoko di bi.
Ye ba ko hwe no so ne ahwe. Se de be se aye yi yo da so.
Into no afi de mame mfa ya. Menua Brewa I'm saying Brewa na Spain no.
Brewa na Abodenya was Spain.
What can say be US anya no woni hanti no me de becha o. Say yanu bi na wo America ha dia anka the one me de boku no so no. Anko no abedwan because o twantro. Na woni ha. Intra me no sometimes no aya me say Europe asem no me can be. Because me take lender ho me take Spain.
Hello.
Metie na me so asema nipa ne kan ni because ekura wonti mu no nyensam ni na nani America ha o kita health insurance ya show free America ha say we are foreigner and we are there ukọ hospital ya show free ya ma wu ya be show free demo ya be jiwo information ni na o passport o de buy ya be ji ni na na omo efia obehye no omo nim efia obamu ye be send bill na akọkọ one tua enfa obi ahụ na mo mebia na wasa akọ back because Saturday mpo na ho ba em say na say na aba okọ back na wo ba ha e kana uja na ha no they will make sure so watua ansa na wasa age visa ko fredi aba ena ye wo krom ha no na aka ye nyina ye nwu ye nyina na ye wo health insurance na so no abane show ha no man ne say from 5 years going what the hospital 5 years going or 8 years 5 to 8 years no a pound no am tia say skin na ya bagu ye mfa ka bi amra ye nya wo hwe enti no sometimes ne mani bi wo ho a aya mo mi say ye wo ha na ye ma mo ntremu na mo say okay sa na dem America one akwa America koto a ye de na koto na aka koto no ko hospital ko benya asem hospital no aka yagu no ano no because sanya ye do mo ba koto e be charge o mo sika mo betua no o mo ko mo benu o mo na mo po mo nye ya fo bi
na o de to de as na de aban person ba say ka foreign nationals for no national health insurance no between $45 to $240 no better no where does our travel insurance in the but say better one na ye bobo no aban omunya fana dishin ba ya say ko cabinet near there no we share sa no so dey obi aban ye maniko
no
we say a proper way of doing things and
anam sa ban we ye omo ye konfo nti na omo di bibi papa ba na nkofo you know because say yenim say o man no foreigner city mo nti ono mpo be ma foreigner bi mpo okọ hospital mpo no ho be ha na esuro bi ani ni mo esuro bi no nso chance so obi ni bi okọ hospital say e de no kwoto bolem what did they make no aban betumi aye omo wo because oman no awo what mu Ubim say Chrome has here Chubby Biato 2000 po. Obi anto 2000 a year. O yare out to me hospital. Uncle Biabaco. Uncle Obiabetia, no wako. But I had no, sister, a health insurance. Now, health insurance, you know, a ban show free. On a mechano, I have Bia Yalunku. I had to say Europe only kata won't be in hospital. Europe only kata won't be in hospital. I have one kata only kata over to hospital. Or mobile would be I'd way, young for police and immigration master, or more make sure I say, Muse, nipper way at Nabatuano. Why, this is yeah, I dear immigration now be by a year, you know, maybe you could do bonny. Because I dear America for a children said, Obanomasa, Eddie driving as a foreigner owning crater. 2. Obey in Drossam as a foreigner owning crater. If in Poe and Drossam, Panatuon, and I 3. So Obakum American be we are foreigner. Now we need crater. On an immigration sababemo. Nasa, Sandy Maynano, 1 year mobia, O Yaria, Obaquaba, as Abifi, Obia Mecho, Obia Mayefi. Oh, now or my Timono, what do Obi Yarina with the Napo Hospital? Because Yamona must say a health insurance card. Into the way I said, Obi will health insurance card. I said, Modern Koto Bushimu. Oh, and I'm saying politics are burning to know, and my ye papa Neddy. So almost a shas him no. Near politics, near a season, and come move a key fino. Oh, I can't feel, oh, I don't bonia. I was uncle for weeks. Into no, a million de Sanka sa a implementation not airban, media de Akaye. Because I'm a foreigner, no, who high now, it me a yen maybe. Into no, I can what a yard bonnet. No mum, send ya of a body cayano. Or more the back of ma obina nipana discano, and the sanya Yakofa a Bedia a company at the best airport war. I did in Kofosika $18 million. Now the whole Ghana, $7 million. Not just say some Kofo way before I say, Yajijo. Now what for me? Whoa, I know my catcher, Mr. Wo, now work grassy. Because oh no name coma, and I'm more person best share be a fini papa. I dear, a year Ghana for baby, no, I dream a fee, and they want some dream more dream to know because, and then Miss Sanders, I didn't press Miss Sandemau, who come near Santinu, no, Bia, and the interview, no, I said, and I'm at the papa and come here into no, share, Patrice or see what and I'm saying, Nipper be person who painting Kumasa and Kumaya devil into no, Safatu, no, say, my father, no, a year Juma. Go for mobile barber yet more fatino, or mobile say, oh, come on, or mobile bunk, or more real thing, Kumantino. And the young Jama are Jenny and say, Nani and him see a young command, you him see a year in Chuma. Because Nima fatters and Kuma ye, no. And I'm busy no more time, no. Not fighting, no good at that. Because no more fine Juma. Oh, because if you know why your margin say, oh, and I run us in the big woo, a factory near the. No. Now, why no atomic energy a year or more a year a atomic junction no kuma or more year you know. Why no wrestle and you could cruise idea no coy, say nipa dream. Oh, internet sometimes you know, many way no more a year will be on the number man could be a number who says 7 night you no. Because what the trouble a and a day can but yen answer. There be a make a say. Nkuma eto asase ewo London esieye ene cocoa house ene embassies nem dan akuma toto ye nyina mo a mo wa London no ana me se mo pa disua na mo person me bisa questions nti na na me se bebre na adwen na ye traba bigot nti no omo bisa se na niam akuma ye no ewo he cemetery kuma to ye no se Ghana ni so wu a eyi a he say bekwa kwato eyi asase ai Ghana ni ye ni sika no o man wasie ye nya ho me fa London de nto ho Ghana mission ewo New York Ghana mission I won New York and come at assassin our Ghana our New York esi dan wo so and Ghana ni bia no mobile you and na mo kwada da hotel enwie yesika no auto assassin esi dan wo so bisa say when ewunyansa wo krom ha say o nkrom assassin na otoe form Ghana no ewo he Ghana mission edan no ewo he na woko New York baby fion bi na mode eho aye yi na Ghana ho woko ho mpo eho nya fa toilet mpo eye papa bibia ye basa wo be kasa adwen no papa na adwen no wo no ye bebre ye nibi itino obetano mo happy for mo betano ntina mo da bia me kasa mo ba bia mo man koma ye popra onim se ku for de na no man koma no ono na adwane ye Ghana for nsem a mo keka kire no yeah nkoma de America for say rock oye papa stone papa what do nam hit na wona wo say wo nan wona wo say wo nan because niema ekwoso Ghana no akanye ye dabreni because anam say ya adwemu no ntino obi be ka asema na obi ba ordinary no be man kroma na kroma chi nkofo gumu na ka onto wana ngum o mount a 9 assassination against one person o person okuno abra kufu adompo yeso obi yeku de on wi ase de yedidi ne eya officer no de ne eye papa enye papa na one de otumi ye bi mo obi de on de eye papa no akufu ado ye che na aketu mo owuyo no obesa wudio because on trankoma nye kwasea a obetran ma wo wa bekuno akufu ado yese nkofo ye cool Dr. Palmer omuti omufie mpo omumie GBC omumie First House mbembe bia modi azabi akwache papa e de na tumu ama papa no wu prison on de onye ni papa itina de bia no obia me I don't care some commands many I don't care because me no ni ma pa obeye no na me gyina so intino say ye hwe ade papa nipa na ye ni e pese ye be before the empire the papa because obi ya the pese ye bogu no now be buy what papa me there one because embassy say we Ghana we are saying na nkoma na implement say embassy ni na nkoma embassy say we are saying na no nkoma na dey embassies Ghana embassies call but yeah na area fi and o call Ghana embassy press my make us before send me the man one see 2012 make that immigration source but not other nations wo ho omo fa phone e fra omo embassy na embassy no ayeden I respond no na embassy no etwa omo atomu to omo krom omo family no omo kesa this I say Ghana for your fra asawo for bi omo de omo agugu embassy wo no o fra na omo didi wo ro oh yeah then say because ye ntie wo mpo because I found because omo aduma na say yanjeje bride ye pesika nya wo ba bia wo akon but nkoma time o na me no akwachi Ghana ni o na me so wo di Ghana ni share nkoma documentary our Russia now share Ghana student na mo Russia Ghana student mo Russia no mo sia de ani Europe ba bia no mo sia de ena ma adwo boni ntino yetu nkoma no mo fa sa nkofo ne se omo ye missionaries omo ba attack Ghana abra oman nkoma 20 doctors engineers ani oman we unya wo passport internet say passport or British passport te unya da mo PhD no mo fa mo PhD kan mo fa nya hwe mo nya abrete wo de tra ho man press wo baba broche ni bi na tra o me ya fa PhD ndada o na tra ho because abrete for and ekita Ghana PhD be na ekita Ghana PhD ni sika wo he ade na PhD atra ma Ghana akoyi
you first my
yes economist says ya dollar and 70 cities. Ya bobo ya manko for be post and ya this school be at that and I say oh come answer. What the hell? What the hell?
Na me comment me call for so that Maki. Almost for I can about 30
seconds. Member obosom for Akwaba. Now all obosom for many be share a Sankofa Saturday because mbe you to act to because some of the kind you know. Hey, well, me know what Saturday no. One of them
off the other ready the ATV can 170. Friend no can 170. You hear that's P. I was for Baba Zoo.
I drink us here. Bombardier.
Prince. Ejumano would the chinchino. Mom was a metis uncle for the minister. We are now koda. And anyway, that's just by the way. Meaning, now, Papa, I can say, our leaders wants to take us to the land of righteousness, but they themselves are not righteous. You know how do we reconcile the two? Now, so he also talks about, I think, say, I believe, say, a character. Would you say, you want to harness and guess it choose character? Kadenu na kobe chusua obese no mum nanka obet me amane gru ewo wabrabo mu. Ene biem say what the na can about Ghana Health Service na mo ka say e better say ka foreign nationals be obeba Ghana no and I say foreign what does say oba no for within 12 months no on my national health insurance amount na which answer between $45 to $240 nanka you would course with whether say travel insurance or not, but buy no Ghana Health Service PRC and tisa omunya take final decision bia so nimpo no say sa policy na kwaku adjuma be I can say adjuma no and the former minister no or share no na say policy no say or say yes ade no which should take the form of national health insurance and say the Ghana Libya one course with more Ghana national card e ba mo sa card no but see no munye take financial because o say call cabinet approve and sign na attorney general so ama legal advice on hunti for now no they have to join nyina no enya dia etisa enya dia say na ebi so adwan na say bia sa meje yi de media for na bi wo ha omutimi edi misinformation by we dem say na sa na tin so ba say no enya asem ya na yenya so abemu na omanso abedane say ntisa ekire obu say na yeye now beside all this and would you say sadie no ka everything abo say foreign nationals ba so metin at least less than a year na ka yemo national health insurance board airport wa said e be kwase we require extension of as a covid fee no say cause we na nya dia obi romance na wa kwase ukojika name airport wa na MCS anom be so mo ye no mo dia ma na say time bi obe yare obe so hospital be odo card no ko say the Ghana ni bia de kono would you say nka eno ebebo na say yenja na say nipa kono yare ono ankasa enko tua or foreign na onko no hospital no nko tua na de
yeah me da say Prince me for ne ebedwafo na Isaac unim say untimi fa platform bi insama another platform without my consent anti data privacy mra no bombodi anako kenkan why Prince say sa policy na omoka say ye dey ba no say utie platform say na no but enyo bi IT fo bi na wo so ntino I would even refer to it minim nipa kon oda adwen sa de no na say ne ye wo ka no o mo adwen ni say we ye foreigner no na say wo ba Ghana na ye be ma wakọ tua premium now I take the health insurance policy na yes sir is that a picture or more Emma say upon arrival no na ya show and I say na ya deal ya throw way National Health Insurance Office na wakọ akutua premium
I think say card there can be out your first register Ghana the same process no be for so we for 19 no
I don't know na enter aso no
omenya kios wo airport wo say I don't know how because I don't think say over to me because I'm through the my system so through on say o can't to me say have no go no I believe say the good deal no me kios wo say we do ya na say foreigner from online
Say any info if that is the right picture no more MINA, then you can see clearly say a avenue beyond person they extorted according to for air bagana. A year an exploitation being on person more established. But in some man dreams one kind man dream who ye. But I'm not surprised say every minister of this Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, are such corrupt and incompetent to say, even when it comes to policy innovation and as a policy definition now, they don't even want to spend a little time to critically think thoroughly. And sana omudi akwako omako kanwa sem crowd baby. And what I'm even more interested as be it a client and as a consumer of that policy, and they say, Sankombe timia my records and as a data. Say be a Akufo-Addo, we've recorded about 2,000 foreigners rush emergency. But they are not able to pay for their medical bills. Say be a Oko Tamale Hospital, teaching hospital, or Austrians and our Belgians, foreigners be Omaba. To, but then go VH no one yare my the one Tamale Hospital na ya omentimienti omo kama Ghana abain na efa omo send ye kind of medical bills in hoka. Maybe also Akufo-Addo and I say Kolebu. Almost I recorded by the records no. My record say finish abrofubiaba. Omuni health insurance and I say omentimientua omo medical bills intino ababe ye Ghana banka. So if you like, you can provide us with data. Then it can be somehow convincing, say, okay. But me, without the data, no, me can't, I'm a what you say, Prince say. Min jin this akusi bruni bia beko Ghana and Africa, and I say any other continent, say be oko Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and a baby, own to me and cover the medical bills, should in case you say, okoko yadia. I don't want to believe that. And I almost so crano, your personal policy. And I make us say, me crana, me crano. Pay some plan be and benefits be a me one. Your personal insurance. I may call Ghana. I'll be prepared. And I say, and yet, so if be a cross a benefit be crana, me a casa cra me call Ghana. Me take his travel insurance no. Well, enti minim adwenkwa omo ede ba na say by nia maybe omkodwen sa ade no but na me can say a avenue bi on person dey exploit your amount for, but it's going to backfire because it clearly says entansumo. And it say ebia wo pese wo make sure say foreigner bi ba na say per records and as a data bi wo say Ghana buying actual foreigners or my baba yadi at once. Then you make it as a requirement at your embassies and our commissions outside. Say, per visa requirement, I will say we'll take it travel insurance at the count application. Because say nipa no see or pay insurance or no, may consumer me decide insurance company and me per se me to me premium and I say me taking me policy untimi nhyɛ me sɛ kyenkyen agye sɛ Ghana ban na gye sɛ me ba Ghana nsana ma ba bɛfa nti ɔmo no just a requirement to say okay a requirement you need to have travel insurance before you can travel to Ghana, and that is how it should be. But nyɛ sɛ nipa ne ba bɛduru a wo a womfa nto requirement mu ɛna sɛ ɔmo kan sɛnea ɔwɔ kan so no ɔmo ka na sɛ ewiase te a obiara bɛpeke ne insurance and sana waba bedru kutuka. In this omoko could see blue kiosk, blue and white kiosk be or airport ho say ye do bo amount for apoa. Ombet na ho free no pa kusi anajo. Ipa ba kokra emba Ghana ho a onkra travel insurance. But no kra no mbesa fa ho dia Ghana banka because party full soldier na ye de ni kwakotu sa kiosk ni say ono enye insurance ma amount for no. Mene o Ghana ban ma bitu aneka. as a acquire another job for the boys. Into Akufo-Addo in ministers ni there. Once the incompetence na ya kano. Say we are experiencing it in gargantuan form no. Ebia no. COVID ba ye nda ye da suit ya COVID levy. E wo habo. Portsum. Oh, enti bibia I hope so mo ba say backfire enti no. On sha so person mo konwechi. But I hope that it will not come to well, yes, I bet me I create a lot of inconveniences. And I won't be surprised because I say communication no crown and kuyi. Na feel why be drew her. Na I start you. That's my take on that. Now, Papa can be say leaders, and I wish I would have qualified the leaders. Because for now, no, Ghana, ye nya any competent leader be na say any group of leaders are on one casano righteous and they can take us to that land of righteousness. No, intina samria me comes unze way by or kasemi kosankofa no. The Kwakwaba radio weekends kosankofa. Ni na say we are helping Ghanaians. Na me can last time say ni Bawumia kujina platform so or refer to John Mahama as the opponent no. Na I say Mahama na osro no. And in how. And Mahama so ehu Bawumia as ne how. Young movement for change for no. The political illiterates na wo Ghana na omo twaba no. Omo na mo ye how. Ona ye bompa ye momo. Enti so oga so be bompa ye nko a enye dwuma. Ti o se wo kasa, wo share o message no leader na ni message na o no kra no, message pa no kra no. Yen asade say ye be ko sa message no. Ama the political illiterates no mo kwa kwoto aba no. O metimi anya bibie gina so akwa kwoto aba. Because ye kra leader or ye righteous leader. Or a leader or no one obetimi take Ghana forward to that land of righteousness because he is the competent person and he is the fine gentleman and a Christ-like character. We demonstrate within me say Ghana ye kukuma alano. I keep saying this there. Me take a viewer upon Ghana. Now me they compare Alan, the competence, then the scope of skills and experience. Now Ghana eswama Alan to take us to that land. And yet Ghana for Kwampo, make me catch us say Alan can lead Africa, the whole Africa, to the land of righteousness. And why be that? And yes, I feel no obabe and I say you need. It's not about leader. And then I make us say Papa would have qualified the leaders because so far we have not had any competent and any good leaders. What demonstrate is yes, indeed, they are competent enough. They have that sense and skills. I'm betting me abua amount for. Or no, so a lawyer, and you can say that under the government and a Ghana mra ye buso. Party tax, it me bura court them, Emma judge, or pay for a every court them. We share right, just in or taking over Jubilee House, na party tax, air taxi security services. She nema air koso. So if the leader is not righteous now, that is how those things manifest around the people, through the people around him. And the America said we need a righteous leader, a Christ-like leader like Alan Kyerematen, who has demonstrated. Say he is the only one now Ghana needs because among Onone John Mahama ne Bawumia no, Bawumia competence is not up to that of Alan Kyerematen. John Mahama's competence is not up to Alan Kyerematen. It is all you'll be out to buy if you are politically literate, send your American. Say the political illiterates now, they are our headers, they are our obstacles. And they are the same people now John Mahama and Bawumia wants to capitalize upon and get their way through. And in Nehemiah here for 32 years. And in Nehemiah here for 32 years, they ride behind the incompetent and the ignorance of the political illiterates. Now, or send it to the power. Then they start messing everyone up. But this is a time we need to enlighten them. It is a way again in Nipa. I say my challenge in a metro. No say John Mahama nim die Andrew Allan die. Dr. Bawumia nim die Andrew Allan die. It is a yepo kandini nim die for obibu Ghana. Allan Kyerematen. If somebody disagrees with me now, Ombra now ome justify.
Na ma align Christ like no.
Say Christ like Christ in the more religious and moral studies Christ you Jew near obaya na ompensisie untwantro. Timi se nyame sunsum obade sunsum na ewo ni mo pa. And then I make say he was a politician. On your beer, it was a righteous now walk on. Until Christ, no, he was a righteous person. Until build in a tibia and to be or emulate the character, no, has to be righteous. Or you be or drain to do on a home, or he wasn't selfish. He cared about the poor, or he or not, or a solution-based character. The BBO is to bring solutions to a man for or how, ano, or obi also or how ano, na odi akwantre ema a man for, and he lived exemplary. And then bina Alan, a crana or no crano ejina onya kwenye ujina Christo for any more catch on say, or moon show be or ukrasa Yesu Christo suno, no monto abamano. Esan is all no yesa subani o sa subani inti no ekasa. Oh, enti eno bizamia ne tintini tejan se ono kra no na yate sa asem no. No bi onye Christ like no ntimi konkujina baby nkan cho se hwe Kristo bi a Kristo suwo ni munato abama no na o medi o man ni. Enti na meka cho se on kan ye kra no ye nyina ye nim se oyobi a on twantro ne honjo Obuma nipa or dream a man for him. Yes, party na MPP.
Christ like yes, Christ was no on your failure. Say Alan PSI.
I say I don't know. And I make us say Alan no onye Christ no but or say Christ like On say onye Christ. What onye Christ no Christ like Actually say onye Christo and onye strabo for. Obia on the flaws. But and Americans say, would you going to base on that flaws and I say whatever you call say, ABI he might have gone wrong with it, and reject the great transformational plan now or present because if you're in contenders now say other contestants now candidates now, obi me in present any plan, but we say me policy. John Mahama 24-hour economy. Ono mukra ze abato no mredua obi atimi kan opebiana or the actual. And Amidi can say these two people, John Mahama and Bawumiano, or more hiding behind the popularity and also the fame of their political parties and outwit the electorate, especially the political illiterate among the electorate. Not yet they are sending power. And this is how you be very enlightened. Now we have sound mind. Is sound in mind. Say John Mahama and Bawumiani Alan Ejinaho and I'm to challenge and say Mahama and Bawumia's competence is not up to that of Alan. They cannot debate Alan in any way. And so far, we're demonstrating by presenting a plan. If you say we say so baby I say ukra plan. And then I'll be see I say ukra plan. Bibi are going to ukra now baby to krada ukra plan now the baby to ukwan. And a papa yet to me demonstrative or about to anasa manyo sema ye so say mikra me plan na me de bremo. Mika say Bawumiani Mahama entimi magana for planning. Isn't that even enough to demonstrate? Say Papa is competent enough to know say person who back here and say what chief go be. You need to set up a plan.
Now GTP would you say so? Say you to identify say you're more said or say you're more political illiteracy. No, let's just say more political illiteracy. No, almost nekuta the key. It's more GTP no na modia kwa mo Bible say obi are illiterate there and say obi you cannot read and write.
Enti yenu you platform your groups be make us say you Alan ladies ohwa mobilization e koso pa je ye ne amount for engage you nuanom so ade on the ground moko enti amboa bia prince me ne okan amboa bi o pesa o de boa ye nso a wetimi emrepamu no ebe ma osa kwantre channel out the befaso because what we say and America no political illiterate that is say we admitted the fact that we have a majority of political illiterates. I say because if obi catch us say the breach to MPP party so beto abama no na se Bombardier wo yemfa ne se wo ye entrepreneur wo ndwumayefo a wuchi omuka wo bo omu na wo nim a candidate a ni policies beboa wo dwumadi a wodi but ye wo bears a nipa 20 and 100 a omuntua obi aka omunim wo mabrabo they don't even know their left and right but no catch us the all their breach two party be frank as well obeto abama no enti sa nipa no oboa wo as entrepreneur na wo dwuma na wodi no but at the end of the day no omunu kra numbers no wo no ye nipa ba ko but wo no you are helping people over 100 people in your company. Then you get other people. Now, as if you find employees who are not sharing the same political interests as their employers. But yet their employer no facing the economic challenges, all the economic factors now, or they running the business, affecting the business. Or no na then we take that risk. Until I make us say, a selection process. Me crime into aba. I should not be qualified to vote. Because my impact, I don't have a direct impact on the economy. And then we will leave it for the economic stakeholders. Nipa na omo yes and na. On say eba ye papalan oko marketplace o. Idwum, these are the people supporting and I say omo no the backbone of Ghana's economy. Because obi bia from the president go see him far. Odi we need trade job. In the papalan sha say he's engaging the market people. So these are people they feel the economy. But there are people in the society now taking that decision because what candidates no change now or no ebete because when you say you deal woody no the banebebo and as embuano or mokakushia guta mokakushia automobile dealers association. And then Alan has set the pace. And this is the first time I will say they are engaging the stakeholders of the economy because Alan has taken the lead. And the Prince, the political illiteracy now running of it's already 18 years no dream movies or sound minding, When you vote ID card or kwakotwaba, but onim adikuntia or twaba, sound growing grofa, or me a target group. You engaging or day to day, yeah, you engaging it to make sure.
For now, no, my engagement in almost is said there. More who's more sound mind and as a crowd sound mind crash or more. Would you say more? For
me, based on the engagement, they of automatically and I say instantly, of sound mind. No, they say on the very last day, and Nipan to Habano decision. That's where you get to know. And I may say. This automatic and anzana it will indicate say you have sound mind. No, if John Mahama present, me say say if somebody should pop up, a candidate should pop up with a more effective and a sound plan as Alan, and then I can synchronize the plan with Ononi Pano Nyema Awaye, and I find out say Ononi policy in a character Ghana. I'll go for that person. Say we illiterate just ask the question. Say and he's not sending any message across. Mahama is also not sending any message across. Moreover, you're criticizing Mahama already. But this is the time, my prince. We need a true character, a character we can rely on, we can trust. We'll be able to be trusted, and he is there for the people. And that candidate is Alan Kyerematen. In Ghana for
independent, you say no. Because said the occasion be me a political illiterate and pese easy big say will be ever pick presidential forms so now for the Copa Kaya. One quite you say now conforges or a political illiterate, a year a quayanko or no one at me and the dear cane, park was one woman cry if you leave you forms in do
but friends, me know political illiterate. Why? Me say me know say ube refer Ikuadonko as a political illiterate because obi a ono ye
say if you move tagging say or political illiterate and said no musaka say was education illiterate. I know them me know nya but me pass future person say forms no enche bi baby ye could be forms that are to cover of filling the forms are hwe no wankoye say bia na forms na be free VIP banner yasesa ne etino onye ready
asema most of the time on the government in power as a party in government, say or feel threatened by a particular candidate.
Yes, ready. Because anything can happen.
Exactly, and that thing will happen based on something because on no feel threatened.
Mock exams forms your forms in the neck move one cause my photocopy easy online or not. One cause move we need to
Prince, about administrative works there, don't have any doubt that movement for change will not be able to be the administrative.
PhD.
And I'm not making the party in government feels threatened by a particular candidate now. As an is appointing authority for the EC now we use EC as an agent to frustrate and to get that threat out of the race. Even the year way back with seeing them, and I spoke against it. Say is it spelling mistakes and I be visa. Prince, you know my basuntino. Mami enfa ensi na ma district dia mi di twa to ne se mesremo Ghana for union ye busuafo minji ndi se ye pese ye hu ye man Ghana ebe ko so hwema na se eco direction a MY akwa se Mason u si dan na abo anasa abosu anwa niema a udi be si dan no ama edan na ye papa no umfa na o fa nia MY but as I say bia ofe anaze wono ayese emfa ho but we see den na wie no ebu a anhwa na akwako buegu so ebi no enti say ya nhwe anya interest ye pese ye si Ghana den Ghana ye papa enti ye hia niema a ye say ye di si Ghana as a diner and na je say ye mpese Ghana ye nti ye say ye pe niema na sa kadia ye di besi Ghana papa and ye nhwe niema papa ni papa and any competence because at the leadership level now papa ekano just that you need a righteous leader to lead you to the land of righteousness, and that righteous leader now Alan John Kojo Martin of the Movement for Change. Madam Wase.
Yo, yeah, that's the P. Meki Bamaso.
Akrachi, ajunkesi na bibi aboko de.
Ya wonye pa, ya wonye na aseo fonso wonye.
Oh, aseo hade ya wonye pa wiya gina so nti no. Ya wonye. We kwa na media me mfa hi bi ya me betan mo me ho me mre 5 minutes kura na me amawie. Na me ko me fa de ayidi wie ye no. Time a obosomfo di wie na no na me fa. Ya me mpasem. Yes,
ye count time.
Oh, me hot time. Yes, you do beji your yare for ya tema. And I don't know a ketewisi and you do wura. The prince.
Now we con say police and kebe abanso omunya approve take fancy but se ka on the service say foreign nationals for Ghana ka yebema my national health insurance card me said the Ghana for nso e wo bi no inse say bia omo anka se be hospital say ye kohwe won yade no ka odwan ka ebetumi aboa
ebeboa pa because enye Ghana nko ameka say ni ode asemu we bai no ode bai o so onim kuru a omo ye saa ne ma no ena obi di bi beto o say UK asem no so fi UK na bai ena obi di bi beto o say UK oni pa na anka so oboa me call Japan no me call Japan as na wo call Japan requirement say oje be sansa na wa ye no say oje insurance ansa na wo de aka wa de ho ansa na wotimi akoje bisa enti no sa se mi ba na wa mutimi ka say aban na anka say dwane say obi ye minister na wonya idea bi say obi ade we ne betimi aboa ono antimi va ne implement you say call cabinet ansa enti sa se no asem na bobo say bi fi ministry we na eba na eba aban ntimi ka say aban na nwen ho enye aban adwen ho e minister adwen minister na face we ne ye be boa nti say de ko kam ne say bi asan be say o mo de o masem kra bae no o mo kra mo nti ase nya sa na asem ne tie ena ne no ka say o say obi be oba be prince okọ Ghana visa fee no tua na okotoka
Dabi
aha nti ne say e ba say e je insurance a e bitimi e okwan e be fa so e be je wanza nti ana ebi no ba na o kasa say o ka asem bi amuza say sound mind be na o de kasa
the camera Japan de na oka no say we say travel we check out who do Japan krumo no say bi anke say wo yare ka o mo ka say sa ko mo insurance
Prince here why you insurance insurance it's a copy and I into a copy
I say copy no trend there say wadwuma na say wa ba me ka say we dey ni there
be o asem na say the officer o kan the baby are for na say insurance na you can insurance one sama ha ni tu insurance I buy ya me say me fi DC buy no me fi hospital buy na me hospital be na 18,000 no hospital insurance for no to 14 something almost say 4,000 something na can me ka mini insurance
David, when you're within America, you see, you come for if I say Ghana,
what do you say? What's it within? No, what do you tell be be no be car? And I'm the way buy. It's yes insurance. No, as some na abandon say. We be say insurance. We uba me crew mo me policy. Uba me crew. You America has a one. Your policies be brand yem mempe. And so no, you don't have a choice. Also on the system in the policy ni we a foreigner on ka say Ghana for mobile Ghana was a foreigner Jay-Z ni Beyonce ni mobile Ghana policy no ye so ye Ghana ni no wanya kwanya atu kwan na akọ no akwaje Dutch passport say akwa na wo no Dutch passport no akwaje no wakwa foreigner odi na we foreigner we Ghana ni ya wo baby no na akwaje obi pass oba wo je be sa na nka so we Ghana ni ani na nka so we Ghana ni na oba Ghana ntino onye visa because we are Ghana ni adentia because policy ni chere say we are foreigner o buy so oje visa that na ye friend is a non citizen and ye Ghana policy ama omo nye ahoho no mo bakrum na also want to say ana de bi e fa say e kwan be na ye mfa so a ye Ghana ka ebetua ka we ni ebetua ka we broni na ye ti ni krom no ofa kwanu ase bi agi sika bi e so oji fie ho e de ye onu ni kro di bi bebo e besia ada na ede policy against on LGBT ebi enyuma ma yenkrofo ne ye di ahwe ye omo ba na ya de na yesi entiase enye obi otu insurance bi na qualify for insurance o ti edu Ghana ade bi ebeto bi ya na ye de health insurance no tax head so ya ko hospital ana ye kwasi ebetu ya ka na ya ba ebe and what is the big deal about Saturday we are the BS ebe bia no yes ye kwotwe ho daare ye create me fight for foreigners. Kwantokwa ye ku ama foreigners o. As me just say the policy be baba has ya ma kata for akokwa ama say ye nkotua ye kwaji green card na kwaji ade ne yentu esika say on ba be ko ho ntokwa ama yen. Ade na ye de bia say ye de otan hunu nti no de bia na obi say ye the policy be nti policy wa America ha nyina na ye be say cheche mu kire manfo nyina ansa amanfo atiaze ansa na implement emra no. Dana governance na tie say ya mechirichiri mu anchiri ubi ade na ye mpese ye mind be ko nanim say bibi ehu bia na say ko fight what are we criticizing what are we opposing o mind be na ko nanim we want to fight everything and you know say ayiba bisafi ya nyini kotuka oh a very good policy I bet me aboa okay, so watch out. Background say almost years. Now say the Schengen for visa increase from Ghana. Na me transfer Ghana for be ko demonstration and I'm back on be ye beto no makasa kiasa dintina o matum because Ghana for ni adwuma. Nti on betum on be ko demonstration. Say e ba na say the visa fee no $100 near the insurance say from say 45. Na de we are na de car package no so kwa no and only $45 abeko Ghana no apel baby atena we will be amfre o man nim you na me comment me comment nim no hu obosonfo be ka asem bi say we John Mahama ene ba omi a omoye owo alanche matin wo mani alanche matin wo machikra wo wase hokra na say asem bi siye ema obosomfo kofa o se John Mahama hospital a wasi e de beto ha be kire se John Mahama ade a waye ni o de John Mahama so wasi hospital o de ba be kire ye ade ne yaka se nyuma ni hon mo mfa commander chukuga factory na de share ne nsa ya ban die se commander ne nya yu ya ban die anke ya ban adwuma no ade ne wantwa me kire ye se John yi ma alankire matin adwuma no ayi factory we no timi si ya o de aba ade na ontwa no me kire ye ana ontwa na achievement ni bi no mfa me kire no ko twa John Mahama na wo se o we won anim chen no ade na o de ono na achievement na ba be kire ye we won anim chen no wo reba mamu wa wo anim chen John Mahama be do achievement akofa John Mahama de be kire ye omfa Alan de me kire ye enti ai obozompo Alan de ahwe de kura wantimi enua enti ene me ha ho na obine wa emi se me buy na Isaac aba o se wakoka insurance asen bi na America Isaac no nti America onti ha enti me muwa no ewo aha kuro bia ne mra kuro se every state bia na ye ne mra o no so ba obeka che so wonti America di me nka America obetimi aka America sem because ono wo ha no kura wonim na me ne akwa bi ye adwuma John na John ti New Jersey John ope insurance no e so de na address koto friend se obi owo New York na watimi enya insurance de akọ hospital na until New Jersey ana osori na oyare no ni pipa na osori onko hospital se me yare ntimaba John ti akonwam ne nipa na opese oboa na opese ode ne kono John so no ye kwani uze kwa fom sika se mu ni agro John se akwa no nyi da ono John no off day no na efen James off day no ena opese akwa no gi ne off fi ono na dwum no ne kona danfo no ti New York no ho no de na address koto se de benyo obenya insurance card ni bi no timi dia oyare o New Jersey a o de akọ New York hospital I don't think New Jersey on banko New Jersey o de no nko New Jersey hospital adentia enti ono ai obine wa mema ne na ada ono America ha onte ha James ati akonwam ni roommate aba James address ati akonwam James o time twem okọ adwuma ikopusu na James egu James yare e wo New Jersey ono anim so yare ba wantimi anko hospital thank you emfa ni you he aha ko hospital bi e wa America ha bi a obeko bi ano wa modin age wato hwaje information nyina duo no ye wo bi ba bebusa insurance kanen insurance utimi provide bi wi ansa na doctor ba ana whoever obeba no waba se wantimi anfa insurance ni bi ama ebe tinya pe code bi ni ade bi ama ebe show normal basic ade bi keke ni ade ama me kura me bedu ho na me kita insurance card no o musa insurance no ne wen bia which one ho na papa nka said these other people no they always fight for them, they don't want to pay at it just ti atam na papa nka no e dey say hwehwe bia insurance na be kire kwan be fa so e bi gina be so e be hwe enti me Isaac emetwan tronch ono America na no me say on tia oba ne na no nam radio station won so be so call sankofa ne ade on tia won nam bobo NDC ni hu dawuru won na adwuma America ne ko azo no nim wo ha me ma ne medada o be ka say be tribal bigot wo ai platform is when na tribal bigot chen Isaac debi oba when be ka asantefo asem na asantefo ese na asantefo ese na asantefo ese when tribal bigot o platform is
no ka tribal assembia wa ha eti
oka tribal bigot when na fairness am impinium Isaac ba na oka asem na ana montene de na na
enye no na ye ka sisi a mama question
na wo ho anka so betumi atwena agina so say Isaac ye nka tribal asem wa ha
kwabna asem na ye nka tribal assembia wa and as a bigot assembia wa asem kwa mbusa na wo ansa ne kama so ena wo koka yi no ena say
me kan no a me twa wadin gina so say obi ba na de bia asantefo nkwa na de bi omde omanya asem so oba na oka asem aba asem oka nyina na oka na de otimi twe otumfo kwa Canada power ha obi anka asem bia and you know me person say say kase obi ono use that word say tribal bigot wa obi en ho e traba bi go to chen ono ana what is omo ka wedding no ka bi ana
ko die fesi ama ye na me ye bi dase ene de e wo se eno so ebeboa eno so betima aboa ma se de waka no omo so ye eno mama ye foreigners na obi enka ho asen so se abanse ni policy ni sa na ye dia ene eno so enso another point. Okay, good. Yo mamenko ye abena so na ye wi na se ye dikakra so na yapon na ye manager timaje na fidie na otimi ada abena of bama so
adwen kese
na pom to say
boko digiti eso bia so ho ye
ye ho ye pa ye ho ye nene asema ne ka ene ye free flow Tuesday de ne so na asema ye ka yes leaders no pese omo de call land of righteousness but omo ankasa no omo nye righteous enti ebe se ye de ye ndi ye hu ni na se de na de Yesu ka o se Pharisee for no de monhwe de omunti de omo ka ne mo nwuma de mamonye enti eno no how do you find say whatever be the case no omo de omo di bem ye kokota omo kra omo di be but timemuni de okoye bibia wudimi ka say impenifo no omo de omo ni mraso ntimismi ni mraso enti no wugidi say yenye ne sa yenti de impenifo no ka ne mo mami ye nhwe de omo ye no eno ye one two no ne ye ka about a health insurance policy na aban pese odema foreign national say come back minimum national health insurance cards between $45 to $240 depending on almost situation na no na beto adwano na ene Ghana Health Service for no customer for say entisa omunya make final decision na mom no dia policy na omudia ko parliament kra the former minister onya bono no Kwaku Agyeman menu no wode buy na say in the form of national health insurance say the Ghana obia card or kono now or system media or some of the call whatever the case or some of the call cabinet that cabinet approve say o approve and say engine to me into the plan now say damage so attorney general so dey advice ba na ehu say ye be ya na ye nti for na de nya dia sa policy no implementation level sila cabinet level a omko adwene ho no nanka o de adubia tu nchen wo beje tum say whether say nipa call travel insurance only insurance once or foreign national no nke yintimi enye na omuso ntwia for national health insurance na yintimi ko yinim yedase
yo insurance ne de obi anim ba bia yare bebo obi anim de besi you can say we don't know in the next 30 minutes we see a problem but anything is possible na me utu kwa ko baby a wa pomuden no so we bet bibi insurance ho na say insurance a adwuma pa de a anka me for me no enye bibi bone so na de to so mienu wo yare a wo insurance na wo yare na wo ko hospital ho a wo yare a wo de ko ye omo ho anu oduro omo machines they say are these hospitals equipped to take care of you based on insurance na wajeno because insurance be on ma and cover certain things chronic disease be severe let's say severe you know and cover na say cover what kind of insurance so no mo ka ho asem malaria ni tipa paracetamol insurance no mde ma wa na say obi o underlying bia condition be no insurance no be cover say ye share ehonu yi say uji bidia na say betimi aye adwuma na say ahohihia mu ne beboa ho a wa pomden na sika no mo je no so no mo de ye de say all these things na say interrogating ye hwe nke etisa na nke ye de a ke beboa because insurance no te say de na minua be mo kasa na no see ye enye insurance bia na wo de call ikrum hakra hospital bi okra ye gio we ma insurance bi but one kasa no asa insurance is bi o baby I found this thing out me nya situation bi and I have to get my own insurance I beat him cover certain things because underlining was quite a insurance and just insurance me pese me who insurance no the chere the ombitimi de aye na wokɔ hospital hɔ koraa yɛsɛ yɛka sɛ yi ɛsɛ obi kɔ Ghana na wo kidney problem a dialysis koraa no koraa nneɛma nyɛ yi woso wogye insurance saa nneɛma nyinaa they have to put certain things in place before they come and worry us with always taking money because they take money and take money but the purpose of which I'm taking money no you so mo fa nyɛ adwuma na ɛyɛ sɛ ɔmo de yɛ no ɛno na yɛ na ma nipa yɛ skeptical kakra about paying these policies on person rolling it out no because you try sika na you nanu ya mukoyi ka bi che say tax e woso no me ka kire wa be shock em ayi nyina ya eje covid nim se Ghana covid ne hon kwa de enko ya na se ye jimpo kra na se bi ye de ya de adi mpuntu ebebe nipa abrabo mu a ka ebe ye yi me kai say former president Mills Kufuor ho no almost 30 NHIS yi card insurance ya no muje odo ka akwa na bibi na adbe kwa akoyi container ne ya omuje na uchi asa ne ma no ta aten se petrol kwa ne ade uta no muje ne ade by the time no hu se sika na no muje no na se ye maame no ye sisters mu ye nua mo ko wo a ma mortal rate wo death ye ko kwa obai ko wo a e ba fom kwa ma yuan e bo mabaso ti wu se sika na no mo de muje no mo de ye adwuma ofiri ho besi na yeje eso enye adwuma last me ka me say na anu ya obi koda me timba bi o so wawo me na say me kotwe ska na ikoyi ni free hospital because you say NHI no it's ukowo Ghana mpokora jail kora ye C section you have to bring it your ma list of things on be useful for C section and you buy it we are no massa charge when pa mo de amanye papa kwakwa ebi wo ho mattress ne da phone but e be charge it is also uji insurance esa ototo wo niema yie sa wo niema yie no obi nim se otwe insurance na se bibi kotoro no betima ya obetwa also obetwa 57 and 60 let's say $100 kwa na abenya won kwa I don't think say reasonable person be will find it difficult to pay that at niema edi gu akwan mu a no mudi nkofo bi akotena tena ho no mu jiska hu ba bi eska ne ko ensem ne doso me scan be ko boys ne ho no ma no mudi omude ye niema emfata ti Kenya bad idea but me should ni say insurance be no mka ho asem no insurance ne cover dem no ni ma asem
said ye ke say omude ko cabinet said you okay there omude ko yen hwe dey but said you can be suji tum say ka fine case but almost say they don't have, some people said they don't have hope in aban as a way allow of money too much and okay now we crack say COVID year ye $150 in Casamre Caribbean it was enough because that time by 2022 about 5 million passengers na Ghana too much probably 150 na skapa wumpa and so ye shede hu say bia ka ye the COVID no sa fi no Caribbean ye see hospital me say identify say bia we cry ye GN no at the end of the day no make ka say frontier for no egwa de wumbe say 80% na Ghana de wumkra be say 20 any other day ABM so so COVID funds you say twa COVID levy say no abana say COVID no obiam so sila no open so twa COVID levy of 1% and go for crisis and require extortion adeni ni wonso so see utwa and say wagigis ke bebre nti we kra na ntina man go for say cry ye enye say be ye free ye cry ye citizen no name foreigner for require say kan kra no omugi say go for the back ye shower normal wo ewiem ni Panama nti na man go for so I skeptical name nke bi nka policy on the surface nke ebi nke the revenue beba said they was short of revenue but and as la no the more as ye no na the more so yes kwanda no nti
na say me pacho ayi a wo kan say obi je visa every Ghana call let's say Europe countries CB for tourism and stuff they one of their requirements they say obi budget insurance yes budget travel insurance to curb any be beba for foreseeable future no enti enye bad policy but he said the nyina ye ka no so see asema a wo kan Ibi na me som na me can before no.
Void of travel insurance. So what travel insurance grant when it just say they are not even going to consider say what travel insurance and you say more card than a national health insurance card name. Say the Ghana for Obi no.
Oh.
89 say what about say the people outside you say what about say Nipakon no travel insurance that into Oba or no Wayaria as a foreigner Wayaria or no Yebekano. Added pass away that's a force that will be only be different from NHS there no.
Any say more national health insurance the any I mean because national health insurance in any ejuma. Any ejuma. Enye ejuma ba ku say. Your bosomi say June, na June say 17th. June 2nd ya na mkuchi assess kan. Nipakono national health insurance. 2,000 Ghana. Nsa no mu release no mu free hospital ho. Oko we. In the C-section all this thing. It's mean our national health insurance ni bi. International national insurance no mu pay be grant na. Because they travel away, because national insurance is not more Ghana. The insurance is not working for the people there. It's a DNA guarantees me betray if I pay into it, I may buy any paracetamol ni chloroquine no de mai. Because someone has been said
the co-cabinet ebia on the burgers ebia
me patcho say travel insurance we no person me mandated they say oh bank and you have to have travel insurance bia
it has got essence na meche mu no wo kan eyi na ti de obo kan I feel like what do you maybe yeah, it has a national health insurance and it has said what a year I say the chief executive NHS Dr. Da Costa Boy says his office is yet to take a decision on the national health insurance policy expected to cover foreigners who visit the country for a short period. It is a travel insurance assembly. It's already in existence, but the way our market contract they say they are not even going to consider the way a national health insurance policy on mobile foreigners. This follows media reports that foreigners will pay between $45 to $240 for an insurance cover. That national non-resident business health insurance, the policy which was developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and other partners, is expected to commence on July 1st, 2024. It is specifically for non-residents visiting the country for a period. Launching the policy in Accra in February, the then Minister of Health, Kweku Agyeman-Manu, said the introduction of the policy was in tandem with the operationalization of the National Health Insurance Act 2012, Act 852. He said the act mandated the provision of quality and accessible health care for both residents and non-residents. So I say, it's non-resident, have a more card, no? Yes, I guess this one does not even make sense.
Mr. Asam now working in Pacho. They keep on insulting us. Please, let's move on. Because Asam okay, a daytime robbery. Oh, me busa question back. Won't see America. What about in America? Oba no about Medicare. Is that possible? There be me busa more London, more baby ano more insurance will krum hono. I demand a crony pom multi honum no. I didn't think the momo. It won't be paid their taxes into it. It's one time na nipa neighbor no minim so mo demand no more period of I mean, come on, we are extortion.
So say less than a 6 months within a 12 months period. Anything that make us say I want to give them benefit of that. Almost some when they want to know the basso or the co cabinet. Me person the co cabinet we knew the Omo de Beka who says society we need the very controls meant Omo the banner the company we know because said the air cano almost media no me serious but begin say Ghana no we be ban na e dia o ma dwene ho and I quality and Ghana they be omit me at the nice
this is how they operate. Ye nyina te honum say Beka ya and achi motor forest assemble. Na then MPP ye cha a friend say secretary who yes and will say John and you who ye and achi motor forest na kwa there's no longer achi motor forest. Thank you. It is say I no must start you. Almost starting here, Tim Hunchin, Boom Sangana for a refill home. No mo dia ye be ye bu say SEO approve. Empanyufo omote ho omadi 60 years omne 12 year old for dana omo ka ho asem a bill na koda parliament ho over 2 years na ndio mo hu nka ho asem on. Ebi se sane me omo ti ana obo ye kure ye fu. Asese bi omo ti onyansa nche de ni omo tirim. Enema ehu hia no omo nhwe so nye. Mimi tuka akome Ghana obi owo akwantu mu ba bia obi a wokwa o first aid medication dey be egu bag mana me boy bi mu kwa de condom nyina ne niema to protect themselves. What are you saying? NHIS say you cardium do me paracetamol ni chloroquine om de ma om. Me mama brochi anka mnim say wo fa aduro na unya reaction enye. Eso Ghana de wo fa aduro chloroquine unya reaction is normal. Ana me boy.
Oh, that's what I said. Now, who crowd workers one? Oh no, I am mistaken. No, pharmacy though. As the who crowd patient the trouble.
I can't tell step me. See, will fact my Bible chan. Let me name say will fair drew no reaction. I just say no. As Ghana, they say who back out. Into a minimum said drew ninny.
Me buy her crown me. I say Ghana who fair dry. I say when you say this year, say Nike you. Say maybe allergic to aspirin. Anything I ibuprofen. Yeah, what are you allergic to? Who your family history? Yeah, and I'm going to say, me who say a draw me no me we are me far because they do a paracetamol no ibuprofen is aspirin no me near this year. Yeah, they say this year no me near you just say this year. Send like ube. Every time I say we live and pool. It happened to me quite no. The first one was what's allergy. Me ya kaya am so.
Oh, that's this year.
Asemo.
Some me de me pacho she extortion na ekoso wo honom. You did make the quote to say 80% for eco frontier. I am asking this question. Minim answer. Madri mundo ye. Then I will go into agreement. Bo land airport is security zone for every country. You give an agreement to somebody, no hold the 80%, now we have for 20%. Does that really make sense? It makes sense. But the currency it is and say, oh man, huni pasha ho. And no more percentage be come hunto more percent nipa be hunse because it makes sense whatsoever. Sika extortion no. These people are taking too much money. Yet we don't know the omri sika ne yo. So they will come and tell us something. No mafa kwan bi so no magic. And now Muji says sika we nyina hwe ka o masa progo. Until the layman question is where are these monies and where are they going? We don't know. Until now so buy no, buy so buy paper, omasi no muhi nyina because it makes sense. COVID year we can see akra ma start calculating me masenye. But we share sika o magic from that time to this time. Yes, a community be just community clinic impo. Na yetimi gina oka say COVID year ye ye me say common dialysis for muntimi solve ye. Me just I would really want to say no is can you saying incubators yeah they are crowd too na the what we won't cry be mu omanya jaundice
5 million passengers na Ghana and 2 multiply $750 million dollars.
Okay, wow, baby is ganiko dollars is incubators akurenya jaundice na most cry wo especially premium for no omnya jaundice ye di omu chesa machine na light is omu so secure ebi kura ni kurum ho ye dia kura futum kakra
ye koto antibiotics mine enkra mo incubators mu e wo kolebu omu hia antibiotics
ye issues na ye go through no any issues 2016 me Ghana me volunteer wo konfa noche manko JBS kamsha no fan mafaka no mako
onya kosi yesu mo for me because akosi yesu nyamisha na eduma ya otumi eboa no okona say
me kwa akoye yi the rate obi eba hospital omba ho we ni gym when at the time people are more vulnerable omo we di mama dream niema nkoso omo ho mfa omo nti no maba a place no be seek help no e ho na nipa no omo ye adwuma ho no omo tete wo mo
just say customer service. Now I know so me say I saw people cleaning materials, detergents. I buy no the aba. Gloves. They take it home. What is going on here? And see, coming or make about besi and pennyphone is almost the number say, yes, a who leader no, who set example. So, who leader no one set example. Many pen who say, oh, yes, ya. Unchirima for no sono. Wombe can sim hunupa. Ya wo ye no, and no number so. A day. It could be a wumbiano or my baby, I will be an sebu, Miss Seneca. You will conform my dream of form. And conform engineering so. Our media and conform can the brain itself no cannot function well. Almost dear no. It is a way leader now set it be now when this one. San conform the way you near mano in their mind no papa baby. Meanwhile, no papa. It's almost saying, penny for no dear me. Also, said the mere form of day. The dear man shay. Because yet it won't be a 1 million and chin, will be a coffee punch over them 3 years. What are they saying?
It's usually say we know because said in the COVID they make an as of 2021 now make one seminar. A year, Sata Minister for Kweku Oforia Samba say for every $150 Biana Yajiwono. 140 call frontier not $10 spending there. It says me cross $10 spending back $10 out of 1 kid.
Yes, frontier for no me one.
Sometimes you call parliament you show identity now or man show and also frontier but later then you won't say na akwabia na wo Jubilee House or no say on one and then the wife
some later ben media suka ho akufu adoba ya ware Nigeria ni a wo mu ka ho sankofo group
what if you out of omunya 17 million according to Mr. Sherma Minister for Transport between September and December last year a total amount made from testing at the Satam 2021 American sums up to over $17 million. Out of this, $16 million went to Frontier's healthcare service, while Ghana had a little over 1 million. Yeah, the airport. I didn't know Asema na making. It's very insurance every day and go for the
two questions. The other one I could say.
Yeah. Hey. When I'm saying when I take it most of the time, I'm saying we are very, very important. That I okay leadership as well. Okay, leadership for no. What you say? Yeah, my final was say do not work or no. It's my main. Mama, since you do find out final was because Papa Small is say late. You know, you person you call beyond 4 p.m. or Hano. See, this will be a by Mr. Will be a 3 minutes name and yes, Papa Smalley. Oversee over here hotel kakraiti. Some no ya ko 4 Hano meti. Yes, 3 minutes. Why you to me fair time no na. Yintimi nko it is say me share say of body ufana west na yintimi nko yes Professor Emeritus beba baby bio oh do ufana west
oh yo match me ufana west ya na say tell you
time no
krono na nkrofo person boy na sometimes also, no problem. Last week, Sana, Umay New Akabla, they tried up, but me back first and only some person meka. And as they say, or say, ye thinking, I the think is a sister. Obi no be Najan interest. Now, what thinking on interest? Ukrum for ages, Ukrum for paying for Yari or Moko. Japan, what to say Japan? President Yaremi Aswana Bagana. What can I say in the cancer? What say? Would because of say would you much bullying into Mooney and calling every ajibio of the BSC a G2. You may be sacosi with several times. Si can I yajin catano? Ile Yomuka Sebas of Rubia and Sovo. Taxayaki, COVID tax says can in idea, and yet Tima would into no BSC a support and support a Jimmy. Oh, Obana by cancer answer now. obi so ba na reply na me ya say na host no hwe o ma utimi last week the same thing we did the attempts some ba kro nka bi sana mo frabella no so na ma no so sansem hunu no sana mo akere mo dia wo panyifo yare o mo kọ America ekose mo yare o mo kọ Japan what say Japan for police unya ya no refer to America or refer to ye dia enya no so refer to ho person no ehonye ha fine a good policy say yenye na mabisa kwache say esika na omoje ne dada no de no mo de aye health insurance na yetwa ne Ghana ni kura yare kura yehwe no Japan for echichiro mu kuro ye omoji sika na omumfa enchiche mamo amote America mo nya adwuma ne echiche mamo no mabɔ radio so beji atem no ye enchiche mo omote no obi yare o Japan ho a prime minister hospital na okɔ no eno abi na okɔ saa na memeti ha no se me yare hospital na mekɔ no eno na ken ne yare oba eno aso na president so yare okɔ on so na hu nkɔ Ghana se mekɔ hospital eti ye nkrofo no mu wia ya esi ye ka kronobo papa you wuye $10 million $30 million in ye hu na on account so maame e fia da pa ono nko fie $1 million
$30 million on account
na o ka say mo ya wo ya maabo
hwan
na kwabna obote bia na wona na support na no adi last week
we say why na you hu $30 million on account mo wuye
owu yi na ejoso side ho ejoso MP no $30 million MPP original MPP Asante region
John Kuma na oka
John Kuma na make omo constituency chairman
okay you dey face na me ko me to have you so da be akwesi o final words you but sister when you another good Samaritan sister Abena also say the dano ya mission say uko Ghana uko share diabetes
I don't think so next time I will
I don't know what you and say we jam my national health insurance for
next time if I will do such things, I won't come on radio to talk about because I know how we
encourage and making from association. I encourage you John Kakrebia Obiano. Nice and what they call my you won't say at least no. I buy no about the social bench union the only make a choice. Me see ye group ye G Cochia I can't say antibiotics by Corano or your future leaders or more preterm incubators and ye detaining my pre hospital. Ye Kolebun yes I call a Chimota hospital. I was sent to the menja Mr. Oba and yes when you found who can say would the boost you a carriage. They may own situation one they don't know so one and yes be all the person they just say Makoya de be yes and Yesuka or no and yet
my money told now Portugal for Baba start na me so bomba on say the entire na my bar you can see me no yeah wa highest no bia ni baabi a wo free obi orma okọ Ghana stay Accra obi orma okọ Ghana stay Kumasi stay Takrade and obi ni baabi a wo free ba but e bia hon ya de bi nkoche wo doma hinkro presbyterian me mfa wo yiri bi nkoto mfa nkoto wo dina bia e ba ne ka people may think oh bom too much na bomba de system ma se me ba se be kan say me aja ya ko Ghana na ya ko jeda mi so okay de ya nko doma na aja mu se hokusua ho na ya ko stay doma na afei ana homachi 2 am awati agu mi na me dini ko duru ho no ma ya se hospital bed asan na omunya baabia say akokora bi o me ka system with the bia I think say minim say now I think say no so oba be wu say dey you no mo de mi akoto ni che na ohome ba ko a 7 minutes no ohome biem ana mfifre ti no tiatem na sabio I say em say ne hwa ba ko so chen ba ko excuse me sabi I no doubt in fact I have to fight 3 good days in my life I have to fight you yes because omo on Christ omo ye adwuma no we kita phone emiamia so no mo say yesafra yi kra bakra de enkwas niam hunu enro hunu it took me fa ase ba ko a oye pharmacist assist me e bi kranka I don't know e bi anka me lusu me here see nsem be say wo hu Your hospital system muni sanima we no. Bomba something that unya experience maybe I'll be in Ghana. Me I cram pay at the end, sa hospital did that intimate pay hospital. But that day no. And who say yes. So whoopa idea be kun Ghana be kun. Na bomba just obi a den baby oba ya. Ni order from just say yes we far obeti na busu afọ we adan wawu. Hey bomba manum to and I still ye can't near maybe say ya. Tinano amete say yes ye pega brewa bi akoto wuram. Still not me kakaya. Minya panic attack na say I was seeing manum to me nidi. I don't know said obi asiti o wiase. Any obi hono ma any on my so hospital kwa man for go betime didi or betime yes so I don't care. Bomba me tesa we no. Se obi ayare na yesese na busuafo se den yo se na adwene mu kan no se den ya pagya nipa no dia to ambulance ma kwa koto nkwanta ma nipa na wu ai me tesa se na say ai bomba is something that I think say
you need free o se tabeto nche na do wo da bonten no e wa bonten e do ko say
bomba de me ma no si ni wo ho ade because we Ghana politics me hu no say airtime na say condemn me Abranche be friend Lewin le tonchi obonwom wo ha mo amutie hip hop no de mo amunim ye beto about 2020 okoso oko nipa ne Trump pa because ono story o say do ni save ni life enye san ko be wu because that man no nya ni seasons no ya obonwom na 1-2 bia na wabu ahwe na ehuro twa na busuafo kra po na nya nwom to kra bi kra nkabade so ay jonki o say obi nto friend uncle ti so mo amutete lewe nyo ta bobo sa uncle ti bi woni nyi so no na save nto no de eba this fight here on fan ni agro e mo ko gina ho so o ko gina ho endorse Trump me no ka say America ni bia no ka say o ntie ni nwom bi ni we matesa branch friend Kimpaluta enem say wabo ni nwom bi nwom boy enem say Drew campaign say and politicians will be trying to, apart from a new amount for a they're just trying to engage with people near you. And I can give you so many examples. Last campaign, 2016, Shatawale Kujina Simpi Sodima, NDC, a Bonyum, Sata Mahama paper, Obian in a year. People, Shatawale Bahama for concert where you any backlash. Yeah, best. Senyum tuni bi timi support obi na asi mu nyina timi from betre nyum dia man dis na say obi anya problem na say asuko no ma wei ekotena yi na be kwa koye say ne be kill ne career ana asante for the sane ye traba we na in fact bomba de harding harding there so many people
so didi and exactly the problem wo sa de do
bomba de meti we say me bo me nyum kama ha ko obi ne makodu na bia enyum no mama fi say ne de makodu gana mama so ebia kwasi ebia bram say oh be yintino ene menko Ghana ni enyum na say inti say through campaign season na say vice president afrena adena ye kesi no na sadia si ye dai so sadia we si ye dai na say ensem bi boba wo Ghana ebe ha NDC for this election open market on the wall sankrofo na omo social media omo di asante na tem edi asante fo atem a do mama ni NDC for your madwen say omo kasa dia kire sankrofo we no in fact ha adwen because the reason right no any 33 million population you know sabi Ghana edin Ghana yedi ye kura ye sympathize kura bahati ye kasa so ti asi o but no be aso ne hu ni sa obi se ni kokko ye tum na no aze be ka asem bi wa meka no o ha dia meka aze be ka say Ghana kura kokko fo nyina in fact I felt offended because sabi me bomba de be dia dance ye bi kokko ni ba me ba ha enyema ma hu anu se nye no meka etu betima yisu asante twi ni say oh Ghana kokko akuafo binom but you obeka ni nyina nti say yimi mi hu no say so wo kasa no bi ti ba bi no de hu no say ebia ni kokko yatum ebia NDC person na ye for something but any yatum ko 2000 on found say ni kokko pro nka me nyam na me kokka say on ko to na ba anonko eni say enti ye besre atem didie ni sa we na doson Ghana hono bia your musicians o mu twa nyom edema NDC obia ni issue ye besre we won twa nyom eye vice president ene kofre no So ko friend no ko wana no ko na agya wama no petrol ska bi dia gu ni ka mu ana bia yesre ye mama saade no entwe say Ghana the way say kwato ne bodwa na we dia moa so hu you have, and I can mention so many Ghana. Even look at Asamoah what Kevin Taylor is doing to him. Sakode and Kevin Taylor is sorting Sakode's wife. Oh, mama, you can't say you for him for fancy.
What boy you import to the tea? No say business just
has to buy no and yes, we are right there which we choose in the political. The human no your professional singer.
Or say MDC MPP obit much when you my MPP then just or MPP ni and no also did it.
Bumba, me da say, you can't control me matches. Why? I mean, try to be this year.
You, the interest say Ronaldo Beshe a year, 38 months. A year go you say. You, Joseph Abe, who find out ways. Now, Mr. Joseph, what I said, no, share the car. 80. Alex, who find out ways.
Bombardier. Oh, now. Isaac say my can say be bad man na sem no kan no say my can America say be man kan yi or say that man kan and all kind of kan no because that time na will be a distraction man te dey be o kan mo so mo my kwan my mamu na me kra me ka say me comment ya me wo policy na mo dey aba ho no say in fact obi bo me din kan asem bi this time e bia am kan yo na o pese ji say that me nya kwanya maba betima sa abre nipa no mutie no mu ni hobio so ahu in fact obi bo me din dia mebo awuram ba me ntua sika no because abo me din aka asem bi sese ya e bi amenkan no this allegation na to me so ozo antimi ama me kwa mama nchirem but say me wie menya kwaya ameba be chirem no nipa no mutie at that time they are not there oza I don't know there say mo pese ye ne sa
yeah be say obi bo ye freedom so obi bo din host no say o ka say libako je one pause na wow wabodi ni ye man wa hwe.
That's right. Menyi ano wo because e bia asema na Isaac Kano men kai say me America asema me na me ka Spain asema me say Spain for no before na ye nye sa amra no na mbom enam so bia obi firi America eba Spain na owoyare bi na opeso obakio no ha because ha no ye free for ye insurance individuals tie ye free for every obia to obi timi eba ha be hwe ne ho yare ebia America dina me boy ntina ma wo kasa na bia even Romania ni whatever nipa bia o free Spain sa na scenario no net ye ha entinu so ba ha obetumi ahwe ne ho yare na akire omo ye ne se de obi e ba ha onto insurance wa wo give visa ba even US for kra no omo nye visa no omo aba ha enti no ye ba US ye nye visa enti de sa mra e to ato za nkofo no ento aye se obetwa insurance azara wa ko US enti sa wamza enti no sana na me kan ma nka asem bia minim ma nka US asem na me ka Spain asem enti sana na mpesa me kire enti somebody said na more can wahu ye leaders no o se papa ka say leaders no person mo de enko heaven ba o mo nye righteous
o de go land of righteousness but mo anga so mo nye righteous you know
omo person mo de enko omo person mo de enko but omo anga so mo nye righteous omo nye righteous but eno na me ka say me ne ho no wa asem kakra omo person mo de enko so obi o person oba America no ofri Ghana yes requirements ni a ono oba force wo adi ni nyina so enti opese oba America na mom leader opese odi ni pa kotene ni mu no ono anye tene ni that means on person or pretended to take you there but they are not willing to take you there enti sana majune ya me say omo no nye so omo de ye ko righteous land bia so na omo no nye righteous omo mom they are pretending through ye no yankuro yenu na mama omwadi enti ebe wa wiase
Mahama so kosi Mahama alanchama to munyina pretend say they are righteous people mbo some dey go back.
Oh Mahama nka so dey Ghana for call righteous yibia
oh say na make say e kan ye leaders no waka ho e na make say Mahama
da ko body I don't know o say I don't know say o say asem na make no
the leaders men o wadwunu mu
na mekura de asɛm a obi bɛka no hɔ a na mpɛ sɛ mekyerɛ sɛ ɔbosomfo wɔ in fact ɔbosomfo no ɔmo yɛ ndc branch a ɔmo yɛ campaign ma nti yɛhu ɔmo a yɛne gye mefomi mehu ɔbosomfo ne ɔmo party ayi ɛfɛ sɛ alan nkurɔfoɔ no nyinaa because deɛ ɔmo yɛ no deɛ ɔmo yɛ aboa yɛm ndc mɔ nti mi deɛ ma ne gye ɔmo na mmom sɛdeɛ ɔsi tɔn yɛfrɛ ne sɛn no alan no ɔyɛ a ɔnto no bo ase kakra because nɔkorɛ yɛ baako pɛ o alan ɛba politics mu a ɔntumi mfa ne ho ntoto Bawumia because Bawumia kɔ n'anim kyɛn no nti wohwɛ Bawumia sɛ yɛsɛ ɔyɛ corrupt anaa Mahama yɛ corrupt a ɛkyerɛ sɛ position bi a ɔmo na aduru no alan nya nnuru hɔ nti alan ntumi compare ne ho
alan wa politics bɛɛ 40 years no Bawumia na sɛ mu ɛwɔ experience no
ɔwɔ de nyɛ experience na meka o dabi nyɛ experience na sɛ mo hwɛ
wo kan de
experience kora na obi a
so wakɔ n'anim Bawumia kɔ n'anim sɛ no anaasɛ wabɛyɛ vice president
ɔwɔ n'anim ɔwɔ n'anim kyɛn alan ɛwɔ politics mu so ɔka sɛ ɔwɔ experience a wakyɛ wɔ mu ɛno deɛ doesn't matter akɔa bi wɔ Real Madrid wɔ hɔ ɔyɛ driver ɔno nko ara de Madrid akɔ final Champions League finals bɛyɛ sɛ 10 times because ɔyɛ driver ɔwɔ hɔ bi aba ɔmɔ bɔɔl no bi da nti ɔno bɛ ti ma ka sɛ yagye 10 times but ɔmɔ obi da a player bi so a ɔba wabɔ bi agye mmiɛnsa nti ɔmo mmienu ho ana yɛbɛka sɛ ɔno no wɔ n'anim because player no na wɔ n'anim wo deɛ driver na ɔyɛ kɛkɛ wɔn sa nti no alan deɛ nyɛ ne ti pɛn ne saa nkɔfo mmienu wei ɛba ne politics.
ɛyɛ mi na kakra ne nso ɛnyɛ hwee sɛ wɔ opinion no no ti ɔmmerɛ na so ti yɛ kɔ yi no mɛ kɛde sɛ
alan sɛ sɛ ɔkasa ɔno na ehia ne ma but Mahama Wamba de animal fisona. Yeah, same.
Timikaza. Hello.
Yeah, yeti onka.
Aha, nti sɛ wo mmerɛ na so nti no nti ma me kɔ nipa foforɔ so.
Oh, Mateo de ma me fa si here na omonto.
Ayo. Okay, your baby will final words.
Yeah. Then I'm bizarre say. What's the difference between the travel insurance and the But I think say I've now got the answer. Travel insurance, if at the end of it is not up to a certain amount of money, it does not cover. Even say wako Ghana now yamaya travel insurance in cover. But wako Ghana be accident BC and as a surgery operation kesebia a be cost certain amount of money and no travel insurance cover.
However, send no cry said yare kese do mum na accident na send a better send a big consumer by the wa was bit what.
Yes,
but national insurance is the opposite cover the minimum.
Say me because say obi azo ko Ghana na say bi as wo yare ono abeko private hospital no take. I can remember my wife by her sat no nya metra ha and na mpeso ko hospital for check up because only a insurance and also on tier and the only option is that you have to go to private hospital. And I booked private hospital and I paid. And the amount was not what is enough, as we say, a mood that the private hospital a level no. So and now was on for cancer. If they have to, what's one may reason a DNT was the causing this problem NT ye persevere niba. So because there's will be a chinchina will be made register because for now no the mom I see na problem na ye perceive so let us know the problem. In Kofomba if Rabuchi and I say Togo and I say Ibana Omuba na Omoko hospital ebia muntria munya scan tria they should let us know but the omo can the etwetwe so kakra. So
if you guys we foreign nationals go dey ye from any citizen for.
Yeah, they can etwetwe because obi o tu kwan no ba no ya le omo ba private hospital akotua. To call government hospital so any only insurance obetua. But ye may who the problem na ACNT a mo pese chinchina obi ba near the ashen concert chinchina for ye health insurance. And no we just should let that go. Are you born in it? Because Ronaldo
a tournament or
I used to many a Benewa. Obi bo bi dia
I say the yabeti san a host no other person papa na ya fre the papa ya bondi na host no na you will be into me and it here kodo amendment no it me amendment see good ye be ko you any bibi na motene ka no mamen ko Isaac o final words
on wa sama me kan no on sa ba because mo person mo the MPP mra and I did back show we so because say obi bo obi din na nipa no mutumi ma no kwan e mo obi ba mu a wo fa kwa me obo mi din e na me ba mu say hey mwaka che me say egumaki e the pesta atare ma no because wa lock me ni kwan say be defend me humpo but bro wa ba ye no no we can say me boni yes me boni din onu de mo kwa akoye amendment na mo trust because no
Isaac obi see ya implement so because ya kwa amendment me see etimi ya amendment ya nka say ya kwa amendment me see etimi ya amendment ma nka say ya kwa amendment
no say ya na ati obi no mra na ati obi
e manage obi a hwana mra na ati no e manage obi a
na mra na ati mi ma mo matua wo se mra na nche mi
they say acho Ancho say what go be the Ancho say who interject here Ancho say what go be the
nipa de bo bi di wa kwa me bo bi wa kwa me
bo bi the who interject here and because say interjection
nipa na bo mi di a wo say me interject here nipa na bo mi di say Isaac baba be kama hama ani eyi ho asem iti no me ni kwan say me so me bi na no
me see interjection and yeah of papa me body say Isaac why dey
what say Isaac baba abeka mahama ene eyi nkoma asem iti no ada no be ka say me ba abeka mahama ase oni ma asem e wo mi trimu iti me ni kwan say me so me ka say asem o ka no enye because mrano enti obi because me tell me
me say Isaac echi no obi enu a mranda che no me say interjection na do and obi Isaac me say interjection na ebe obi enu a yeti say bi o go
nipa na bomidi nyese bi wa bomidi iti no identity bre wa say me ma bonidi yes me bonidi ono de ne obetumi agbamu because obi bo obi de obetumi agbamu na wa papa me
be wa obondi no obemu wambem
what say
yes obo be wa di wambem obemu
say mumma ni pa no
it is am you na wa kasa ba wo obondi di wambem because only mano
and I may say what say obi bi na mo ma ni pa no fa ma ni mramu and the same obi abo obi din ya obi ba mu no mo so ontie ska
asema me dey different side time we no e final way obi no kasa wa mu e one time o kasa no o kasa asem na e say wo bond no obi
me final word na one more time we need more time yeah more time we need more time ekwesi side brain game no mu be ja mu ja yo mo say o NDC for the Asante Hinate 2016 me Isaac obosofo say o want me more radio station bi din wo so masa unim de oka bet me about radio station bi also the radio station way principal to me aye and as officer ma kan asem bi our radio station bi a omo bet me aye disclaimer say oh asem na wo ka no ye no emfa ye ho wo na eche wo nya wa asem a wo asem a wo to me ka say ma me kan asem bi a wo ha because internet was a why journalism one of the ethics that will be cast up now and then ya osha lawsuit to be kawa that's something work and again no yan ka ho journalism into no make correct Asantefo no bi anase asantefo na edidi utupati me say nkofo mo ya asantefo anase asantefo na bi obi say ebi no anase asantefo na bi o matter say obi kata omo ya asantefo no nche asantefo nyina because yeah tree kasa no and kasa no David no tree kasa specific kasa asantefo no bi no but kasa asantefo na bi atom dey say asantefo general asantefo no asantefo edidi because omo me no am wo so ni so they are Santis omo didi otufo atam me na me ba me catch up so mo no mo sorry mo so mo ya asantefo but parties intino mo didi otufo atam na so no mo didi otufo atam no na me bi o London obedidi otufo atam o kan kwasasam e wo so me wan so no edu so no otufo owuni ye mo di ande ne so obi ba na mo the politics be yes o bi didi otufo atam intino to bi didi otufo atam otufo to ya na man kokoni otufo to mo nja sa politics kan no because there me nyema ni bi wo ho otufo ya me ne nya adwen se wa ba omia wa ahombrase ne ya di wo ahombrase ene ya di wo ma obia dollar akọ 16 cedis o betna ho no bia bo mu ma o be kan no kwa na akere no o say ahombrase ne ya di wo ma sometimes no man sa politics ne abroso ena obi adidi otufo atem pass and the four na monto abama MPP o ma na ebutu ukota dia enya asantefo nko omo ni omo price na kasa bia tabi bia ni price iteno mo jasa you know kwasi me ka cho jasa politics no na no na emfa because mo jasa na quiet say NDC asantefo ni quiet say MPP dia ne ntina untumi kwa kan kwasi asem o mansia mu ja no because so you be there mo pese mo tan ani mo the politics e dey akata mo ani na mo tan ani sometimes no ye be show we so a ye no ye nsro hwe obi anto dey na ma obi ni ye be kan no kra acha mo ntino so obi adidi o tumfo atama ni pa no adidi o tumfo atama ono na asema Kevin Taylor o ya MPP ni Kevin Taylor so no ya MPP ni ka wan anim se Kevin Taylor ne Captain Smart o mo nya MPP ni but omo mo bu no omo so mo ani nje ho ana mo adwampo ntino so mo adwampo akwase ba bia ana Kevin Taylor didi otumfo atem ana Kevin Taylor da bia obo otumfo abaso Kevin Taylor you no nonsense guy and I like Kevin Taylor obo otumfo abaso oye so nana mebu muma but obeka no kra no onye kawe ntino mo betawa bi sene mba ya ebeto asantefo bi no mutirimu so ene ya didi ya hina atem no no MPP for strategy because mo ya emfa because me am take me different asante hine eda e wo show so abra na mo didi na atem mo amose mo fi asante reji mo didi na atem no me nsmani koto konsama me stand him say what why is that parties into no mode otumfo ani be for me one so mo ya coward mo radio station achi na mo didi papa na ate mo du asante reji na madane camera no masesa into no emfa into jasa inkwasesem no emfa I David and below the belt what can say for 7 days below the belt what can say who running up why the person we been a year canoe ya kasa asem I don't know why who kasem na ka me see no ad hominem yen tuti issues no personal attack so what can say or so ba so na obey you and because say na go so etie no na it's Isaac and then the you
for subscribe to Akwajo Radio. Say last word na has a gun there. We don't subscribe to it. It's be famous. Okay, you. I mean, one be. Also for last words,
Yo, Prince, me that's it. Me wa suggestion be more policy now mo kakọ review no. En fa ne say
you can't say you for amend bibia. But me na be say policy to me amend no say you for amend bibi. Aha.
Yeah, but my suggestion is say say en fa ne say me wa 10 minutes I say me kasa. Now out of the 10 minutes, say me bo bene wadinya. Say mo poso me na say bene wa ba. Ibi ma say me kasa makasa 2 minutes and I'm about bene wadin. And the me bob bene wadin na say mo poso me na bene wa ba na oba kasa for 8 minutes. E dey be treacher ni se mu a. Na o say me time aso anu no. Nti o say mo
they already say still. Enti adenti na say I don't want to say we do the these are some of the replications,
Exactly. Enti mon consider sad and mon nya ne sa say me ba na me 10 minutes na me kasa 1 minute na me bo obidin a nipa ko ne ba na so spend 9 minutes e declare ni na say me masa no enti ne be mama da me ho so say me kasa me pe me mra ka masa mo a membu
chairman otiti onu akasa you be here board that you say one of our ways that
policy management yeah them say abina ho fa me tiao na Prince one mama sripa o say induna ye na ke you
what's it
me say endu o mama sri pa o say induna ye call mo de maye no ye no na ke you as you na yi
yes this year when you who was this year oh to take about 3 days as na jojo say na you body na catch say any do ninja so the body talks to us but you pay attention but you need a family history
yeah
say you need a family health until me ba America say we kwa until ogu ha when say the family history medical history no more cancer until oba no on check kwama na even okotwa ne nufu no kwefi honom so that say it is preventive care but you know say o papa bia diabetes kwa be say na o papa so na wanya be wundim e bia asthma kwa wona ndo bia na bia genetic wunim ye bisa ma wa babu che bisa say e dey na we allergic to wuntimi ka say flower say polio
what's it? PhD in medicine, biomedicine. But quickly, Mami ran it up. Say policy now about the health insurance. What's that can be crime? Who cries a dream? Say, who say, who travel insurance? Who grant us yeah, Mawa Kwako register for national health insurance. They
I said, so I said the mechanic there. Obviously, national health insurance.
I don't want
address issue Jimmy Sam is one address because
no you say me ko Ghana me wo hakra you say me ko Ghana kra me wo me life insurance me insurance the general one or when a private one your insurance me to kwanya ya de bia be bobi bia no matter what the cost insurance ne cover me inti bia me wo masa insurance na wo se me ba Ghana micro finish passport na me ba Ghana me nkonye national health insurance and can me supreme insurance
because yes sir they know say people have travel insurance say sadia ka omo for we mba but when somebody by the name say they're going to negate travel insurance nobody will do and I say who do travel insurance be bad there but still also national health say COVID ni ba na nkofo wo panel onu kwa comprehensive na nkofo kwa akoye so do all Ghana dey go na comprehensive but still you try
sa initiative na your modwen no Baumia is the mastermind behind it too.
How did you know?
Or no if he say it's an economic policy to raise revenue Baumia thinks so he's smart, but anytime he exposes his incompetence and corruption and dishonesty. This is an economic policy. Help government to generate revenue. Just say, yeah. So, I cannot even know tax and I levy. I can anticipate about me. Also, could you know, baby, no, can say GRA harass traders. I can call you train. Or no only GRA for the tenacity, yes, our initiatives there.
Demonstration.
Now, GRA tax force and container store, amount for spare parts store, no, Baumia, dear, oh yes, so politically useless. Now, you know what I said, Baumiane Mahama, Edi Alan, a Nimu Poli, was a crack, I said in Yabu, but minimum your patch, you know, point to be, but won't be and trust ye. Now, Alan, a Kufa don't know opinion crowd won't do Alan, the banny politics, but Kufa don't know. Any munyam, any Ubuna, Alan, Eddie Mano, and the man says, okay, Enjana, Onko. Indeed, Benowa, Coco, yeah, on that. And engineer ya can say no be no nim Alan. Oh, me say me Alan ne loyalty after Kufuor. Alan Amber and engineer me canvass matter against a Kufuor. It's on record. Because me nim Alan Fritite. I know his character. And the Ebane say politics moon se nim DNA or pepa nipo wosubai. He's one of the I can say he's even the finest political character right now in Ghana. I want anyone to challenge me. Now, sometimes I don't get it all.
There was a for Alan, I said, yeah, or you're too.
Yeah, cool. The whole joke.
I'm radical, maybe a radical than you want, maybe will be you know. Mama just on your aggressive katana.
Oh, my, I see, ya soon be mine, Ghana, mine. Be mine. Nasi ya new biani hujua. Mose na we crowd cast us and crack me because Emra court ya court them ya kobo atwede. O yemre nim new esa economist. Asa so demonstrative wa achieve. And is the oga na o ba ye dia woni na ye dia woni agent ni na watwe ne ho na say ni. Sani microphone omu kasa akra ye ba say you man sorry ni mbra omu so omu ndio akudwi na ba. Iti amanyo so nya akon enye wa beti kese adase ni nyansa. Alan in America, he's the only finest and most competent candidate right now. Iti muni Ghana for iti ye papa Alan ni obi o kan ni obi timi aboa ye man Ghana agi ye free sa katase share ene krono na NDC ni MPP boy and free over 32 years ni and as almost 32 years ni nti emre na so say yes system ni epoch and ni obitimi aboa yen ono ni yera Alan John Chama
yo yeah that's yo sister bina final words okay
yo Pacho, what's a menka?
I atonka. Yatonka. I from your toka.
Baluti menka. Oh, okay.
Me Connecticut River no
the American is Mamo Shamumra, Mukona Mukoshi Musuna Mo Samunya amendment. This something you guys need to look into. The show to be your platform is to be Anya Koda. You must say be more when ye asante for. It's a cassa and we homo carnivore. A cassa no carnivore. And yes, I could be a vacature business every year Pasian, a waging in a yatim bidi. The Bio Honoma said the over canon. When you sue those words, but understanding on the papronotias. Sometimes it's quite unfortunate. Phobia Mokasa no and yet the bad program no soon because me if you attack me, I'll attack you. Sana me rolling. Who attack me, I'm a nice person. Who attack me, they may defend them. And to going forward, there's some more stress. I never know. I'm also more. You know, we have to be measured in our utterances. Certain statements go, if it's not printable, it shouldn't be something we can say. Now, moving forward, you know, you be a say na daje, and no ba mine hundo, so mine beko ye. Sebi ye te hano, sebi me say na meko be a nejuma, inye ni sika gun butum to dress auto. I didn't ni waste your time. A better na radio is near casa. Not that we don't have anything to do. Me no casa meti ejuma. We may be most people who are juma. Nti one or two things. Nti enye careful you can't send you on ma. They make no. That's it.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm say yeah, kasama Hannah. Meki final words, Meki.
Oh, me da kwa de enya me nwanwa na se gabna kwa mika seja no ba ese se uchi na so san kofa ese yenchi banga uye yimi efi be anya hwe se maka cho sa asem no credit e ya trema edu beje wa ye ma atrema e beje wo zahu na emi se ana amanfo ma se amanfo ka se covid ba na covid ko enso igu so 9/11 is 2001 Baby afa phone bill like go charge 9/11 levy e wo phone so ya GPT na so 9/11 e buy no ya mo am America mpa cho ni tua me ya mo hwe na mo nka ho asem ma me obi be ka so ye na de bia na senka wo ne ye de say adwuma na ma wo e fe ne say e bia airport say ye say adwuma na ka wie nka wo mfa ne say Ghana e ma sei e na onya sei obi mo say nipa na ye fa wo mo no e betua o mo ka and this our cost no wom eno no Ghana ni mfa nka ho equipment ye de test no ye enye made e bi kura enye made in Ghana ena made in Ghana so enye free odipa ko no koto ansa na de test no that cost no on mfa nka ho ba ni nyina ye o man sa na ye no na ye ka na si ni NDC for de e yo tan hunu na e ha om so mo ba kwanyem papaji o tan o de be ye cool no eno a na wo mumu aisa unya join party na about DNM and it doesn't matter the Kimpaluta ebo onwom na ye fa na otan a sa no musuman tie de bia meka jiwara ka obo onwom a wo no obewu no na kenere Japan a ye MPP ona na ehwe no enti no mo na akwaye otan onipa nso otan onimu no de bia wo ne ma rantan cause because onipa otan ahye omu tie besre om
na NDC obi a wo NDC
by na si igbo onyuma NDC de bi obeka NDC what is it what mo ba bi agina say MPP ni bi kan sem bi negative papa na wana
etimi say we so enye NDC fo nyina ebi omo nti no ma say no na omo yes
me person me kire o say eye omo de is a sequence o hwe platform you mo say obi timi ba obi onya kun say obi akwa yipe ni edi watem won say obi akwa ye campaign am obi di because de bi amaka cho say wonyom nye da tax ne ye tax o and is only me ma papa ya de papa keke when the baka say that the lumba bonyum 2 years NDC lumba ka na be den why party say bia we NDC ni akọ bonyum no anko bonyum o ma bonyum de bia enye si yi ma na o ma de nwaba eyi bobo obeti obobo le bobo de bia na enyum no emfa wonko ba bia kan ne me betimi aboa ma o party as wan na ba bem enyum to na edi wi ni aba boy ya ma fa na hotan otan be ni oyi otan be ni asamu agyan ye na obi akofa na besi ho na otan we nu adan why o man be ni o man de ye pepa na senka without sancrophone no ko man be ko nanim e bia ne se ai masse oba o se kwabnati wana ye se scabrage abna o ye ndi no ye MPP ni pa na ofim busa ne se MPP wan na be yi ni sika fi Ghana de abro se wo te aburuchi na wo kasa ma MPP di bra be giska mo na mo chiche sika hunu MPP for mo ma wan city kura mo ma obi enzo the office de bia na ye aka na atifie na ye aka e wo wasema mini obosomfo so de bia oka e na omo court e na asem court asema ba obosomfo ka no onipa ogigina mu a tama boys ni ko di nsemfo onipa no wage agina mu no e ye onipa na support no kede na Japan e wo platform yi so tama ye ko primaries no kede Japan ko ka mu pe na otwen ni ho fi ho ko alan ho enti kede Japan nya na support no platform yi so obi a edi na chi wono na sa court asema aka se kufu ado e na oba na mranya adwuma well they be support o ma ase o person o mo say ni emam uwi ana be criticize obi nye ye besre wo prince na me de manusi no kwasi ye ha ase ni won so ye ha ase ni League ya moko born the last match is well. Movie ya mo ba catch say Ghana Premier League no enkoyi. Premier League no essay. Hwe ball tantan ya moko ball ye. The first match tantan ya.
Then the bemu.
Me final word into me and then free throw. Me final word but no mo ma me fama. Ana leadership na pasam na ye kano. Dem me pastor ma me fanyi me nti ma me nyi dem ma me nyi. Ye ka leadership pasam ye ka leadership pasam. Leadership na enye Akufo Addo nko awu. Baby a wo bi a wo be ye onema ma oman na koyi bi. Hwe ball tantan ya moko ball e koye fix match. Na wo wie se niema we nyina wie a na wo ka say ban fanisi ka me sa league tantan wem. Tell me a corporate entity and I'm the Mimisi ba be league nim into we are no because you Ghana football say born e ko boy no na say as for no go mun timi ni be chem for na mo I say ko ma yiro mo de om ko relegation na next time nipa na set up aboni ye di aba na ayo niema basa na wie di a o se Akufo Addo se o man mi wa no wo da wo se no wo nchen ho hwe ball tantan am ko boy we are we league now say aban fanisi kamishim aban mesi ultramodern stadium ema mo sabo we ball we astrotef no kweba ko tutu ase no ball we astrotef na ya ye no kweba ko tutu wo ball we a moko ball e de betre yi ho na mo policy na aba no maintain no wo ho a no money amendment bia mo man nka ho because say dem kan say ye de ayi policy abank ye mechiche mu 30 million Ghanaians nyina no me am wa ha ye nu ebi kura nu 20 ana ye nu 30 ne wa ha policy ne ba obi am kan kire me say na aba ne me yanse me ba na metum e na mra yi me na metu ameka e maintain wo ho no mo a obi bo odin a ebi ana me makobo obi din ni akofre no na obi akobo mi din ni amfre no mo mani si ba bi esi no oba aka wanu tumu nya pana idea na wa be kan wasem tiawa na obi anko ne ba bi yempe daily enkani ka jo say daily a asi ye yi bi afim de yi bi afi kwam na akobo din a ye be frɛ ye bokwa bredi a ye mfrɛ ye mpesa mo mani nyina ba bi ejina na o pa asɛm a ka wanu tum ye bo odin a enye hwe o fle unya kwanya no abeka watem
yo ye da se eti aha na ye di edwumede nyina beseti for ye beda mo nyina se kwam na agreement Germany ye o wa he Ghana Antefia and Shalom Uruguay ni mo through all the your platforms e wo nyina no ye da mo nyina ma se ne ye Tuesday ye free flow nyambo ochina ye baba ye questions and answers we so ye turning to God's words edwumede no abaso nti aha na ebesi nti obia mbabai na obia hwe ne ho so ye se mo pese mo ni komodi a ene mi ndum no se papa smali na ba na say off the records me doing there off the records and say one can split with monkomo every quite later from it my journey na aha na officially ye di edwumedi besi obia ma ba
wise man
Abna
wise man
anti abna ho
and if I show me t-shirt sick anyway.
Oh, na se that's in the makachi say. Tell me am say.
Mate, na tibongo.
One kwa abre.
Na tibongo so dey anyway.
What's kwa abre south? O ko for MPP dim. Any idea there? We dey nka me ahwo na me dey anije. Na dem me ma bullet na say baby shoot me in a photo there. I say we there. O ti ande me enyu like.
Any me ko kwa abre south. We are ya say. Me ko kwa abre south. Me still ko kwa abre south. What's me saying?
The wie na obasa obafia ye wie say the musem wie na say woni adwen sakra na obafia na say o say dem pesa me ko ade de a na na say meta wachi na we dey ask me ma bullet na dey be shoot to me because my percentage you say unya more than 3%.
we train new pa say first na say nya 1% say dey about 3.
O dey be me dey committee less than 3 tell them untwa 3 ho say mo between 2 and 3 wa na mo any maka you know and I will be here say the minipa na me so
one say me be fi
minipa na me so techi man no de bia no maka we dey omu wie na obafi a na ai say the musi o do be na wa kra ba wa be confess say the mo boa o mo ye adwuma na boa o
why ne be wa
obi be wa papa ya hospital ya ne kasa aboko ikakrai.
Oh, Oh, okay.
Propaganda secretary back here.
Propaganda secretary for NDC.
Spain. Your friend of Benewa.
Oh, okay. Party Amutimi, I said that will be a propaganda secretary.
No, we are not catch us. Idea we are quite propaganda. There's some propaganda, no one tells you. You know, MPP for them media propaganda.
But most of them are Martin secretary, and they are not they.
Oh, I mean, almost a book from the tradition to moment of a Bible. What's a job with you? Eba, what Janico? What Janico? Almost penocre, no cranny, they be ever catch the home. Over 500 and fire, we ever can cratch no credit about copper.
Then patrol for me t-shirt assembly here.
Oh, wait there. A t-shirt in there. My man said, "Yeah, t-shirt, a yellow fever t-shirt, a pad." There, I say, "There, more beji to me, there be abeji to me." More beji to me, there koji to me.
Say, if you say we any papa ba kokra. Somebody my papa.
I will not be able to catch that. Baby, I mean, go for we cry NDC fool. But I'm the one who the more yen no. More the more just more the more person musim. I don't know meant to say no.
Why not see who say mo? Intimate patrol no so. Politics me. I mean, bizarre question. Who politics mo? My name is saying seek politics so person say.
Oh, this up now. Where the Bomodiana Aquabia de Bioba House MPP for my miske. So the old MPP name my mapa. Who the okra the also insider. But your thank for no omo biska baby.
Omo biska dear.
Oh, they be also Papa Bioba also mutuamica. I say me man MPP for any tuamica. And I'm
no dear na kasa. You see some of these things no.
Oh, they be what could be account. And yes,
meaning say maybe will be making a statement and I can say and then be politics for the Nipa Babruchi near there.
Oh, yeah, I quite remember.
Sane Mano. So we name will be background. I want him to be a Ibishia or simple swat. Don't make some projections be insinuations in there, they're very bad. Because me bab then I come me bab bruche my ma bruche man for by mo Rollins into Rollins that then bab bruchana
NDC for na by you know
we ask them if I show we need background I would say you don't say stuff like that missing a ball bra. No, the Babruchi said so maybe time.
And I know even to me no problem. So Papa cried over Babruchi. Say be on no cover desert so na wo ye de waba. There's a problem.
Well, if we are say woman no. And something nyina nye say we are jay a wo mai. Enema bi a go through onkoda brim anka wo fu say the wunya munyansa wo hu abedrum pempen so say no. Senka unya sa opportunity na nka ujina brain te say no to pesa we anything possible say oba and go through sa ne manana meboa nti say obi papa so afa sa ne menu no awadre ne ho no abedru no se me so mpese me ba enyi dru ba bi na se bio ebi kwa me nyini mu no me papa ko retirement on jiska will be a ho also no obo ne bra no di retirement sika na FSA bibi o hono ma si o say now they are mano wa hihye ne niam yi ti me sometimes so bi ayi na se mo be kasa ne ne metin tesuko ka che se nya me for say o say amobra me can straight a chero because media decide so be bra
and at time na mo kan na do asem no kuma paniku for ka say wana obrempon wo no anka ompe ana wana sikani wo no anka ompe the anya no akwa kopebi na dia ahwe o maneze yekoye nim
no
I didn't know American.
Politics no omo ha say no omo ye kire omumu who join a political party now our brother as a matter of fact you spend more money for the party. It's not the other way around.
Me see one people more. Me see one people more. Those so change. Omo mama me one city that, but me will receipt. Me mama me one more.
Thank you.
You know, receipt about me signature also. Former chairman Mr. JB, the signature also. And I say John. Omunyina ayo me ko tues ka me on certificate ho. Oye o ma me receipt. Nti o ba no mo ka jam say me MBP for
That is what I'm saying. Wow, it's because say we are fundraising. Now to me boabo sika no. Nkofo yesi na nkofo yesi ya. Wow, te Ghana also twa 1,000 Ghana no. Me fundraising na me ye wa ha me de ba be support party no. Se minya $500 kra na me de bre party na ebro 1,000 no so. Nti to cut everything short no. Omo abrochi no. And I'm see sika ni mood no. Ya kra na we tend to spend more money. Say president and now be baha. Organizing this animal no mu discovery Ghana na eba na say mo amote ha no.
Na be ekoye hotel ko am koye ade no kra no. O ko inside kra say tua na $80 to go in. Any other part aside from
fundraising. And like we are saying, you spend money into
Ghana we buy the campaign about umfichiri. O san beji hu t-shirt kra beji hu ska. O say ade. Then omoye policy, omoye policy nka yema abruchi for no kwan nanka. O ye citizen kra say science o ye Ghana ni kwa engine no. Abaya ba kwen MBB no say there be SI yen ba bi yen de ye ni ba influence ni ba bi tu omo emo makwenya. So hu bibi ni adwen. And I'm going to do sika some dey na mo pe.
Answer no mo dwen ana also ni.
Me ka dey yesika dey mo pe. Baba dey na mo dey influence ba bi.
Na ebi enti na ropa ebesi na yentimi approve ropa say.
Oh, me ropa na kwa dey ohima enka hwa because ye ho no mo kra na yenti ye ho ase wo ya ba ye to ye kuru mo. Wasan dey ascendi aba ba bi. Yenti ye ho ase. Enye wo se dey wona. Me say obi say na akwa na ka PhD for. So be say okwa already so be ya ready so the panel offline on tiaze. Na America ya ready so be offline. Paper the man o fele na obi di akwa bi di ama computer. To be video offline and as a paper. What's the difference? And we try diary. Now see emra bluchi meto aba. Oh there be omunyai. O mani siwa say nipa na ado o ka say abrofon to aba or outsider. Unu say the omo motie. Ono nkwa ya no nje so okotu miinu ana nkwa yi okoto ba akwa okon baby. Ye de ye ba ka cho say okura wato me ansa. You know, to cut everything short. Enka wa. O pese oto aba na wani ji wa bato a. Ya take it na kwato aba.
But yes also the me hu ni say biro nipa bebre wa akwantu ma omatu ekwan na amaba no. Ebi ma be ko school. The one ko school kura wa koye adwuma o machine bi ho. Abesua nimde bi a ye ma ne ho kwan a obetimi abafi na de wasua no se China be great in some of these things they send their brilliant minds pay for them come here and when they finish they go back
onim China for you China for Prince Ekwani mama ebi adodo ede obeba ENT ni Korea for obeba ENT no omu nyina call back sabai na den ba call back eden ba won unua Ghana ni no oba back oba we are not pay akateni aware no de natena haje because a company offer no don't be sure onko Ghana no pata na media we na mingwa that day na media odoni do